Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday on Friday, so that means it is Super Old Game Almost Saturday. But regardless of whether it's Friday or Saturday or any other day, if I ever get to a case where I'm going to have to do it on a day that's not these two, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and I've got some for you, and it's a game I get the sense people do not know while we have that weird old man getting the grabby hands with this anime made. This is Mischief Makers. This came out October 1st, 1997 for the Nintendo 64. This is developed by Treasure. We played Gunstar Heroes at the beginning of the year. They also made Dynamite Heady, Sin and Punishment, and also Alien Soldier, amongst many others. And this is the first game they made for Nintendo, or for a company that was not Sega. Remember, they were ex-Konami people who broke off, started their own company, wanted to do some stuff with original properties, and this was a game that they wanted to get going as early as 1995. They were in development with this for the then Nintendo Ultra 64, and they actually said an interesting thing, which we mentioned on the show before, how difficult is it to program for certain systems or not. And in the case of this system, Nintendo 64, for Treasure, they said this is a harder system for them to program for than even the Sega Saturn. And the Sega Saturn was a console that was notoriously difficult to develop for, except for companies who knew how to do it. And Treasure was one of those, with stuff like Guardian Heroes and Radiant Silvergun, a lot of which we have shown off on this show before for part of the Shooter Showcase a couple years back, as well as Guardian Heroes. But yeah, this was their first take for Nintendo, and Nintendo did publish this in the US as, I guess, a little bit of a twist because it was published by Enix in Japan. It was one of only two games that they published on this console, the other one being Wonder Project J2. I'll put a picture of what that is. It basically was a point-and-click, I guess, puzzle game of sorts where you're this young bird, or the little birdie, controlling this young girl as like a robot. So actually, I guess there was some element to it, even though Treasure did not make that. This is the one we got, and remember, this is before Square Enix came into the picture, so you're saying, yeah, remember, we've said this multiple times. Square said absolutely not on Nintendo 64, but yeah, before Enix was part of them, they decided to release this, and also there's that weird graphical artifact. I don't know why it's doing that when I've been streaming on this, but yeah, here you go. You do have it. It was Enix who published. Nintendo did help release it here, despite the very niche nature of this game and also of anime at the time in North America. So it definitely was interesting to see this. And I remember playing this game. Here's the thing. This game did not sell massively, and compared to GoldenEye, which we played 2 weeks ago, this was not something that a lot of people were impressed by. And honestly, it was a case where there was definitely a massive backlash to 2D gaming, and I mentioned a couple months ago when we were talking that. We're getting into that, because, yeah, Sony and Nintendo are the people you want to blame at the door for, especially Sony for that, for getting the perspective of, yeah, because we have 3D games like GoldenEye, which are great games, no question, as we showed, yeah, there's no room for 2D games anymore, but yeah, even at the age of 11 when I played this game, I played this and I was blown away. And right now, even to this day, it is still one of the unsung heroes of the Nintendo 64 library, and one that is well-deserving of celebrating its 25th anniversary. There we go. We have Marina Lightyears, our robotic maid character we're playing, as well as Professor Theo, the pervert who created her. And feasibly, I guess that's the reason why this has only been re-released, or this has only been released on this system. It has not been re-released ever, and people do want to see it come back, but especially because of a detail we're going to see at the end of the game. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to expect that happening. You might have a better chance of getting McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure released again, which we played on the show and was by Treasure, it's worth pointing out. So yeah, here it is, and this is the file I've been running since 1997 up the top. Yeah, I was 12 years old when I played this game for the first time. Get this as a Christmas gift along with Diddy Kong Racing. And even though I didn't have GoldenEye that year, I played GoldenEye for sure as rental. I was one happy gamer for sure, and had a great time playing this, and I will come back to that file at the top because that is where I have all of the gold gems. We are not getting all of them on the practice file, and there's certain things I want to show off because depending on how many of those you get, you do have a better ending. We'll go into that a little later, but you get 2 save slots on the cartridge. There's my practice file. Let's do a race on it, and they do ask you a lot of questions to make sure that, yeah, do you really want to get rid of this? Really? Yes, really. And then quit. Here's the thing. If I hit yes on quit, that means that, no, we're not going to delete it. So they give you a little bit of a fail-safe, which I guess is nice, so that it's like, alright, fine. You better be damn sure you want to get rid of this file. So in this case, you hit no, and bye-bye. Alright, so there we go. Let's start. Okay, name. We're going to be doing, I guess what we normally do. The name, from what I understand on this game, doesn't change a whole lot. The age does, although the way we're playing this, it's not going to come into factor for the ending, because you have to get the best ending. You have to get all the gold gems, which I'll get the ones that I can, and then what I'll do is I'll go back into the save file I have up there that I showed you, and we will show off the full ending with that. And also the extra stuff that you get for getting A ranks at least, or S ranks, God forbid, on every level. And I actually got the remaining ones that I never got last night, and my God, it was a pain. But did it for the purpose of showing everything off of this great game. Alright, so same case, we're going to be taking the name of the show, so it's going to be short for Super Old Game Saturday. There's a lot of that will fit, the way Blastcore did, but I think what we'll do is we'll have a nice exclamation point, and have a nice song in our heart, as well as the love I have for this game, and, yeah, let's get going. Is this okay? Absolutely. Okay, and then they do ask your gender, male or female. I don't think that has much of a factor in terms of story. I will, not why I'm man. And then also age, yeah. Back in 1997, I was 11, or turning 12, actually, so I basically just turned 12 at the time. So yeah, now we're at the age of 36, and my God, yeah, where the time is gone. Let's do it, let's get ready to go, and let's go on our adventure. To Planet Clancer. Alrighty, so, this is Professor Theo. Came to visit the planet of Clancer, and he can't go out, because the story of this game is Marina Lightyears, the robot maid we saw earlier. Her and Professor Theo got an SOS call from Planet Clancer, and they said something's going on, so they're in their flying house, and you see that with the background there. You have parallax scrolling going on Nintendo 64 that way, over there, saying, you know, we're gonna come here and see what's going on, but Marina's gone out to scout the area. He's saying, like, yeah, I'm gonna just sit here and wait. Stay in the spaceship till she comes back from scouting. Yeah, but Theo's getting bored. Or tired. Yeah, that is Professor Theo, who created her. But we got visitors with a non-capitalized V. Yeah, what's going on? Alright, these are the Clancers. We're gonna learn to understand sort of who these characters are a little later, but yeah, that one fell down on his back. Now they're coming in here, ransacking the place, and grabbing Professor Theo. So yeah, he's being kidnapped, and we gotta take care of this. By the way, as they're going along and ransacking this place, destroying our nice, I guess our nice refrigerator, with the treasure logo on television, so yeah, it is a game of theirs. It was mentioned, it was the people who made Dynamite Heady and Gunstar Heroes. Actually, this is the 5th game of theirs we're playing on the show, because we played Gunstar Heroes already. We took a brief look at Ikaruga and Radiant Silvergun, as well as played through McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. Now we're coming to this one. Also, we are running this in a little bit of a different way, visually and technologically speaking, as we have level 1 of Meet Marina. And that is, I'm running the 320 by 240 aspect of the Nintendo 64, because this game plays with it a little differently as far as how the perspective is running. Well, we have Marsden 64, that Clancer guy there, kidnapping him for the Great Empire. And also, I am using my composite cables, because unfortunately my S-Video cable stopped working. Specifically, it's not outputting in color, and there's no way in hell I was going to play this game without color, because look at this thing. This is gorgeous in terms of what the colors are running. Alright, so yeah, we keep up with the Evil Empire. What are you going to do to me? We're ready to take your empire, but that's all we were told. So yeah, I guess the Clancers on a need-to-know basis. What I do know is you're going to have a horrible time with it. Get ready to cry and scream. Yeah, help me, and of course you have him saying, "Help me, Marina!" Which, by the way, I also want to get into one thing. Usually this is the point where I'd say, hey, who voiced the characters in this game? Confession, I have no fucking idea, because I looked all over the internet to get any kind of indication. There was nothing. Even the credits of this game do not list who did the voices. The closest I came was actually the Japanese voice of Marina, who is right here. And I kind of got this off TV Tropes. It was not even official. I wasn't able to actually correlate this outside of that. But apparently, in the Japanese version of this game, at least, it's Masami Suzuki who voices Marina, who is also Julian in Rune Factory 5, as well as Kai in Warriors of Orochi 4, and also did some stuff with anime, specifically was Aisa on One Piece and Amelia on Slayers. But yeah, she's coming here, is like, yeah, we lost him, we gotta go and save the professor. And the Clancers know who we are. Marina, the Ultra Intergalactic Cybot G. Yeah, the people who kidnapped my professor, I could tell by your faces. So, yeah, she's definitely getting into a case of profiling against these people. But even they're jumping out saying, like, don't associate with these guys because we're suffering because of them. We'll get into that as the story of the game unfolds. Alright, so we're in Clancer Village. I have to go talk to Geold, and this is going to be our bit of a tutorial as we go along. of this terrific game that, by the way, was directed by Hideyuki Suganami, who did direction of other Treasure games like Sin and Punishment, as well as co-direction of Radiant Silvergun, and also did programming on Contra 3, specifically the side-scrolling stages, or the side view stages of that game. Because remember, the people who were involved in this worked at Konami. Alright, so what you're seeing there is you're hitting the B button. It's a 2D platform, you're running around, moving left, right, with D-pad only. No analog stick in this baby. Pick the B button to grab enemies off the ground, or creatures. Pick them up, and then hit down on the D-pad twice, or the C down button, and she goes, shake, shake. And you can just shake stuff at them, or hit the B button to toss them against the wall, which is fun. Oh my god. And that's the big gameplay mechanic of this, because if you ever played anything of Treasures, it's all about the weird mechanics that the company uses to twist around genre, and they definitely do it with this one. And when you see word bubbles around creatures' heads or characters' heads, stand next to them, hit the L or R button to talk to them. Alright, this is Neptune. Well, I was told you must be Marina. Geold's looking for you. We're gonna go find him, and we're gonna shake him out. Getting the gems. The blue one is for health. And you have only one life bar, but the orange there means you can get another stack of items. Yeah, you can just be sadistic as hell dropping them on the fire. It is so much fun. And it's so clever as well. Ugh, well, let's just toss him toss it into him as well. Well, let's see what he's saying. This is the warrior guards the item shrine, and I want to try and bust this because usually there's an item underneath this. Well, actually, yeah, you just drop the statue on fire. You get a gold gem. There's one of those in each level. It recovers half of your health, and if you get all 53 of them, you get the full ending. And you talk to this guy. He's telling you what all these gems do. Heart of Reds, Heart of Courage. Collect 10, get a continue, which does not rhyme, but. Yeah, the red gems, you collect those, and they go into your bank for buying continues. Because you have only one life, but you do have your backup stocks. You fill those up and get ready to go on. Yeah, that's Continue Go-Go. There's a song that goes along with it. Blues for recovering your health, which is the Regain a Little Life Blues. Green gems are recovering more health. It's usually about, I think, a third of the bar. And as I mentioned, you have two stocks back to help, and that's Super Heal, and then the gold gem, which they mention here. Appears once every stage, it's rare and precious. Life of Gold, don't leave the stage without collecting it. Yeah, there's a name of a song. Alright, so bye-bye. Just going along and just talking to everybody. Many ruins, and this is the Clant Shrine. We'll figure out what's going on. We'll also find where Geold is, and also talk to Terran. We're going to learn to understand him a little later. And this is my sister Celis. Please be nice to her. I'm going to be nice to her, but I'm shaking you down. Alright, so here's Celis. She's the younger sister of Terran over here, but she's very nervous. And she's like, yeah, don't worry about it. Be nice to her. Yeah, I'll be nice to her. Because for story reasons, we may want to. And this is where we gotta go. Gotta go find Geo. Okay. He's the all-knowing Clancer of Neptune. Yeah, all of our race is kind of friendly, which is bullshit. Because we saw there are other ones saying, no, we're working for the Empire, taking Festia away. But they're feasibly very naive and easily swayed. So the Empire decided to persuade some to go along with them, and then they basically were ruling other planets to rule the universe. Don't know why they kept your prof. Yeah, they abbreviate professor a lot, so yeah, you just end up calling him the prof. Anyway, guessing they'll take her to the Emperor, so rescue him before that happens. That's not happening, but we're going to try and rescue him for sure. To get to their places, you need to use the warp gates, of which there are many here. Most of them are sealed around, so you have to open them and use items to do that, of which you have the clan bomb. You have a timer on this one. Right now it's 50 seconds. Later on it goes up to, or down to much lower than that. Sometimes just 1 second. You just carry the bomb around. You shake it, the timer goes down a little more. If you throw it into the red blocks there, they explode out, and then you go in there and you grab the star. We will do that in a second. But I also do want to show you one other thing, which is that the way this game plays is pretty unique as far as the fact of how its platform is going. Because you're probably seeing me going in the air and doing one of those dashes. You have basically air dashes that you double tap the D-pad either left or right to do that, or you hit the C left or C right buttons. And you can use them in the air to kind of get further distances going, as well as shaking the clan balls here, which have items usually, and in this case, health. And throw your way off as you so desire. And also, C up is shooting straight up. Also, if you use the D-pad, the double tap method for that, you will get more distance and more push for a dash than you will by using the C buttons, but in a lot of cases it's easier to use the C buttons because they're right there. You're basically controlling D-pad and then just switching on the other side for the button. So it's very unique how it plays. And also you hit the C down button or keep hitting down the D-pad. You do a roll, which will protect you from a lot of things. You hit that orange star, you go to the next area or where you need to go, and the blue and yellow star right here, that is the end of the level. Hit that and you were done. And I took my time on this, but every level is ranked in terms of the time it takes to get through. There are ranks of D, C, B, A, and S. And the S ones are insanely hard. These are some of the hardest elements of any game of treasures, even though the game itself is not that difficult overall. It's not that long overall, hence why it's perfect for the show for tonight. Yeah, in this case, you could also say I'm done, which goes back to the title screen, but we're not done. We're going the whole way through the game and going through every level. Okay, so I met Marina, and we're meeting Kalina now. We'll go through everything with story as well. Feel free to chat to go into any memories or insights you have on what you're seeing, or if you played this game. Because I mentioned, I don't think a lot of people played this. Alright, what's this place called? Alright, this is Marina's, clone, Kalina, and I guess she's speaking in asterisks. I'm waiting for you, Marina. Who are you and why are you copying me? I don't only have your look, but special techniques down, so if I go around doing bad things in your name, they're gonna associate it wrongly with me. Alright, we'll stop her. But she's like, yeah, go catch her if you can. We're not catching her, by the way, in this level. But yeah, just keep going around in Planet Clancer. Stop jumping over her house. Stop using the D-pad to boost over it as well. I know that pressing up twice is the only way you can make it over my house. That's not true. I can show you that in just a second while I talk to him. Not you again. You shake me, use the D-pad down to fall items out of me. Yeah, damn right I have. And usually you want to do that, and there's not usually a penalty for you doing that, except in a couple cases. Also showing you one other thing. He's saying I need to use the dash to get over his house. That's not true, because you can also hit down on the D-pad and the A button, you just slide. If you do that right, you can get a jump off at the end of it and just, jump over the house in a single bound. It's awesome. You can really do some fancy footwork with this game, and it is terrific that way. Yeah, I heard you got an attitude problem. Using bombs to cause trouble? Well, okay, I had to use it on the last level, but whatever. By the explosion, here's a bomb. Yeah, but he never gives you the bomb, so don't bother. Drop your slider jump. Yeah, you can also slide it down and the A button, as I mentioned. We can't jump higher or faster while sliding the way you can, which we'll understand a little later. And there's the gold gem. Yeah, they're not hard to find now, but there's other places where they will be a bit difficult. Yeah, okay, to steal your gems away. Dash to the air by hitting left or right, or use the C buttons for it. So yeah, there you go. Thank you for the suggestion, my friend. Yeah, the early levels here are really going to be tutorializing, but they do give you a sense of how to understand the controls in this, because it's a game that, when it came out, there are a lot of people questioning how the controls of this were operating, but it's something that it still feels really good. It's just something there's a little bit of a learning curve you have to get used to, but that being said, we'll show off what that is as you dig around items. Yeah, I've hidden my... Yeah, don't forget it. Forget I said that. So yeah, whenever you see an item like that where there's stars coming out, hit down on D-pad and hit the B button and dig out. In this case, we got a bunch of red gems, and you hit the start button, by the way, you do get a sense of how many red gems you have, and also if you got the gold gem or not. You do need to complete the level in order to get credit for the gold gem, so keep that in mind. Alright, what do you gotta say? Just come to the red warp gate. Let's press B at it to go to the next area. Keep in mind, there's some of them are one way. So you might not be able to come back if you go through the one you don't want to. Which I will do, but as I'm getting more health. Yeah, that's how you're basically transporting yourself around the levels. You pick up the flowers and throw them. And I do love the idea of how this works. And I guess it goes to what I was finding as far as the background of this game. What was what was Treasure thinking about with this? And it was basically, we want a catch mechanic. And they said, well, alright, what are we going to do to implement that? And that was kind of the challenge about how to emphasize this. And they said, okay, fine, let's have this robot made who has this strong grab power. And then you can use that to grab, shake, and throw stuff for the purpose of puzzles and for combat. Yeah, we're at Cosmic Hospital, by the way. If you have health problems, come here. But apparently we're a monster. I guess the hospital is preparing for that. I guess they also have her, she's tired, or he's tired, I guess. Yeah, she's coming to it. Must be a trick. It's a little slower than tapping D-pad. So as I mentioned, there's parts later you're going to have to use D-pad if you're going to be getting anything for the hidden extras. And also they apparently have an insane asylum with that guy who's not straitjacketed. Hey, Olekverse, so good to see you tonight. Hope you've been doing well. We're playing Mischief Makers for Nintendo 64 on the Friday edition of Super Old Game Saturday, or Super Old Game Almost Saturday. Yeah, let me know what you think on this game, or if you've played it, because as I mentioned, this game came out about 25 years ago on October 1st, but people tend not to remember this. Or as when we played not Mischief Makers, when we played Gunstar Heroes, the last game of Treasures a couple months ago, you mentioned, yeah, this is a game about shaking stuff and shaking your booty, as was the case with the Casey and Sunshine Band element. Yeah, you want to torture me getting items out? Yeah, you can do that. So there you go, to get items as far as, yeah, so, keep crying, but he'll be fine. Yeah, never set me down, they always throw me around. Alright, I did set him down, so, in that case, I did disprove him, but, yeah, there's the end of the level. One thing I'm gonna do before I, continue on, I'm gonna talk to, this guy here. He is the guy who directs the hospital. Heard a lot of things from Geold, who met on the last level. He's one of my patients. I heard about Kalina. She's your clone, so be careful about that. Alright, thank you, my friend. Let's get going. And there is the red blocks here. I don't think you can get through this. We're in this game a lot and thought it was pretty fun. Okay, so that's good to hear because it's also always a question with me with this game, which is, did people play this? And this came out at a very vital time for the Nintendo 64, because it was about 2 months or so after GoldenEye, and the thought of, okay, 3D gaming is where it's at for modern systems at the time, and this was, I think, it's Castlevania Symphony of the Night, it was probably the Mega Man games of that year, like Mega Man 8 and X4, they were kind of at the center of, oh, we're done with 2D gaming, we don't need to have that anymore, 3D is where it's at, and I played this when it came out, because with the Nintendo 64, this is the benefit of it, there were not as many games available right away, so, as you said, renting it. I rented this game a lot initially, because I said, okay, this is something new, and usually the case of when stuff was out at the local Blockbuster store, the sense was, alright, there aren't a whole lot of games for the system, so I could kind of expand my horizons, and that's kind of how I discovered this, and how I realized, yeah, this is something special, for sure, so feel free to go into anything else you got on it, as we were at Clan Ball Land with, Doom Daddy and Jolly Boy. Yeah, they're a father-son pair that says, hey, we're gonna come to this amusement park. Yeah, follow me, son. So I was like, yeah, they're having a nice day out at the carnival. And we're also seeing Mrs. Hint. We'll show off who she is. Give her 10 of your red gems. She'll teach you something good. If you want a hint, shake twice. Use the C down or down on the D-pad where you're gonna shake every one of hers. Alright, she'll tell you where to go or what to do. Yeah, the floating balls here are clan balls. On one of them, hold the B button to use them, or press it and you're holding on. Press B again to throw yourself off. You press down, you can jump downward diagonally, and shake them out for certain things, and the reaction will be different throughout the device on each ball you grab. Like here. These just go left and right, boom, 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 boom. It's one of those things, I'll tell you, I mentioned this when we played Rise Star back in December of last year, which is, maybe this is also why I thought it felt like a treasure game in disguise to some degree, because I played this before I played Rise Star, and with that one, I said, okay, it's kind of like this, or this was kind of like Rise Star, as you're shaking around and kind of just doing this fancy footwork with controls that are pretty simple, a little bit, but also ones that do have a bit of a learning curve. Yeah, the people look at Ghostface, yeah, from Scream, yes? Which I guess is fitting because Scream was around in the 1990s, or in 1987, or 1996 was the first one. Specifically, so like, yeah, it is almost like a weird horror vibe as you're jumping on the clan balls. You can kind of direct their location by shaking up and down or moving up and down and then launch off by pulling backwards. So I guess it is a weird thing with that, and I guess goes to what... we'll see this when we play Dynamite Heady as well, and we will definitely do Dynamite Heady eventually, and I have a very special way I want to play that. And that is kind of this weird, very colorful game, something that, okay, is sort of family friendly. We're going to realize that, yeah, this game had a kids to adults rating. I don't know if they were exactly paying attention to what that really meant, but something that looks like it's feasibly very appealing and very approachable, which it is, but also has this weirdness to it that I think maybe I just really liked. And interesting perspective on that, I never really kind of put that thought together until you mentioned it, so thank you for indicating that. And I don't know necessarily if Treasure had that in their minds, you're launching off and hear the creatures going, ah! Or the Clancers as is. And I do love that attention to detail as far as it, even though, as I mentioned, unfortunately, I can't tell who the voice performers are. There are no credits for any of them. Also, you can do rides on the clan ball. Some go faster and do different things. In that case, you shake and you hear that wink, so something happens of it, and it releases another one over there. Also, this one has a bomb. You have to time it right there. Drop it on the blocks in order to open that up so we can get where the gold gem is. As I said, I'll get the ones I can get, but I do have a file that has every one of them unlocked for the purpose of the best ending. Whoa. Alright, so in that case, I could also say, like, fine, I could ride that all the way around, or I could just use my dashes and say, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go this way. Also, the other thing I won't be doing feasibly is going after S ranks, because they're insanely hard, but I will show the ones I have S ranks for. And as you go along, you basically pretty much are sort of solving a puzzle, while also kind of getting a sense of where your surroundings are going to be to get yourself moving. So in this case, you're basically shaking on the clan balls there, find the ones that go boink, and then get where you need to go in order to get in there to the end. Yeah, specifically right there, boom. With that, we're done. Yeah, not too hard now, but it definitely gets a little harder. I mean, although, as I mentioned earlier on, for games of treasures, this is not the hardest thing they've made. In fact, it's kind of one of the easier games, unless you're going for the S ranks, in which case, if you're going for S ranks, this might be the hardest game they've ever made, and that's saying a lot. Alright, we're at Spike Lane now, so yeah, there's Doom Daddy and Jolly Boy again, but it's like, yeah, I don't want to be here, this looks weird. Yeah, look at the background, it looks like this place is on fire. I'm with you, it's too weird. So they're leaving, and there's Spike's here, but yeah, his father is, nervous about it, and he's not helping his son out. And I could sort of help the son out, but even he's saying, like, no, fuck this, I'm going over there. And in this case, you also have the spike balls that are causing trouble or going to shoot off at you. Although, as long as you just keep going, it should be fine for now. Ow. It's just you hit into that, and that's the idea. Oh, and there's no rumble package support for this game, by the way, so you're not feeling that. As I mentioned, also, there's not another release of this that's come out, at least not as of now. And as I mentioned, there's something at the ending that suggested to me we never see this game again, even though Treasure is going to be coming back to gaming. I heard for the Tokyo Game Show that's starting next week, I believe. They have a new game that's coming out. Their first game is Geist Crusher on the 3DS. And they're also apparently going to be re-releasing Radiant Silvergun. So if you don't have an Xbox 360, where the current release of it is, or a Sega Saturn, and you have the Japanese version of that, which is really expensive, we're talking like $300, yeah, you're going to have a new way of playing it, apparently, though what systems it's been announced for have not been announced yet, so we're going to have to find out. Alright, so yeah, this hint says roll under the thorns to be avoiding getting hit. So yeah, you can use the roll. You can kind of be invincible that way. It's almost like a little bit of a precursor to, and I don't know if, chat, you played this. I mentioned this before, it's also from Treasure. Well, fine, in that case, if I hit that too much, yeah, I'll still get hit. And also, when you do hit these, I'll show this. They will regenerate after a bit of time, so yeah, in that case, you're not going to be set to that. But yeah, as I said, that dodge mechanic thing, it almost is a little bit like a precursor to what Astro Boy Mega Factory was like, which was on Game Boy Advance, which Treasure also made. And it does have kind of like a dash thing. We've mentioned Enter the Gungeon on this program before, where you have basically a dodge movement that makes you invincible. That's what that game has. And this game sort of has that, although very selectively. And there's points that will indicate that as we go to the next level, saving 3 Clancer kids. Alright, so yeah, where are my children? It's dinner time. Oh, a pretty lady, can you go find them? Sure, we'll do it. So yeah, Marina's nothing if not helpful. I'm seeing, yeah, the weird imagery. So here's the other thing. Like first, you got a point saying that looks like Ghostface. And I mentioned when I edit this, I will definitely indicate Ghostface. And here's one of the kids, by the way. He's jumping over the fire. So yeah, just let him come to you and bring him back. And in that case, throw him right there. And you can throw diagonally in basically any direction, by the way. Kind of like how Dynamite Hetty would do with the head throw thing. But anyway, it's an interesting case. Can we agree that Marina is adorable? Yes, she is, absolutely. And it's a unique character. I mean, that's the thing I think that kind of caught my eye with this game. And the games you would say, like, yeah, it's really easy, right? No, it's not yet. And when you're fighting boss, watch for grab cursors, and we'll see that as we go along. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting as far as, like, the character design. In fact, I'll show this. I want to stop for a second. Basically, the idea should go in there, and then she has, like, the humming for her idle animation, which is just a second. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting when you kind of look at her, because when you think about the idea of, like, I mentioned she's a robotic maid, that's the idea. Professor Theo invented her, I guess, for the purpose of that, from what the lore of this game is, as far as I understand. I do know there's some differences between the Japanese version, which is called Yuki Yuki Troublemakers, specifically. So I also thought of Power Rangers a little bit for the purpose of that. But with it, you definitely got this interesting sense of, alright, the robotic maid, I would have sometimes thought myself, like, maybe because I grew up with the Jetsons, the idea of Rosie the Robot, I'll put a picture of her as well, along with Ghostface later when I edit this. Just thought, like, okay, you get the idea of, like, what's the robotic maid gonna look like, but in a lot of ways, she has kind of the spiky hair, a little bit of the spiky personality that kind of plays around, but also the idea of, I guess, that she looks very unassuming, even, like, right there, the face there, like, the way the eyes are kind of speaking that way. And it is really interesting, so it is kind of great character design as far as that, which is something that I think did appeal to me just for it, because, I mean, maybe it's also the other thing, which is like, look, we're saying that this game was something that, at the time, people were thinking, well, 2D platformers are kind of going out of style, but also the thought of, you know, the heroine of your games, as far as, you know, the female lead hero, and the idea that she is well drawn in a lot of ways, in terms of how she's reacting to people, how she's reacting to characters, and also just how she looks. I mean, even just like the pants there as far as her being red and a little bit of the cap, while also trying to dash and, okay, fine, I didn't mean to necessarily do that, but yeah, that's the other kid, he runs really fast and you gotta catch him. But at that point, also, the way that contrasts really well with the white as far as her outfit, and also the green, and also, I guess the, I don't know, they almost look like, not aprons, or ears exactly, but even just the way, like, her, I'm trying to think the right word is. I also find it odd that Professor Theo considers her daughter, acts like she has the hops for it. Yeah, and I think you just mentioned why this game might never get a re-release. Especially the way that it's gonna end, it goes that maybe a translation error. You might have a point, because I do know that there's some stuff that was different with the translations. Also, you do get 10 gems for doing that. You can end the level now, but he says, like, she says, where's my husband? Alright, let's go get her husband. Because you get the gold gem off of getting him. And also, falling in the fire hurts. Yeah, you might be right on the translation error, because I know that, and this was something I found very interesting looking into this. Well, first off, as I mentioned, they changed the name. There were certain different things going on, and it was Enix who published this for Japan, and Nintendo was involved with the US release for getting it over here. But I know that there were some details that I think, you're right, were lost with that version. So I'll say this, if nothing else, I'd like to see this come back as far as, like, Switch Online expansion pack, just so then, you know, the Japanese side of the Switch Online could get that to kind of elaborate on that, or kind of maybe give a different perspective, because actually, that's something I've loved seeing. By the way, yeah, he does it with the gold gem, you shake him, and you get it. Actually, I've noticed that when it's come to the stuff that's come out with that, like when Wave Race 64 came out, we talked about that a couple weeks ago, it's the Shindo Pack version. It has Rumble Pack usage, and there's some other little changes that I found absolutely fascinating, to the point where I kind of want to come with another excuse to show that version off at some point with something else. Just show it's different, and also the difference of translation. And I think with this game, you're probably right. There's something that was missing. In fact, actually, there is an AMV, I guess an anime music video, I guess, J-pop song at the end of this game that's not in this version. It's in the Japanese version, I believe. But they didn't have it in this one, while the husband's saying, like, yeah, leave me alone, I want to be alone. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life, leave me alone. So you might be right on the translation thing. Actually, that song, by the way, she did, it's called Troublemaker. I'll put that in the link list when we edit this in a couple days. Because Masami Suzuki, I think, who voiced Marina in that version, who, as I mentioned, was also did voice work on One Piece and Slayers, and most recently Root Factory 5. So I'm wondering if, you know, maybe that was what they were thinking, and maybe Nintendo didn't know what to do with this, because when you think about this, this may be one of the first cases of anime representation that Nintendo's getting into. I think I finished the game once, but I'm not sure. Well, as I said, we are finishing this game. We're gonna go the whole way. We're gonna play every level. We're also gonna feasibly be busting some myths about this game as we head out into the desert with Blockman Rises. Alright, so we saw Terran at the beginning of the game from Neptune Village. Yeah, remember her sister, Stella's, she's gone, so we gotta go find her. Yeah, feel free to let all the memories fall and all the insights, and that's what I've loved, I think, about how the show has gone, but also with this game, because it's one of those cases, and Blackfish, you said this. You and a lot of people come on the show have said this. The thought of, does a game get remembered? Does a game get a whole lot of representation? Is a case that nowadays people don't remember something like this, and also maybe is the cost of entry to it too much if it costs a lot of money? This game does not cost that much, like a $50 game now, but it's something that I've been thinking about this game a lot coming up on October 1st, which actually this is going to initially be an October 1st program, but Emetics had to schedule some stuff for October for Parasite Eve, so we're pushing that up for that. Yeah, we're looking through to find her sister, but yeah, we're looking for the professor too. And yeah, speaking of the character designs and even the way that the pictures are kind of changing, as far as like, yeah, look at her with the smirk, kind of the cute smirk, but also the idea like, yeah, she's feasibly too cool for this, but she can kind of manage it. Yeah, he's strong and healthy for his age, thankfully. But you're right, maybe on the translation, there might have been something to it. And we sometimes saw that, actually. Actually, now that I think about that. Thank you for going into that, because I'm thinking, actually, I mentioned the fact that this was kind of a banner year for 2D games, kind of muscling their way in against 3D stuff with this, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Mega Man 8, and Mega Man X4, amongst many others. And actually, what all those games have in common is questions with translation. Whether they were translated well for intention, or whether they were translated well in terms of voice. Honestly, I think of these, with the exception of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, this probably was translated the best in terms of maybe the voice performances, but as I mentioned, I don't know who did the voice performances for this game. There's nothing online I could find, and even the credits of this game do not credit who they are. Unfortunately, I do not have Hideyuki Suganami, who directed this, nor do I have Norio Hanzawa, who is the head of Treasure, or is the head of Treasure. I don't have a speed dial to say, like, hey, who are the people in this? Or maybe Nintendo or Square members. So I guess, I don't know, I guess Square might own this, but we'll see what that's happening, or if they're gonna bring it back. I mean, they probably don't. Probably the license would need to be trademarked. But alright, so Terran is Block Man. He turns into Clan Ball. Grab him, and boom, he turns into a robot. And I mentioned, like, the perspective of the name for Japan, thinking that this might be, like, a Power Rangers thing, or maybe, like, a Sailor Moon thing. We'll see some echoes to that I didn't know, really, at the same perspective. Or Robotech. Something similar happened with Robotech. I mean, in terms of what? The translation or the transformation of Terran into this? Which, by the way, when you grab onto that, you dashes left and right to basically move left and right. You hit C down to go down, kick them into the ground that way. And yeah, they do die if they sink into the ground, and they come out as an angel. So it's like a precursor to Pikmin, like the... So, like, yeah, they're going away. And the gold gem is kind of a weird one to find here. Yeah, with Kyle and Faye, which I think was her name in terms of Robotech. So basically, going into that, I have very little experience on Robotech, but I've seen of it, or know of it a little bit. The thought is that, okay, they didn't translate it 100%, and I guess the question is, like, does it create more questions or concerns than it might, you know, you think. And we mentioned that actually with Sailor Moon. We played Sailor Moon with the story. The thought that, hey, they tone down, or they mute the concept that Sailor, Neptune, and Uranus are lesbian lovers, but then they say they're cousins. It was like, wait a second, that's another question. Also, yeah, he died. They throw bombs, and there's one of them that if you... The gold gem is in one of them, so what you usually want to do, I think it's the third one. So I think I can get away with killing this one. And yeah, their bombs can hurt themselves, but we'll see if I can get to him. Okay, so the next one. So if I get to him and he doesn't die, I will be able to get the gold gem off. And I said, if I can't get it, that's fine. I will just show it later. Oh, perfect. Or I'll show the file I have everything in. But, I mean, I guess that's interesting now to think about the idea of translation of stuff from Japan. What was that looking like in 1997? Really for anything, but also, I guess, because anime was just starting to come, I guess, well-known, sort of, in this country. And also, we had the first Dragon Ball game, at least around this time, which was a Dragon Ball GT Final Bout for the PlayStation. At that point, people didn't know what to make of it, and that was a 3D game. The incestual tone, honestly, between the way Kyle and Faye talk about them getting married, even though they're cousins. So in that case, they translated it kind of like the Sailor Moon thing, where the thought that, okay, what is that necessarily like? Was it lost here? Was something maybe it wasn't thought initially? I guess also the question is, and I had to put an edit in when we did one of the Sailor Moon parts for this, the thought that, is the perspective that that's legal in Japan gonna go into something, although in the US, I don't know, or, I mean, because this isn't kids to adults only or kids to adults rated, it's not adults only rated. It's a kids to adults rated game on the Nintendo 64, or E for everyone if you're gonna translate it to the rating that eventually became in 1998. But there's no indication that, oh yeah, there's anything else, and it does go into some elements with this game, as we did finally find where Celis is in the desert, and she's got covered with flowers. I guess this is a... Oh, okay, the flowers in this game, just you can drop them on the ground, they're fine, feasibly, so that's not a problem. And they don't get into that with Celis and Terran exactly. Alright, so what are you doing here? So yeah, we have this worm that also has different pictures, like, yeah, there's a clancer underneath that, I guess. This is my spot. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, Desert doesn't belong to anyone. I can be anywhere I want to. Yeah, or or that, I guess, the male sort of clancer guy. Yeah, you get the weird look, yeah, especially when we get to the bosses, and this is where this game is going to shine, as you usually expect with Treasure, because the bosses in games by them are awesome. But, yeah, before she gets into trouble, yeah, we're the Mischief Makers and Mischief Stoppers, so let's get Marina to come in here and say, STOP! Alright, so yeah, there we go. Alright, so yeah, back off, worm. Alright, so I am Marina, the Ultra Intergalactic Cyborg, or Cybot G. Stop bullying this girl. So yeah, I'm also getting the Sailor Moon vibe. Well, actually, at the time I played this, I think I maybe heard the name of what Sailor Moon was, but didn't see it yet. It wasn't until 2 years after this. Alright, yeah, you're going down. Challenging me? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we are, absolutely. Alright, yeah, you get that beep, 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 beep. So if you ever played something with QuickTime events, that'll look familiar, but this is not exactly a QuickTime event game. It's pretty much just pick up where the weak point is, although the game honestly gets to a point where it does not tell you where the weak point is, and also find where the hidden gem is, which is by shaking him. Usually, a lot of cases, it's gonna be the same as far as what it is, but usually it's because you do a no damage run. Also, I believe, as long as you don't get Celis hurt too much, although some cases it's almost unavoidable to get her hurt, usually just let him walk into my hands, and just toss him. And also, yeah, the flowers get away, so I'm ruining her garden, or I'm doing a little bit of, you know, redecorating. It's like, yeah, Marina's a landscaper in her spare time. Oh, that, she has a lot of skills. Alright, boom, boom. We got that going. He's dying. You also will get a little bit of a flash, but more an explosion. as we go along. And as usual, for that, yeah, we escape from trouble, and we're going to the next area. I do love that Yahoo! So I was like, yeah, we're all set. Sellers, you were good. So take care, my friend. We'll also see how the time is. Yeah, very good. As I said, I'm not really going for the fast stuff, but I will at least show a couple of them, or indicate certain things with it. Alright, but we gotta go back to Neptune. We got Crisis. Alright, so Taryn doesn't know that we found Celis. We found her. She's safe. He says, Geode, sped the word out. Put an APB or something. Yeah, we'll have to protect the village so don't leave. And Marina will turn. So yeah, he does have a good sense, and he is right. Yeah, but to go into the Back to the Future perspective, great Scott! Geode, strange spur clancers are attacking us. Yeah, hey kid, take the other kids to the safe area. Alright, get going. Alright, here they come. They're Western dudes with the hats there. Yeah, this is Royal Family's treasure, which you saw on the first level. Yeah, take it with me, but yeah, Geode saying, like, yeah, no, get out of here. Yeah, except he's saying, yeah, you lived long enough, so boom, he's getting smacked in the face. Yeah, but we're back just in time to take care of him. Brought Celis back as promised, and I'll handle this Joker. Here's the deal about this. This is something of a enemy rush. You pick up the Clancer Warrior here. He has that roll there that hurts the Clancers quite a bit, and it basically goes right through him. What you want to do for this in order to get the gold gem, you want to kill the enemies without getting Taryn hurt and too much. And if Taryn gets hurt too much, he'll start crying and he'll go this... And if that happens, you do not get the item. So basically, you go through a couple waves and just throw the other one into him. Also, be careful hitting Taryn, but he'll usually pick up and be fine. Usually. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. As long as I don't get him crying. It's not too hard, but you do have to be prepared a little bit for it. Whoa. Yeah, get him away, Taryn. Oh, we got him. Okay. So, yeah, since he didn't start crying, everything comes out of there, and we can take our glory and the riches. Alright. But yeah, feel free to go into other stuff as far as the anime perspective, because I think, now that I think about it, this might have been one of my first perspectives or introductions to anime, with the exception of My Neighbor Totoro, which I saw in 1994, the original dub version, before Disney did their version. I honestly did not know what to make of it. At first, I thought it was hilarious, and I was kind of making fun of it, but then I realized later, as I went along, that, okay, no, it's more than that, and it's one of those things that maybe I wasn't prepared for it, and you could maybe argue that with this game as far as the look of it, but then also the 2D perspective. And I did get an excellent. Yeah, if you go really fast, you do get an excellent. It doesn't change anything in terms of your stats or anything, but you do have a list of all the level times you have. If you give an overall A, it does change one aspect of the ending. I have that in my other file. I will show that off. But as I said, I'll go after all the gems and everything that I can. We'll see what's going on. Let's go to Western World, which is the best place in the game to get health if you need it. And the game's basic keys are grab, shake, and throw. You can catch the laser and aim a bullet. And I do love when we get to that. So yeah, try grabbing everything and get ready to go as we go into the desert. And yeah, in this case, yeah, you pick up the gun, and as you shake it, you have different attacks. Also be careful of the landmines over there. Yeah, you shake it once, it just is going straight. You also have triple fire. Yeah, in that case, yeah, just let them go, but the gun will not last forever. Also, yeah, the enemies around here, particularly the ones that are coming on here, let me try and see if I can't get them shaken. Yeah, they drop green gems. You can keep coming back to any level you want and get your health up. If you do a quit out, by the way, it will keep your health. So if you ever get into a case where you're having trouble with this game, come back here, shake the enemies here, and get green gems and fill yourself up. And we'll probably do that at some point, probably close to the end of the game. Enjoying the atmosphere and the great music, which actually I haven't really gone on the music, which is by Norio Hanzawa, who did the music for Gunstar Heroes we played before, as well as Sin and Punishment 2, Warrior World on GameCube. I was not watching where he was going or that he was coming by, as well as I mentioned, Astro Boy Mega Factor from before, and Alien Soldier. And if you remember, Alien Soldier is going to be a little bit of an echo to that in this game later, although at the time I didn't know, because remember, like with actually every game of Treasures on this system, except for this, Alien Soldier was one of those games that Japan got only, so yeah, we did not get that. Alright, so there's some hidden blocks. Basically what you want to do is you want to go grab the bombs. They will keep replenishing. Basically you gotta get set as far as the jump. Be careful not to get it blown up, but you can keep coming back. And that's what I do like also about this game in terms of how it feels, how it plays, but also the idea of all the hidden secrets that are in it. The yellow gems, but also other hidden areas too, and as well as other health. Also, other thing with jump, I probably should have mentioned this, is that you do also have higher jump if you hold up on the D-pad when you jump. So you could use that to kind of make some higher distances. Alright. Alright, so that's that. And as I mentioned, there also is some bomb areas up there where we have some green stuff. But yeah, we do need to use it to go in there. So we'll do that in just a second after I see what's over here. Because yeah, usually that's the other thing, is because you don't have time limit on the levels. You really could just explore them all you want. Unless, okay, fine. Unless you're going for time. If you're going for a rank, in which case, no, you gotta get moving. And that slide thing there is going to be your best friend if you're going to be trying to do that. Except in some levels where it's totally dependent on the scrolling of the level, which is tough stuff. And I'll be sure to mention those as we get there. Alright, so that is the Western World done, and we're at the volcano. And here's the other thing I guess I'll go to, because the question of, yeah, let's talk about, as I mentioned, the fact of 2D games at a time when 3D was everywhere. How impressive is this? Really, I'd say it's pretty impressive when you think about the idea that the background's changing. They're using some rotational elements in the background to kind of give this element of depth of also the volcano erupting. So it's almost like Yoshi's Island when you have the like the chomp blocks coming down the ooot. At some point we'll definitely play that game and come up here for the gem. But it definitely is doing a lot of interesting things with its tech to really showcase what the N64 is capable of in ways that are pretty unique. And I think maybe that's why I took to it so strongly. Somebody said, oh, this is a game that should have been on Super Nintendo. Oh, I don't know, maybe, but there are things this game is doing that Super Nintendo could not do, including the fact that it's mostly holding a 60 FPS frame rate. I remember when we played F-Zero X, I said, what were some other games that do that? This was one of them. I think forgot that this was one of the games that does it. I mean, it's not always happening, but it's holding it pretty decently. Alright, so next is Megan Shrine. Actually, one thing I will also show is hit the B button. You do have your record, so just give you a list of all of your record times for all the levels you played, as well as your time played total in hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds, and technically day when you get to that point, because actually on the first file we have up there, my main one, I did play this for well over a day total. Alright, so this is the Sea of Lava. And also the rotational effects here, because, yeah, it's something that Super Nintendo could do this, but then again, also that it's as smooth as it is, and it's rotating as much, and there are also some big sprites on the screen. That's pretty impressive, and I think that was, from what I've understood, that's what Treasure really wanted to do with this game, saying that, hey, we like the idea that there's all of these rotational effects, or all of these, sprite scaling and sprite twisting elements we can do with this game. And honestly, when they developed this, there's not much of the 3D tech of the system that they utilize, although as I mentioned also earlier, oh crap. By the way, if you fall in the lava, you don't die, you just lose some health and go back to a checkpoint. And also it does dock progress in the sense that I shook that clan ball, but I have to go hit that again in order to get the start up here. But yeah, this game was in development for a bit of time. It was in 1995 they started developing this, so that was, I think, right when Alien Soldier was around, actually. Shit! Oh, okay, you saw that, right? It looked like I was walking on nothing. Okay, thank God I got that on tape. I've never seen that happen before. So, like, it looked like I was just on the edge. Yeah, the collision detection is great in this game, but there's also... I mean, it honestly has a little bit of give to it, so you can kind of make some fancy movements. Even the idea of, I guess, falling animation or falling at an edge of a ledge, she doesn't really have that so much as when you hit the edge of it, she's kind of just sliding off, and you can sort of move your way back a little bit. It's almost like... I'm trying to remember. There was a platforming game... Chat, help me out on this one. A platform game where you're on the edge of a ledge and you hit a button, you can kind of basically go backwards. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think the Console Wars show might have covered that at some point. Oh, right, they did. It was Beauty and the Beast on Super Nintendo, which was developed by Probe Entertainment, the people who made Extreme G and also Batman Forever. And shit, I forgot to... Well, fine. I forgot to go show Mrs. Hint what you're gonna do. Yeah, be careful there, because, yeah, the fire can get in your way if you jump up onto it. But yeah, fine, in that case, not specifically. So yeah, there's some stuff going from, like, the background, the foreground. That's pretty impressive stuff of what it's doing. Alright, so yeah, let's check what you got. You just slide wisely with down in C, or down in A button. Also, yeah, you have the clan balls that are on the hooks like that. When you have them on the hooks, you can kind of pull them backwards and forwards to extend them out a bit. Pretty much move around as you need to going left and right and getting the green gem for more health. And I'm trying to remember if I got the gem here, or the gold gem, but yeah, either way, I did get it before. And the other thing I guess I'll do is that if I miss any of them and I don't show where they are, I will put an edit saying where is it in here, just for the purpose of it, because I think it's worth indicating. Whoa, shit! Yeah, sometimes they throw you for a loop, or throw you for a distance and get hit, and you hear that, ooh, ouch! But I do like how clear it is, and okay, that's the other thing that I guess the 16-bit systems could do quite the same way. I mean, look, we played Gunstar Heroes, which had a good amount of voice in it, and actually so did Alien Soldier, and we do Dynamite Heady again. That also had stuff with voice, but in this case, there's a lot of it, and it's very clear, even though I can't find who it is who did it. Alright, fine, there it is. You have to do the slide over the lava, because it's almost like, I guess like a Mario game or something, that, you know, you can walk over a block that's over a distance if you're running fast. In this case, you do a dash, and it's only when you stop that it then counts as you falling. In this case, yeah, just roll across. Okay, you're not invincible to do that, but it is probably the best way to go. Or just say, like, yeah, fine. Throw caution totally to the wind and just go. If you're going to A or S rank, you gotta do that. And some of them in this level are a real pain. But as I mentioned, the S rankings are technically optional to a degree. Alright, well, let's have some Vertigo. Shane64 mentioned this last week with the Majora's Mask for part 4, our marathon part of that game, saying that, hey, being up high at the Stone Tower Temple is, you know, making that feel case going on that way. I mentioned, yeah, maybe not play Prince of Persia Sands of Time, because, yeah, you're going to be a case of being high. You're vertigoing because you're rotating. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Super Nintendo could not do that. Also, by the way, what happens is, for the bombs here, they're on a 1-second timer, so you gotta throw them basically instantly when you pick them up. And also, when you hit those clan balls that rotate everything, those blocks come back, which you can use to get up like so. Whoa, shit. And so I think that's the other thing I think I like about this game, which is that every level is doing something pretty unique for what it's doing, and it's always about trying to figure out the specifics of what it is that level has to offer. And in that case, it's one of those games that, and this is, in some ways, it's almost the game that keeps on giving, in the sense that you have a lot of different ways you can go and a lot of things you can do with it, and it keeps coming up with new ways to kind of challenge your skills. Also, I do need to go up there for the purpose of getting the gold gem, but I screwed up, so I have to go down to sink this again. Actually, what you really want to do here is you want to drop the bomb to the left. Okay, maybe not that way. Yeah, because the end's there, we can say, no, we're going to go to the end. But then you jump up here, and if you time it just right, do the high jump, you can get up to this platform where you can also jump here and just keep hitting C up to basically keep yourself in air, and then do a dash over. So yeah, definitely you can get some good stuff going on as far as your platform. You're saying, like, hey, hold in the air while you're trying to do something. So I get the gem, and it looks like it barely touched that. Or if I touched the edge of it, I guess. Alright, so very good on that one, and we're gonna sink or float. Yeah, also having, I guess, the chef clan creatures, whatever they are, but yeah, if you throw them in the lava, they're dead. They also sometimes just go in the lava on their own. Alright, yeah, and they have shurikens, so yeah, throw them, they usually will go through a bunch of things, and keep it screen long enough, yeah, you can get them out of the way. Oh, shit. So also one of those games, I'll tell you, maybe this is also another appeal that I've always mentioned the idea of Sonic the Hedgehog on the show, and the idea of, you know, that forward momentum of platformer, and I indicated that when we played Donkey Kong Country as well, and that is that this game is a great forward momentum platform game when you really get the mechanics of it down, and it can be really a great rush to understand that and to get it going. But yeah, the gem is over here, which is why I'm going, and still falling in the lava. Whoa! Yeah, in that case, you basically have to do the dash off the end, and then do the, or the dash jump, the slide jump, just get on the edge and miss it. Okay, crap. Alright. So yeah, I left early, but that's fine. What I could do is I'll go right back in, because you can go back into any level, and since it was right there, I may as well show getting it. And fine, at this point, yeah, we'll show the strategy of this. Okay, fine, that's not the strategy, which is just pretty much do the dash jump, try and maintain it, because it's not that the controls are difficult, it's just that you have to be very quick when it comes to doing stuff like that in order to make it to get the A rank or the S rank, which they do indicate, by the way, with perfect. So, like, yeah, that is definitely your perfect run, and there are some you can do it not too hard with, but other ones it's insanely hard. Alright, so in that case, just keep doing that, and grab it. Got it. And it does count, by the way, when you fall in lava and have to respawn, so if you're going for time, you basically want to try and avoid that by to get an excellent. So yeah, it's under 30 seconds. I'll also put down here what the S time is. I don't think I've gotten that. Alright, so now the hot rush. Alright, that's the hot rush right there. The platforms are collapsing under the lava. If you're not there in time, you're dying, and everybody else is going to be dying. They're crying, saying, well, yeah, I don't want to die. So, yeah, unfortunately, they are going to die. Also, the other thing you feasibly are supposed to do is kind of get this open. You have to do this for the gem, so I'll do this. Throw off and grab... Okay, missed that. Yeah, because getting the gem here, you do have to be very specific with what you're doing, and it's not easy. As I said, it is optional, but we're going to show the full perspective of the ending, so I want to try and get as many as I can. Or if not that, I at least want to show off what I can do to get as far as the ending as I can before I show off the full thing at the end of the game. Okay, in that case, yeah, there you go. Yeah, because you do transport over here, and it gets you here just in time. Alright, so bye-bye. I don't think it's in... You also get the shaking, so it's like, that's the other thing, I guess, that Super Nintendo couldn't necessarily do. Alright. Oh, right, it's over... Oh, wait, that's it. Oh, right, because you do that, and then you get this, and the gem's in there, that's why. Except it fell in the lava. It's alright, fine. In that case, I'm not getting it. And usually that's the other thing, I guess, with the levels. They're kind of short, honestly. So, when it comes to repeating them, you don't tend to have to go through a really long, retrekking of them, except in World 4. We'll see that when we get there. I think maybe that's also because part of this game is about, you know, the speedrun appeal, potentially. Alright, so yeah, you have to shake that, and what happens then is that when you get to the end, there's the Great Clan Ball there, and you shake that, and the gem is in it, but I missed it. Whoa. And it will show on the pause screen, I'll show this. Not yet, that means you didn't get it, so we will get it. Only because I remember how to get it. I mean, there's some that I know I might not be able to get specifically, especially when we get to the boss here. We'll see how that operates too. Alright, there we go. And that weird. Yeah, shake for sure as far as the level on top of me doing it. Alright, it's very good. And next is Siren Swing. We had this sort of with, actually, I think there's something with, Kirby 64 that had this, and also, Yoshi's Island. So, wake. They make me do all the wake around here. Yeah, they need a break. Thing is meaningless, but it's really refreshing to swing around like this. Yeah, but if you hold still on us, you're gonna sink. Yeah, but yeah, they're, loving the fact they don't have a care in the world. Want to help across? Grab on, swing, we can't hold long. Alright, I will show this. Yeah, you can also shake upwards or move upwards or shake downwards to get yourself up or down. And yeah, when they're red like that, that means they're going to collapse. In fact, I will show them collapsing. I'll go on the top. Actually, no, I'll go in the middle. Yeah, because you stay on too long, they will fall and they will die. Yeah, they flash like that. Yeah, okay, fine. They fell, but only the ones at the top fall, so there you go. If you have to time this, actually, in this case, you pretty much just hit B at the end of it, and the collision detection is very forgiving in some cases on this, unless, you know, I fall in the lava that way. And they also sort of widescreen this, so I was mentioning they do stuff with the perspective to the point where I'll go in a little bit of a background, or a behind-the-scenes thing on this. When I run the RetroTIC 5X for this, for any of the systems that have stuff like this, I usually run a generic 4x3 unless there's a case where the game has a native display of 16 like we did with GoldenEye a couple weeks ago. But for this one, it was a little different because the 4x3, the generic 4x3 that they give you, and you know, do I have that around here? Okay, I have it over there, the remote for the RetroTIC 5X to show it. I decided, well, let me check some settings for that. So what I did is I took the, because this RetroTIC device, I don't think I've indicated this enough, it does have, I guess, pixel-perfect elements for specific systems. Yeah, games in the 90s loved swinging vines. Yeah, that's absolutely true. We did see that with Donkey Kong Country as well. Now I'm thinking about that. And actually with this game, you know what, since I did this, let me get up and grab this thing, just show what I'm talking about. Yeah, because the RetroTIC 5X, I'm running composite. I have to use my composite cable for this because my S-Video is not showing color anymore. It just happened this week. I don't know why. I ordered another one, so when we do Tetris Attack in 2 weeks, we'll be able to have that. 1080p fill as far as that. Yeah, sampling. Because you can run sampling rate for this based on console. In fact, I'll show this. There's 1080p for fill. You can change it. I don't know if this is going to fuck up the display. You can set it for stuff like the Neo Geo, the Sega Saturn, which looks weird. Oh, shit. Okay, that's weird. That's PlayStation 1. Just went blank. Don't worry, that's intended. And that's the generic 4.3, but it looked like it was squished for some reason. And that's 16.9, so that's definitely squished, because this game, I don't think, was designed around 16.9. And you did the 256 perspective of Super Nintendo, PC Engine, or the TurboGrafx machine, and the PS1. The 320 of the Genesis, PS1, and Saturn, which it shows nothing, and Nintendo 64. So yeah, in that case, it did not have feed cut. If I did that for the resolution, it would, but that's how I'm running. But yeah, to go back to the thing with the vines, yeah, that is an interesting case as well, because I guess it's usually like vines as far as things. In this case, it's creatures. Oh, fine, this in Yoshi's Island is creatures when you're running with monkeys. Specific. So, I mean, I guess it goes to the idea of, I guess, maybe the fascination of jungle stuff, or is actually with this game, it was compared to Donkey Kong Country when it came out. So, as far as the graphic modeling stuff they're using, so I guess they basically were sort of doing what that game did, in that they were taking a render and then transferring into a sprite, and thought, hey, let's do swinging, especially on creatures. Alright, so we have Flambe or Flambe. Here is a Flambe here. You have the head there. What you want to do is you want to pull him over in the lava, throw him in the lava. Well, if I try to. I'll try to do that, because you have to throw him in the lava, or, yeah, shake him off, or he'll shake my ass at me trying to pull him away. Yeah, pull him down, pull him down, pull him down. Throw him in the lava, because then he will get hurt, but yeah, getting back is always the challenge. And unfortunately, yeah, usually the easy way to do that is pretty do that. Actually, I think you gotta throw him in the ground. I'll try that. And usually that's the idea of this game, going to something else that a lot of games of the 90s like to do. Not just swinging vines, I mean, that's definitely one of them, but also try everything. I mean, Yoshi's Island went into that constantly. At some point, we'll definitely do Yoshi's Island. And when we do that, it'll be, we'll play the Super Nintendo game primarily, but I do want to show off the extra levels the Game Boy Advance version has, because I do have that version. So I'll probably do what I usually do, which is either put that as a separate part, or we'll mix it in, because actually in that case I can use the same S-video or composite thing going on to get it, or to get the display going during the same show. And we'll do that when we do Donkey Kong Country 3 next year. Because I know, like, first you want to see that, and we're going to make that happen. We'll also make happen a game I know you wanted to see for sure. I knew I had to invest to find this one. Not massively, but I want to get this. Metal Gear Solid 2. I bought Substance on PlayStation 2. It just came in today. The disc is looking a little, what is it? A little, rough. Specifically, yeah, I did open the case for it. But I did buy that version, so when we play Metal Gear Solid 2 next year, we're going to run that version because of the extra stuff in it, as well as Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding, specifically. And we'll see also if maybe, speaking of Konami stuff, if the rumors are going to be true of that, Metal Gear Solid, collection, potentially. I mean, we'll find out at Tokyo Game Show next week, or the week after that, because Konami did say they're going to have a representation there, so we'll see what's going to happen. And I like to see that, because, like, hey, I like the Metal Gear stuff, and I definitely love the time we had with Metal Gear Solid 1, and I look forward to doing 2, and all the other stuff we mentioned next year as well. Alright. So this case, yeah, you can still hold on to them, and it'll be the same rules as before, where if you, yeah, come on, whoa! Yeah, I was gonna try and see, like, can I not get myself fall in the lava? Yeah, you can also be fancy like this. If you're going S rank, you better do this. To basically kind of save yourself, but I was not doing a very good job of that, specifically. And also avoid the, spike balls. Yeah. Yeah, at this point, yeah, that's usually how you want to do it, and then basically pull out. I do love that effect. It just looks so smooth. You're basically holding on and pretty much just pulling in and out to get yourself, out of the way of the spikes. It just feels so fluid. It's funny, honestly, because my friends were talking about the same rumor as far as the Metal Gear Solid thing. I mean, I've been talking about that with a lot of people as well, as far as the stuff with Konami, because I mentioned them, like, well, we were talking last week, and I'll put another link to this, because, yeah, that's the idea. The Kickstarter that started and was, met, and still has a couple weeks left, of Arm Fantasia and Penny Blood, which are the spiritual successors to Wild Arms and Shadow Hearts. Nerd 64 is a big one on that. And I was saying that, hey, you know, showing that perspective of game to that, and I was even saying with Konami, because when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection came out, about a week or so ago, I bought it. I was showing them, I was saying, like, yeah, look at this, look at all this great thing, and people were saying, like, oh, wait till it goes down in price, or, no, Konami's burned bridges. Like, no, that's not the right attitude, with all due respect, my friends, because, hey, I mean, look, I bought the Turtles collection for a lot of reasons, because there was games in that I don't have somewhere, and because I've been asked for a couple of those games. It's cheaper than getting a lot of them. I mean, Tournament Fighters on NES is a $400 game, so in that case, it makes sense paying only $40 for that. But I said, like, fine, I'm showing Konami right there. It's like, is there a fandom of gaming still? It's like, yes, there is. And there's also the other rumor, not just the Metal Gear Solid thing, the thought that they might be doing a remake of Silent Hill 2. So they basically told her to build it because they would have to, given the fact that the source code of that game is lost. So, hey, if Konami's seeing that and saying, hey, you know, there are people who love the fact that we're a gaming company as far as video games, yeah, I'd show that. And, hey, we've run in that case before. I mentioned that to people before, saying, like, hey, is Capcom going to do anything with Mega Man again? And I was like, I don't want these collections, but I said, buy those collections. They say to those companies, yeah, there's money here. And we got the ones that are coming out, including the Mega Man Battle Network collection that's coming out. So I think that's why I'm kind of going about that, but I'm also looking forward to seeing what they got. I'm also glad I've been able to relax because I've had a stressful couple days. Yeah, I know what you're feeling. Well, fine. I know what you're feeling as far as the fact, you know, long week. That way. But, I'm sorry you've had stressful elements. Hopefully this show is helping you unwind, and also the experience and the discussion is helping you unwind as we are falling. Or, go the Sonic Heroes perspective, I'm falling! And yeah, in order to, when you do fall, by the way, you need to get down there, so it's another case of a puzzle. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing all right to that. Hopefully you are doing all right and having a good time with the show tonight. You know, just to kind of, you know, relax, talk in terms of some of the stuff you got on your mind, game-wise or whatever, and, you know, kind of bring that stuff out. All right, so what I need to do is, in order to get the gem, you gotta go... Okay, I'm falling down that way. I have to... Okay, I am blending in that way with platform, but I have to look... There's an opening you have to go into so you can get to where the gem is. Otherwise, this level is really short as long as you take the right gates for it, which I believe the gate for it is... Okay, that's where the end is. What you have to do is you have to grab onto that star. It puts you up here, and then you grab that, and it puts you over here, and then... Okay, that takes you back, so alright. I got a story that sucked at first, but it's funny now. Alright, well, if you want to go into that, feel free. If you just want to sit back and relax, enjoy the show, feel free to. I mean, the floor is yours, specific for it. Alright, that's where I have to go. Get to go in the opening and get the gem that way. And you have to go around. Yeah, a little more of a relaxing level as far as that. I also love just the idea of how they have the sound design here. You're going down and you're going the... Ooh, except when you're hitting the sides. So yeah, don't hit the sides if you're, if you ever played the board game Operation or Project Gotham Racing. Alrighty, so, well, got it. And then, yeah, I have to grab that one, and that takes you in the center, and then that takes you down. So yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can get through this really quickly, and then do the dash there, and got it. Yeah, I get that. And as I said, I've mentioned the idea of the show, the idea of kind of just relaxing to it. And also, I'll tell you, when I come home at the end of a work week, specifically, this has not been as stressful or as, you know, high maintenance or high stress necessarily, or a lot of stuff going on for me personally with that. As for also, I'm showing you the S method for this. Good luck doing this, and you have to be pretty much perfect doing this as you go along, because when you get along later, you have to jump across other stuff. Alright, we got a boss coming up later. Megan, Senior, and Junior, and you can catch their punches. So we'll do that later, and you can heal his son if he's hurt. But yeah, if you're going S rank, you have to pretty much time it, and you have to basically do the dash across this. And from what I understand of what I saw, you apparently have to jump very specifically so you can actually throw the enemy down and get enough of a height to jump over that, but I've never been able to do that, so unfortunately, no. Alright, I pretty much babysit my youngest nephew every week at my brother's house, and also do my laundry there because you might as well. Yeah, good point to that, speaking of laundry. I've got one hell of a backlog on that. Basically the case that I have it in laundry baskets, like, it's there, so it's like when I get up to work in the morning, it's like, fine, what do I have there? Let me handle this. So, I get that, sure. In fact, actually, I think, shit. Yeah, Nocturne's actually mentioned that. I think she had to do house sitting last week, as she was mentioning to me. So yeah, absolutely, okay. So yeah, feel free to keep going. And as I said, that's the other thing also as far as this, that, hey, you know, personal touch or personal discussion. If you want to go into that, it's like, if you don't, it's fine. I'm not going to push that. Or if you have other things, like, and I think that's the other thing, because I know in a lot of ways you've gotten into perspective of it, and this is where it's getting really interesting. So yeah, alright, do tell for that. And that's always been the interesting thing, you know, telling stories. Because, look, I'll tell stories for sure, but as I said, I don't want to just limit that to me. I don't want it to be just, hey, you know, I'm just a talk and you're just going to sit there, listen, be, you know, you know, held hostage that way, if you want to look at it that way. It's like, yeah, activity if you want to be active, and definitely told some great stories on the show. Even going back to the first show, I remember you being on. Yeah, if you're going for the gem, or not for the gem, for the A rank, you need to pretty much dash in air and be avoiding that. But I'm gonna wait because actually, I think I got the gold gem already. All right, fine. So let's keep going on. Or if not, let me see. All right, so that is 3. All right, it's 2-9. The magma rafts. All right, we'll get to the seasick climb. I don't think this is gonna give motion sickness, but we'll see because, yeah, it's going left and right. Actually, as I'm standing here, it's shaking almost as if it's a ship. So yeah, be careful if you have the motion sickness. For all of you fans of the Dramamine commercials. All right, so I went down to switch my laundry over, and I saw a massive puddle on the ground. Oh God, I've been there before. Actually, I've also been there when it's come to elements of, well, I guess dishwashing to some degree. I remember my brother at one point, he actually did, around the time of this game, honestly, he said, we're out of dish soaps. It's like, let's put in, like, the, you know, the Palmolive soap. And it started leaking out. I was like, that was a funny case, but, you know, yeah, you see that and your first thought is like, oh shit, let me go get the towels right away and make sure that, you know, my thing isn't going. Some of the hose that filters the water got onto the floor, okay. Which always was a weird case for that, as far as that. So, yeah, who knew we're going into, you know, the perils of doing laundry and washing clothes. So, there you go. Or, I'm trying to remember the name of this cartoon it was. It was a, like a water cartoon that Cartoon Network did about this guy, Space Ranger guy. I'll put the name of it here, about how he's obsessed about getting his clothes clean. He's like, what? You don't know what a laundromat is? Don't you wash clothes? It's like, you wash clothes? So it's all of a sudden like that. He's like, yeah, you can get into that for the purpose of that. So the hose is on the floor, alright. Yeah, we're getting seasick, I guess fitting with the water for it. Alright, yeah, keep going. Yeah, it is going slow as far as the movement, so I mean, I don't think it's necessarily gonna make you sick. I mean, it never made me that sick, but... Okay, yeah, you shake that and you get platform. And also, usually what I do is shake so you get the spike balls coming out to avoid that. There's the end of the level, but the gem's up here. Alright, woo. We're gonna just explore, and we'll have that as we keep going along. And, yeah, the platforms are going into the background, so if you've ever played Crash Bandicoot, this is gonna look a little familiar. And you gotta be careful of grabbing it. Whoa. But as I said, you can also use your hover. Alright. Or try hovering for Star Fox 64, another game that was playing massively in 1997. Alright, it's come down here, and it is right there. But you do have to do your climb again. So usually if you're going for gold gem, just go for that. I think it's impossible to go through for that and S rank, except in a couple areas. And so I spent a lot of time with towels, cleaning up, which is literally one of the worst days I had. No, I get that. Okay, no, I'll tell you what I had to do recently. Okay, this was about a month ago. I had a case where, okay, fine, the leaking I had was different. It was in my car. My AC was, you know, I guess, like, they had to do a flush out of that. My brother's very understanding about the fact that, you know, hey, it's a mess here. Because you think, like, wait, what the hell is this? And sometimes it's all like, hey, if you have a brother, and I got a brother too, I can relate that way. Saying that, no, you know, yeah, what's going on here, my friend? That's case to it. So, yeah, good case to that as well. Well, go on. Actually, you know, while you continue your story, before we go to the Megan Brawl, I'm gonna try and get the gems out of, Flambe and, the other place again, just for the purpose of it, just to say we can. Oh, shit. Also, yeah, it is electric. Yeah, he wasn't mad because he knew it wasn't my fault. Yeah, the idea of, you know, the malfunctioning of the, dryer. Yeah, I think you have to throw him in the lava a couple times. I think that's the idea. Alright, so I'll try to do that again, or... You know, I think maybe I gotta shake his head. I'll play around. Oh, so, yeah, he can grab you, so I'm glad I'm showing this. And yeah, he'll just, smack you into the lava that way. So you can do the same thing. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, you can also grab the bees. Yeah, she doesn't care about that. Oh, crap. Or, okay. Yeah, I'll figure it. I was so embarrassed because I was so embarrassed about this in that it happened yesterday. Oh, so it's fresh in your mind, but as you're mentioning, or it's your element, and this also goes to the perspective of chat this way, and also you like first that way, of being a great storyteller, or the idea of that's a possibility to do that. Because they're like, yeah, you know what, I had a horrible day or something. Hey, what about this? It was this, and this, but saying like, hey, it had a funny ending, and that was... Try to get this gem, I don't remember where it is. Although, as I said, if I don't get it, after killing him this time, I will put edit saying where is it or how to get it. And then we'll take the one on the magma rafts, and then we'll go to the boss here. Yeah, I guess it can't be shaped because... Oh yeah, alright, fine. In this case, there's nothing else. I can just show the fact that catching the bees. And yeah, it is not catching the bees. Yeah, just keep... I love that smack. Like, yeah, she's smacking down bees. Not just the big one, but also just the tiny ones. Whoa, actually, I've never seen him do the bees this much. Alright, come on, let me kill you. Alright, fine. Right into the pavement. Alright, so... We got that, but you didn't get the gem, but that's fine. As I said, I wasn't necessarily planning to do gem collection here because I already have a file that has them all. We'll show the ending the way it ends up showing, but as I said, I'll also do the magma rafts as you continue story if we're going to the boss. Also, I guess I'll show the level the way they're intending you to do this if you're not doing a run for S rank or even A rank. I mean, A rank this is hard. I had to do this last night. I decided to do it last night, get everything in line. But you also get a sense of, yeah, don't be on the ones there if they go down. Oh, they'd be a sadist and say, like, yeah, fine, I'll either drop him in the lava or drop him on that. Fine, you know what? Fine, we're gonna throw him that way. Oh, fine, he dies anyway, so yeah, whatever. Actually, I think the gem is in... Yeah, because sometimes you have to go into the enemies, or you have to shake the enemies up to find where it is. I think it's in one of the enemies. As I showed earlier, you can kind of go climb above those and grab everything. Alright. How about that? Ew! So it's like, yeah, in that case, like, yeah, they're dying. I think it's him. Yeah, it is him. Okay. As I mentioned, I do have to complete the level, so I am not done here. Whoa! Yeah, pro strat making that jump. So, alright, let's get going. And I'll also show how this goes without landing on that. Alright. Yeah, and for this, yeah, you gotta be careful because the enemies, when they come down, they will weigh it down. And, you know, I'll show this. If the platform is showing it's submerged in the lava, you touch it, you get tossed back. So, careful. Especially because the enemies here is like, yeah, just toss them away. And since I don't think they die the same way, or they take multiple hits, just toss them right in the lava. Yeah, so yeah, good toss by Marina that way. Alright, so I think with that... Yeah, let's get going. Alright, we're out. And it also gives me an opportunity to show one other thing, which is that if you already complete a level, it'll take your time, and if you get a better time, it'll override it. And it'll also overwrite with rank if you get a better one. Alright, so there we have everything there. Yeah, the only one we're missing so far is Flam B. Alright, so let's take a look at the Mean Brawl. The first main boss of the game. I find the first big boss, anyway. Gonna make her solid, anyway. Alright, so this is Megan Sr. He's saying to Theo, who's right there, who is the Emperor? And, he's rightly saying, I have no idea who he is, we just came here, we don't know anybody who's around. But he's retorting saying that apparently the Emperor knows who we are. Yeah, it's funny looking back at it. I mean, just that idea. So, I mean, I guess to go back to that story as well before we go on with this. The idea of, you're right, hey, when you look at that, it's one of those things that when you're in the moment, it's one of those things you think that, oh shit, this is horrible, and it feels like, how do I handle that? But also the idea that I mean, in some cases when it turns out well, usually if it turns out well, the thought you can kind of look back on it and laugh, but also get a sense of, you know, the relatability, because in some ways it's maybe that thought that, you know, a lot of people have been at something like that, or they've been into a situation similar to that, and as you mentioned, hey, it's not your fault that that he had problems with the washer, or no, yeah, the washer specific that way for it. But it's just the idea of, you know, that adventure of saying, you know, hey, I went through this, and that perspective. As I mentioned with my car, the air conditioning leaked, so I had to flush it out, or they had to flush it out, but before I did, I couldn't get to the car dealer because I was so busy with work. So I said, let me just buy some towels and have it soak up. So I was like, alright, it's soaking up all this stuff, and I was taking it in and out, basically washing the towels each day until I was able to get it flushed and we're all set. But, yeah, definitely a good story to that, and thank you for going into it, Electverse, and, glad to hear that you're feeling better for it, because it's also that idea. It's like, yeah, you know, when you're in a bad case like that, and we've been to this on the show before, the idea of understanding that, and I mean, as I said, maybe that's what and I said this a couple weeks ago when I did the appendage on GoldenEye, the thought of what I guess I really wanted to do with the show, and I think all of you have kind of made it me understand it, and luck versus you as well, especially for this. The idea of kind of making it personal again, the sense of this interesting relatability with games. Even a game that, whether you played it or not, or did play it, or if I haven't played it, and we'll run on that when we do Shadow Hearts in about a month, that kind of shared element, but also the idea of understanding of just some of the random stuff that can happen, whether it's in the game, whether it's in real life, and how they can kind of merge. And I love that, for sure. But alright, fine. Megan Sr. says, the Emperor knows who we are, we'll find out why later. Yeah, because he's a genius in robotics, or as the instruction manual goes into the idea that apparently Theo is really only known that way, but he thinks that he's apparently the star of this game, although, again, maybe a translation question that was missed when they brought it over here. But alright, yeah, what do we know? Not much about that, so yeah, once more and then it's gonna hurt. Stop! Yeah, when you hear that, it's Marina to the rescue. Alrighty, so yeah, we do, I guess she knows who they are because actually we were told by Mrs. Hint, so I guess it made sense we talked to her and gave her money. You've gone too far, it's time to teach you a lesson. Alrighty. Alright, let's see who the real teacher is. And you get this great boss battle music. Oh my god, it is terrific. And it'll also be my case where we get to Dynamite Heady, which has some terrific boss music, especially the stuff for Spinderella and Babyface. This is another kick-ass piece of music from, yeah, same person who did the music for Dynamite Heady, or parts of Dynamite Heady, I should say. Yeah, Theo's gotten eaten by Megan Jr. Yeah, the big one is the junior, the small one there is like this reptile creature is the senior. Alright, here's the boss. We hear that beep beep, tick it. Yeah, grab it with your grab there. So yeah, when the hand comes down, grab it and time it enough so you can catch it and then slam it back at Megan Sr. Because what happens is if you hit Megan Jr. with it, he'll get hurt, but if you hit him 3 times with that and Megan Sr.'s around, he'll recover and we'll toss him a green gem, so don't do that. So you hit him 3 times, but when you go to the second hit, you can also grab the fireballs and, whoa, shit. I'll say, I missed the gold gem already, because by the way, the main bosses in this game, you have to do a no damage run of every single one of them, including the last boss. And this is where it gets the hardest because he throws, or Senior's throwing the energy balls, and they will follow you. But you can kind of time it, and then he is gone. So he's dead, and when you do that, he gets very mad and shoots out fire. You cannot grab that. There are things that in the game later you can grab. Basically, just pay attention to where his hand is. Basically, be ready to hit the B button. And yeah, when oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. Yeah, you can grab the hand. The other ones are just gonna pop off your hand. So you're basically just pretty much, I guess, avoiding getting hit and just timing it so that you get that case and also get recovery of health when you grab the gems or grab the fireballs. And also there's a glitch as well, which is usually you're hitting it up as far as grabbing. You hit it even to the left like that, you'll always just point right. Whoa, shit. So I'll show that specifically, yeah. Yeah, but he'll do that again, so yeah, be careful. Actually, in a lot of ways, I'll tell you what maybe, like, doing the read of him is reminding me of. It reminds me a bit of Punch-Out, a little bit. Although, as far as stuff of treasures, well, okay, fine, it does remind me of Dynamite Heady because of the fact that every boss has a tell that way, and the game will tell you what the tell is, with Bo saying, "Target!" We'll definitely get to that when we play that. By the way, I will go into this, basically you pretty much grab the hand and keep hitting him until he dies. But for that game we play it, we're going to play that a little differently. I'm going to play the Japanese version, which I have in... Well, I have the Genesis Mini 1 unit that has it. It's also in Switch Online expansion pack. I might use that version. I'll pick between one of those two. The Japanese version has difference in story significant like this game, actually, in terms of how they translated. I know that one's a little more clear-cut in terms of what they took out. In fact, that game, most of its story content is gone, even though most of the game is the same. Also, it's easier for Japan than it is for the US, shockingly. And basically, I'm pretty much going to write out the translations of the Japanese text for the story, even though the level names are all in English for some reason. And that's how we're going to play it. It's an easier way of playing it, but it's also something that it gives a little more context, and I'll also go into differences of the US version. I think that might be the interesting way to play it. Alright, so we saved Theo, but yeah, he's getting grabby with his robotic maid. And yeah, I guess she has a built-in sexual harassment defense, and she throws him away. So it looks like Professor Theo's blasting off again. Alright, so yeah, we destroyed the Empire. I guess. So, I do love this, though. It's like, this might be a question of the translation thing. If this was intended, it might have been, for all I know. Yeah, so we rescued Theo. The Empire's plans have been destroyed, but the adventure's just beginning, to which is saying, like, what does that mean? And also, we're getting the case of fourth wall breaking right here, because you're our only hope. Or, help me, Marina Light Years, you're our only hope. And after each boss, by the way, you'll get a perspective of this. What game were we talking about? Because I was brushing my teeth. We were talking about... Okay, I was talking about Dynamite Heady, specifically, in terms of how we're going to play that when we get to it. Because it's a game that I streamed 2 years ago. I don't have the recording of. I played the Genesis version straight. I'm going to use the Japanese version on either the Genesis Mini 1 unit or the Switch Online expansion pack. And basically, I'll go into the differences that way. And also, pretty much translate out with papers specifically. Basically, print out what the script is. Because most of the script is not in the US version. And the way the story goes is different. So that'll be the way we run it. And I was also targeted to that, or thinking of that, because of the way the boss is here. Or the bosses are in this game, and that they give you the tell of where to hit them. Alright, so after each boss, you do get a tip from the narrator saying, do you collect gold gems? Yes, you need them at the end of the game for the purpose of the ending, so start collecting. And of course, with that, you get the, I guess, the poetic perspective of what you hear at the end of every world here. Grabbing is where you must begin, shaking for treasure from within, and throwing far is how to win. So as Ultra Intergalactic Sabat G Marina. Her iron fist will destroy you, or her iron hand, specifically. Or maybe she has, like, the gauntlet stuff from Ocarina of Time. Alright, so that's World 2 done. You get the Megan Brawl. That's very good, but as I said, usually if you're going for S, you gotta be dead on, and you also have to be cognizant of, I guess, the order of how you hit the bosses. And some of the later bosses, especially after this one, they're not gonna tell you exactly how to hit them. Shake, 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 shake your booty, yeah, I do love me the Casey the Sunshine Man. I remember you mentioned that when we did Gunstar Heroes. It's like, okay, what's the excuse to bring it up? There it is. So yeah, we were shaking our stuff for sure. Actually, fitting, I guess, with the idea of Marina. And also, I don't know what that little artifact in the upper left-hand corner of the screen is. I did not notice this when I was really playing this game growing up. So I guess Marina is the Queen of the Iron Fist. Yeah, which is, I guess, is that a reference to the Fist of the North Star? Maybe? Or is that what I'm thinking of, or you thinking of? Yeah, feel free to clarify that, as we're seeing, the Beast Tech Tour. And he's got the Justice Warriors coming in.
Through fire, justice is served! Here's Lunar!
To punish evil forces, I have the sword. It's Taurus time!
A hero with shining armor in Merkel.
Alright, it's to take on Tekken. At some point we'll do Tekken. I do have 1, 2, and 3 specifically. We'll start with one of those, or, oh yeah, the King of the Iron Fist. Yeah, why did I miss that? You're right. Yeah, it is Tekken. I completely forgot that. Yeah, at some point we'll definitely do Tekken. Feel free to let me know what Tekken do you want to see first. Because we do need to touch that franchise, no question. Because, yeah, we'll definitely get to that. But yeah, here are the Justice Warriors. We have Lunar, who's that wolf creature, the one in red. We have Taurus, who is the monkey man in yellow. And going back to Alien Soldier, the character who looks a lot like Epsilon Eagle out of that game, Mirko. Who actually I was referencing when we played Gunstar Heroes. I forgot his name when we played it. Tekken 3. You got it. Actually, honestly, here's another... Well, yeah, we'll play 3. Actually, I do have 3. So, we will definitely start with 3 at some point, for sure. Alright, so, the Beast Tech Tour. Okay, they form it... Okay, it's a little bit of... It's a weird thing with this story. Actually, this is where the story's kind of coming into it. Yeah, he does. Yeah, and honestly, I missed that when I played this game first. I mean, when we played Gunstar Heroes, I first said, wait a minute, the, I guess the Eagle form of, Seven Force looks a lot like Mirko here, but the Epsilon Eagle thing, I guess fits, but as I said, when I played this game, I didn't even know Alien Soldier existed, because remember, we didn't get it here. And it's gonna be on that, Genesis Mini 2, that's coming out in about a month. Good luck finding one of those things, but, based on how few of them they're gonna make. But I do have my pre-order ready to go on that, so we could feasibly show that game that way if you want. That, or I'll use the Wii Virtual Console, because it'll be a perfect port either way. Alright, listen up. We're getting a little bit of a movie. I do love that effect as well. It just looks kind of cool, as far as the idea that, hey, it's this reflective thing coming out of the eye of the... I think it's the Beast Tech Tour. I guess there's a little bit of flash going on, but probably not too bad. So yeah, Evil Marina and Theo are describing the piece of Clancer. So, okay. He's telling the warriors here that, yeah, Marina came in here, she's causing a lot of trouble, even though we came in here and we were thinking, you know, what's going on here? We got an SOS to come down here. And basically being framed, actually, Kalina, I guess, is doing this. It's more in the background with her right now. Can't believe the Megans are defeated by them. Or defeated by her, anyway. But they're worse than even they are. Just look at the evil they've spread. And this is going to something interesting with these three characters, which is that, yeah, they're working for, I guess, the bad guys, but they're saying, like, well, we want justice for what we think the evil character of Marina's doing, but bring them back alive. And Lunar's first up, and he is getting really, really mad. I might put a flashing warning, by the way, on this. He's like, yeah, I'll never forgive them. I'll destroy anyone who dares disgrace this planet. But usually what's going on with the Justice Warriors, they're always getting, you know, worked up a lot. And he's like, no, don't kill them. Bring them back alive. I'm telling you to do that. Yeah, I'll completely destroy them. Like, so he's not listening. And yeah, he is packing heat, by the way. So yeah, he's just shooting the place up. He's like, no, why are you not listening to me? Which I always thought was kind of clever with this game. Alright, also the Athletic Festival's coming up. Going, I guess, to a little bit of the Japanese cultural element in the sense of, alright, they have this big athletic festival they're running each year in the mountains. Looking forward to this year's. So it's going on, but we don't have a prize. What should we do? Well, alright, fine. Lunars are going to come in and say, like, yeah, shut up, I want the professor. And I have a note from Marina, so I'll give it to her. Kidnap Theo. Well, I guess the Clancers are thinking, well, we kidnapped them for the Empire, kidnapped him before. Let's use him as a prize of our athletic festival. We're also giving this letter to Marina. So I guess Lunar is, I guess, polite in the sense of, alright, fine, I'm gonna write out my grievances. Or have you ever seen the movie Team America World Police? It's like, yeah, show us the weapons of mass destruction, Hans Blix. Oh no, it's Hans Blix who comes to Kim Jong-il and says, "What are you gonna do this?" He's like, "You better stop, or else what? Or else we'll be very, very angry with you, and we'll write you a letter telling you how angry we are with you." So, all right, he wrote a letter feasibly to Marina saying, "Yeah, we want you. I'm mad at you. Come to the mountains. Let's fight." And I guess also an invitation to the athletic festival. So I guess Lunar was involved in that or understood it. And presses the grand prize. But wait, we have the professor, so what's going on here? Alright, we put him in a straitjacket, so I guess he's not going to be touching us any longer. Or get moving anyway. Alright, so there are people on this planet, true. Yeah, but I guess this took a lot out of him, but yeah, she's like, yeah, wake up, my friend. So yeah, shake, shake, and D's like, yeah, wake up. Yeah, Lil, you listening to me? Except, no, his head is falling off, so it's not real. So yeah, we got something. I guess when we threw him back, they got to him first. Okay, because I guess that's usually the idea, that Marina throws him back to the house, but the Clancers and Lunar got here first. Alright, and talk about the dark thing. Yeah, his head is popped off. Alright, I got a love letter. Alright, so in that case, yeah, we got a secret admirer. Dear Marina, I've kidnapped Theo. Come to Snow Mountain if you want him back. Lunar. Yeah, she's saying, like, yeah, no time for love now. And I guess that clip there of the Clancers, I guess they got there before she got back. Alright, you've gone too far. Also, typo. I just noticed this when I was doing tests this week on the game. You've gone too T-O far. I've loved that we've been finding stuff about that in some games I had. I mean, actually, the Crusader 64 came with that one, or noticed that when we played. Well, actually, the games he's been involved in, both of them so far, with Majora's Mask and Space Channel 5. But yeah, you've gone too far. Punch with Burning Fist of Justice. And Laugh in the Mountains. And again, I wish I could tell you who voiced these characters, because I do like the voices in this game. But unfortunately, there's no trace, unless chat, you know. But I looked everywhere online. I could not find a damn thing. Alright, we are at Mount Snow, so let's do the clam pot shake. And this is where some of the elements of the game are going to be going around, because you have the clam pot. You can store anything you want in it. Basically, just drop something on top of it, and you can take it out. Alright, so you pick the pot up, like anything, hit down, D-pad, and hold it. You can look in. There's nothing in it. But when you have the clan balls, basically drop items in there. And you want to drop in pretty much everything you see in this level, if you're going for what you need, including the bombs. And there are recipes for certain things, we'll see those a little later. Actually, they will tell what they are, as well as the flowers. Okay, so you can tell me. Yeah, if you grab clam pot, you can check its contents holding down D-pad, and you can move the items around, pretty much change what the ordering is. Not this necessarily going to matter unless you want to grab something out of it. So, alright, fine. I'm holding down, I hit L, you use L or R, you can basically move around and get a sense of, oh, I want to take the bomb out. So you let go of down on D-pad whilst you're doing this, and it's in front. So as soon as you hit down on D-pad, it pops out, but we're not going to do that yet. Alright, there's nothing there, but let's see what missing is. Say? Yeah, the mixing. Yeah, she'll give you the, should give you the recipes, of which really it's a little more situational as far as this. But yeah, when you shake, when you have enough items in there for recipe, it'll be mixed. So you get 4 normal bombs, like a clan bomb. 2 flowers turns into a shuriken. Okay, so that's, there must be a reason for that. And many other ones. You might find something new. And actually, they won't tell you what the gem is, because actually the gem is one of those things. Actually, what you want to do is also walk with the clancers there that are going to toss the bombs out. So pretty much just hold it out, just walk like that. And if you walk slow enough, just walk normally, they'll toss it in. So yeah, at this point it's a dead end. But you did say, if you have 4 bombs in this thing, 2, 3, and 4 is right there. Just shaking. And keep hitting down, because usually that's the fastest way to do the shaking. Alright, so I turned to clan bomb. Also do the other shake. Just keep shaking, shaking, shaking. Or shake, shake, shake indeed. So yeah, the 6 gems, or 6 blue gems turn into a green gem. You have the bomb, which will take the bomb out. And we also have the shuriken, will take the bomb, which is right here. Usually stay on top of it, hit a down D-pad, and B, and grab it, and boom. And also, in this case, you can also pick up the flowers, put them into, oh, yeah, throw them around, but you can also catch them, as I mentioned, in the air, or say, like, yeah, you know what? Just like that. I mean, because I want to show at least off everything I can mix with this, which is not too much. We definitely get a good perspective of that. Yeah, but those pretty much just get the clan pot underneath the clan ball. Actually, in that case, we'll get, oh, shit. Oh, the bombs, by the way, they'll, okay, I never saw that happen before, him spinning off like that. But yeah, when you hear the gling going out the bombs, that means they'll explode, but you can get out of the way. Yeah, in this case, yeah, we'll shake this up to get the shuriken. Shake this up to get another shuriken, and then that actually creates a new recipe, which is you have 3 shurikens, you will get the boomerang. And when you have the 6 gems, that's under the green gem, and when you have 2 green gems in there, that's the gold gem. So, and then it'll just pop out right away, grab it. Alright, got it. Okay, so with the boomerang, what the boomerang does is, we'll get this out. It works a lot like the Ninja Star does, but it comes back to you, and it will also go away after a bit of time. You basically use that to clear a path out. Also, you can feasibly just toss it right back in and let it fall back in, so you'll be able to just run it that way. You have to be quick when you toss it, because, yeah, they'll keep coming back, so... You know, fine, I'll leave it there. It will also go away, or you just slide underneath. Either way, honestly. And yeah, that's dead end. We can't go there, but grab over on the side. We can get this guy. Yeah, jump clench. You grab it, you can control it. Use D-pad, move left and right for it to hit up to jump. Which is, and is that all he's saying? Yeah, with this you go anywhere, even on thorns. So basically it'll tell you, yeah, use that to go over the thorns. Yeah, pretty much just move left or right, just hold up. Basically just hold diagonal and you'll be fine. So it is interesting about, with this world specifically, they're coming up with the idea of, okay, yeah, you have your abilities to be running certain things with your movement, then also using other objects or obstacles or creatures to get your way through. Alright, so that is done. Let's go to war. Alright, so yeah, I guess the flashing lights on this level specifically, yeah, because it is a battle zone. Alright, so yeah, we have the clan war going on, which I guess... Going back again, I don't know if the context of this really is maybe missing in this game. I mean, we mentioned when we play GoldenEye, the fact that they totally muted the concept of the Lebanese Cossack trader, which is a thing in history, specifically. But I don't know if for this game they just said, hey, we didn't want to translate this, or maybe there was nothing to it, just like, hey, this is going on, or maybe this. Remember the thought that, hey, there are the Clancers that are, you know, not involved with the Empire, but then the other ones who are say, like, no, we're gonna wage war, and seeing all this stuff in the background, man, it is nuts. Yeah, I might put a flashing light on this just to get a sense, because, yeah, you're getting the shaking and the red flash. And also, you're getting this creature. Yeah, you have a missile launch. You shake it, and it turns... Or shake it enough, and it does the bling, and then it turns into heat-seeking missiles. So, grab it again, and we'll hold, by the way, if you drop it or get knocked away. Just do that to hit the walker. We're just stand on it and let him collapse. Boom. Alright, so we got out of that problem, so let's get going. Actually, it's the end. In fact, I think the gem is on the battlefield. I believe there's an enemy that has it. But if he dies, you're not getting it. So that's also something you gotta keep in mind. Oh, Christ. Let's talk about this. This is Missile Surf. If you're going for S ranks in this game, you're gonna hate this mission because it is an auto-scrolling level. that you do have to get through really quickly. Even getting A on this is insane. I'll show you. It is unique, because the idea is you have a missile here. It's going straight. If you jump on it, it'll tilt up and down. You need to do that, otherwise, you know, it'll crash into something and explode. If you're going for the S or A time for this, you basically have to have it going straight as much as you can so it gets through fast enough. And then you have to make a very specific jump at the end of it in order to grab the clan bomb to open the door at the end of it. And if this thing hits anywhere in terms of a wall or goes off screen too much, yeah, you were going back to the checkpoint or the beginning of the level. It took me 50 attempts to get this, at least, last night, to get an A on this. And that's not even the S. I'll show that specific when we go into my other file. This was a bear to do, even for that. It was like, because I want to at least get an A on everything, but yeah, you're gonna have your work cut out for you. As I mentioned, it's enough to almost make Ikaruga look like the McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure in terms of how difficult this can get. Although, as I mentioned, unlike some of the games, this is an optional thing. Yeah, because usually what you'll have to do if you're going, and what I did was I said, I have to basically level the missile out so it'll go straight so it won't hit anything while I'm off. I have to make very specific jumps onto these platforms with missiles where these punching clancers are. Make a very specific jump to get to this clan bomb right here, and then dash in air across nothing, because there's a bottomless pit down there, and get over to the end there, toss in, and also make sure that if you're running the missile that way, it does not hit that, otherwise you're going back. And then for the gold gem, go up to the left here, as it does showing. And also you have to angle this enough, because otherwise you're not going to get enough height to make it. But in this case, we did, and you're set. So yeah, bye-bye missile, and if it goes off screen now, it's fine. Just go to the end. It's not a problem when you're going through it just to play, but if you're going through it to do the S or A ranks, yeah, may God have mercy on your soul. I will say that right now. Alright, next is the clan ball lift. It's a little more relaxed, and I do like this idea. This world, what's interesting about it, or Mount Snow, I believe it is called. It's kind of a lot of calm before the storm cases, in that, hey, we were at war. Well, fine, first we were doing the stuff with the clan pot, and then it was war, then it was us trying to get through on a missile. And now at this point it's very calm, very, you know, serene out there. The great background. Look at the colors of this. The purples, the oranges, the magendas in the background, and how that contrasts so nicely with the colors of the spike balls and the clan balls themselves. As you're using these elevator things, basically move them up and down to get out of the way of the creature or the clancers within the within their ships. And even the way they pick the music here, it just sounds like it's something very calming, but you know something's coming soon, so you gotta be ready. So a little bit of breather. Also, you do have to kind of... Okay, fine, that's the expert way to do it. The other way to do it is you shake this, and you get the crates dropping out here, and basically stack them on top. Or, okay, do that. If you position it specifically enough, you'll have them that way, and then you can jump up on top. Yeah, in this case, you also... Yeah, so swinging on the vines again, you have to swing on the clancer rope. We also have to wait till they come back. Well, yeah, I'm putting my hand up saying I solemnly swear to make it through, and, fine, fall. But they do put you back right here. The check... Oh, fine, they put me back over there. Alright. Yeah, if you make the throw off of that and you do the dash up just right, you don't have to do the statue method. Alright, whoa! Okay, I missed that grab again, but as I said, thankfully you don't have a case of dying. It's just losing health, because basically you're running on a one-life case anyway, and as long as you have a bunch of, red gems, you're gonna have infinite lives anyway. More or less. I will show what game over is like at some point, and there is the gem. Alright, I'm off screen, so like, yeah, let me get my way through. I was saying, yeah, screw that, I'm not using that. And at the top of the ski house, there is, a green gem, so we have our health full, because I believe there's a boss, coming up next. Oh, fine, there's sort of a boss. Oh, this is Go Marzen 64. Yeah, he's the Clancer general guy who kidnapped Theo at the beginning of the game. And also, in this case, you grab the rocket guys, and they will go through other enemies. And okay, this is the other thing. This is how you get the, what was it? Stop it. Yeah, this is how you get the, I think you get the gem in here. Okay, fine. You need to get the clan bomb in here in order to open that up. And also, if you don't have anything that can transform, you won't see anything happening here. but there is stuff packed into this one. So whenever you see a clan pot, just shake it or just look inside. Oh, there's something else inside. All right. Well, in this case, I'm tapping D-pad because the shake is a lot faster. Actually, it's intentionally slower when you use the C buttons. Sometimes, as mentioned, it's just easier to use that. All right, so yeah, I got a clan bomb. So I want to do is I think the gem is in an area where it is. I think. Okay, never mind. I guess it's not. So fine, screw it. We'll toss it away. Actually, I do like this area. It's kind of this forest to a certain extent. With a nice bob's pit out there. Okay, no, I remember where the gem is now. What you gotta do is you gotta go upwards here. So it does pay to explore, and that's what I do like about this game. So there's some gems, but yeah, there is a very specific item or clan ball you have to hit as under a bomb gate, which I will show in just a second. Whoa, shit. Or I'll go down there and grab that and, yeah, just save myself. So yeah, if you know what you're doing with the controls, you can definitely get yourself out of a sticky situation, but it does take practice, and that's one thing when this game came out that was indicated. The thought that, hey, you gotta be quick with what you're doing, and there's a lot to manage. But it is easy to pick up, and the game does give you a lot of opportunities to figure it. Alright, so here's the deal. There's a clan pot in there. In there is our ticket to the gold gem. When I shake this one, a bomb's gonna drop out. So you have to shake it and quickly hit B to drop, to get off, and grab that before it drops. It's on the bottom there. Yeah, you're not getting this. Then grab that and come off. Alright, and in order, when you do that, you have 3 rocket men. And in that case, I think it is going to be a long, long time. We have the rocket clanter jump on him, grab him, and boom, off we go. And you can fly freely, and up here is where the gold gem is. It's right there. Definitely a rush to kind of see this, and it just looks nice as far as the way the, I guess the rendered sprite looks like. Yeah, just keep going. Whoa. So yeah, we're in the rocket mode, or I guess, like, we mentioned Toy Story on the show, or mentioned all the stuff with Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear, Star Command, and things like that. I guess it's like the Buzz Lightyear take of, you know, flying with the rocket, which, I mean, it kind of got with the Toy Story 1 game. With 2, as I said, we haven't played 2 yet. I haven't played 2 yet. At some point, I'll get that Dreamcast version, and we'll definitely play it. I think it's worth going into. Whoa. But yeah, that's all you really need to use him for. And yeah, I can sort of get stuck that way, but I can get myself down and say, alright, bye-bye, Rocket Man. See you later. Yeah, here's Mars 64. He is the boss here. What you really need to do with this is basically wait till the Clancers get tossed out. Yeah, there is human shields. Just toss it right into him. And yeah, look at all the bodies we're leaving there. So you let the bodies hit the floor and let the bodies hit him, and yeah, he's busted. And then when he's on the ground, just throw him around. And it's very cathartic. I'll tell you that, it's specific. What I really love about this game is that you can just pick up creatures like that, just toss them around. It just feels so nice. Like, yeah, any frustrations or anything you might be having, personally, or maybe with a hard area of this game, sometimes just be fixed by the idea that, oh yeah, just grab something, shake it around, and just toss it around like a ragdoll. Speaking of ragdoll, I guess think about the idea of a ragdoll physics engine for a game like this. That would be pretty awesome. Alright, next is me boss, Chili Dog. Yeah, we're in the... Now, you gotta shake him... You have to shake him out a little bit. Basically, in order to get the gem here, he'll do that dive, and he'll kick you on his feet. But if you shake his head enough, the gold gem will come out. So, you do have to do this a couple times. Right, come on, doggy. I'll get along, little doggy. We want our gem. It is in here. It does seem like, yeah, I'm wasting time, which is fine, but like, keep shaking. It'll come out. Shit. And also, I don't think... Okay, this boss does not have a... okay, yeah, he'll also do the throw up, and he'll... or throw up into the sky for you. Come on. Yeah, he takes a lot to get the gem out, but yeah, if you're persistent, you'll get it. After a while, he will come out. Yeah, in that case, I'm using C down. It's not going as fast. Just to indicate that. Alright, come on. There it is. Alright. So it just takes a while. As far as the dog, you just throw him in the snow, because this dog does not like the snow. I've mentioned cases of my dogs growing up. Yeah, as I mentioned, my late German Shepherd, I mentioned we played Parasite Eve for the 2 parts so far of that. She hated going on the range. She was very sad when it came to that. But she loved going on the snow. So, at that case, like, fine, she likes the snow, but Chili Dog does not like the snow. So, yeah, basically just toss him in. As I mentioned, also see the way the rotation is. In fact, even just throwing him up in the air, like, yeah, fall on your back, and he's there. But also, don't want to necessarily be too close, because he'll do that flip kick. and that'll be the case. But yeah, just keep tossing him in the snow, and he will eventually go down. But we're gonna get to bosses where they won't explicitly tell you if you're doing damage, even if it looks or sounds like it. In fact, the next boss we're gonna fight is a boss like that. We'll indicate when we get there. Alright, but there we go. We got the chili dog down, so he is gone. Okay, so next, Snowstorm Maze. And this is also where the puzzle element is continuing with this. And the great effect of, thinking of something else that a lot of games do at the time, snowy skies and backgrounds. Donkey Kong Country 1 and 3 did that. Yoshi's Island did that. And so is this one. So, alright, here's the deal. There is a transport star. Let's show what that does. It just resets the level. So yeah, how do we get out? It's a maze. So right there you see these blocks that have items in them. You basically match them into the area. In this case we have a tricycle. You get on, I love that look of it. Yeah, she's basically just dashing to make the tricycle go. It's like, yeah, she doesn't... I love the fact that the tricycle is A, too big for Marina. She's just sitting on the handlebars like that. There's a sight. And then instead of, you know, pedaling to make it move, yeah, just dash. She has that. Just dash enough and go up there in order to get the bike in there, and also the jump clancer. And you have to put him in the hole where the other one is, so it gives you a little bit of a hint to what to do, but what you also gotta do is hold up and hold left as you jump up, because the gold gem is over there. But also that means that, yeah, you have to make a jump over or go underneath the house, because, yeah, also that's the other thing. If you hit a ceiling when you're on jump clancer, you instantly fall off. In this case, you just drop them down here and you get that ding-ding, and that means that the actual exit to the area is over here. Okay, now we have Clan Pot. This is an interesting one, and when I first played this game, I didn't know how this was operating. But now I do. It's, like before, pretty much just use the Clan Pot to put stuff in it, but we actually put stuff in that is a little unique this time. Woo. As long as it's here, just keep going, and, well, yeah, oh wait. Okay, there's nothing there, but I do have a clan bomb. In order to get this over, I'll show this. Yeah, you throw it up, it doesn't do anything. Remember, you can throw it diagonally upwards and downwards, and down as well when you're in the air. So it's like Dynamite Heady that way. Throw it diagonally over, it'll go. And it'll stay on screen, it will not disappear, thank God. So, there's an exit, that's a fake exit. So what you do is grab here and get everything out as far as the items. And there's the clan bomb, so drop it. Alright, yeah, this is the part, because, yeah, you have clan pot again. You're thinking, alright, let's show this. Yeah, there's another transport thing, and there's this, I guess, snow house or igloo. So what would it do? You think, like, oh yeah, put the items in, or put the gems. No, but I will show the gems going in, because I believe that's going to get me... Yeah, it'll get me a green one that I don't actually need, because I'm at full health. You do have a max of 2 stocks, or 2 extra stocks. So basically you have your 1 life bar and then 2 extra ones. Alright, what you gotta do here is you actually have to pick up the clancers and put them in the pot. And what you have to do is you have to take all of them up to the hill up there and put them in front of the house in order to get to the end of the level. And make sure not to miss one, but the clan pot will hold them all. I don't think there's really a limit, although honestly I don't think there's any part of this game where you can feasibly have infinite items in it. You just go around, make sure you don't miss one. Just drop them right there. And that too, and there you go. Okay. So. In order to get them out, you do have to pull them out the same way you normally do, but the easiest way to do this is basically just drop it right there in the center. You do that and just toss them on the side, because yeah, it's invisible, they'll get knocked back. And they'll come out without a problem. And the game will slow down, as I mentioned. Yeah, this is trying to run for 60 FPS, but there are limitations, and this is one of them. When you do that, that's the end of the level. Alrighty, so the snowstorm maze is done, and yeah, as we heard a little before, here's Lunar! But yeah, we are in the snow. She likes the snow, for sure, but I guess she's catching cold. I guess she's going to sleep, which is weird, because the thought is that, hey, when you get really, really cold, do you necessarily go to sleep? Or maybe the thought is, I always think of the episode of South Park, the 2 days before the day after tomorrow, when they say, you know, I'm getting really hot. Remember, feeling hot is one of the last stages of hypothermia. It was like, okay, that's not what's going on, but alright, we'll stay awake. Alright, well, here's Lunar. Lunar was looking for us. And he has I love how he has the gun and just kind of floating on his back. Yeah, I'm expecting you, but he's getting a cold too. You know what time it is? Well, yeah, wrong. It's boss time. Yeah, but again, he's getting sick. Strongest guy in the universe. Getting cold out of here. That's fine. It'll be a quick fight. No, it's not. Not the way I'm running it. Okay, here's the deal. When it comes to Lunar, you throw him into the ground like that. That'll hurt him. Not everything will hurt him. Also, the other thing you can do is either grab the bombs or throw him into the bombs, and it'll explode, and it'll do that. Oh. Also, it'll shoot the bullet. Yeah, he does that. Whoa. That's how you know you're hurting him. Also, he will do a force palm. Oh, okay, the bomb blew him up. I've never had that happen before. Alright, in order to get the gem off of him, if you grab him too long, he will uppercut you. Alright, you need to wait for him to shoot the bullet out. Grab it, and you can toss it back if you're quick hitting the B button, but... And the game doesn't tell you this. If you throw it back at him, it does not do damage, even though he does that thing. And when I was playing this game for the first time, I realized, wait a second, why is it not doing anything? I was here for like 6 minutes. Oh, but I killed him already. So, yeah, in that case, yeah, you can make this go quick if you know how to hit him. And as I said, that's one thing you can sort of put at this game in the sense that even if it looks like you're hurting enemies, you might not always be doing it, so it's not always going to be clear. But if you're going for S ranks, there's a couple bosses that are like that. You really have to understand what it is because the game will not tell you them. But alright, confession time, where is the professor? He's no longer here, so one of the Clancers took him. They special orders, but yeah, our win was null and void apparently because of the snow. But he's like, yeah, don't sleep there, otherwise you'll catch a cold. So yeah, we're gonna dash off. Yeah, just leave him there to freeze. That being said, I do want to show off getting the gem off of him, so you know what, I'll do that again. And also, by the way, when you go into a level and there's a cutscene, dude, hit the Z button, you can skip it, and it does that ready fight thing. So yeah, the case of the fighting game perspective, or... Well, I think we had something at the Dice Palace and Gunstar Heroes that was like that, I think. They said, for this, I basically have to wait for him to pull the gun out, but remember, he won't always shoot the bullet. I think you have to catch the bullet 3 times, and then he'll, give you the gem. And sometimes he'll do the shot there, so it's almost like the, it's almost like the plasma shots of Earthworm Jim, where you can't see the bullets, but they're gonna hurt you. Come on. Oh, there you go. Yeah, if you catch the bullet 3 times, you get the gem. The other thing you do is, I said, throw him into the snow. You have to basically diagonal toss him for that, but if you throw it back at him, that doesn't hurt him, despite what it looks like. Notice you can't always diagonal throw, so you have to be kind of reading his movements in the way that, well, I guess a lot of Treasures games tend to do. But in my case, the thought that, hey, you can get cases where it looks like you're hurting him and you're not. Usually I think when he does that flash on the ground, that's kind of your indication, and we got him. So, alright, so in that case, same deal as before. You can't skip the story, by the way, at the end of the level, but you can when you come in. I'm trying to remember if the story thing counts as far as your S time. I think it does, actually. We did get better time by 2 seconds. And we got the gems reset. Alright, so they're talking about the Athletic Festival. They weren't lying. We're going to the Athletic Festival, but let's talk about the day before the festival. Alright, so we're in the snow, and let's talk to this guy here. The Athletic Festival's starting soon. Yeah, this is a super rich hotel for folks in faraway places. They spend tons of money. Alright, so basically he's stiffing him. In fact, I'll tell you how I'm gonna get revenge. He has tons of, red gems. He has, I think, about 30. Shake it out of him. And we're gonna... Actually, there's a reason to do that. Not just for that reason. Alright, fine. Let's talk to Miss Tim, what she has to say. Yeah, hands on the boss. Cerberus Alpha. Grab the missile and laser, throw them back, and then shake items, so give it a shot. Alright. Alright, so we're going through this rich hotel, but yeah, it doesn't look like much of a rich hotel here. It looks like it's just a pile of boxes out in the snow. Freezing here is not rich. I can't sleep in the snow. I'll get the owner. Yeah, you do that. It's freezing. I'm tricked, but I paid a lot of money. So the idea that, you know, this Clancer said, fine, if you're paying a lot, you're going to get a lot for it. Not always in this case. So I better check it out. Alright, so he's going off. And then in this case, we have a family of children where the children are crying and they're very sad, but here's the father saying, don't cry, kids, there's no bathroom or doors. Yeah, this is horrible. So like, yeah, what kind of hotel are you running here? I want a refund. And then lastly, this guy is where there's torture. it seems like we're doomed to suffer. It's our lot in life. But yeah, he's gonna say, like, yeah, we're gonna make him suffer. So actually, I'll show that happening. Basically, you can follow them back. And basically, they'll surround him right here. They won't say anything specific. Oh, he has more money, I guess. Oh, right. Okay, I remember now. Because when you do the shakeout of enemy or of creatures, sometimes they'll have multiple items, but you can't get them all out on one shake. So you have to drop them and then throw them again or shake them again. All right, fine. We cleaned out his hotel. So yeah, they're getting refunds of nothing. So it's like, yeah, it's some nerve, you know, promising what you don't, promises something you don't have. Going back to the Sonic Heroes case. All right, so with the hotel taken care of, yeah, we're going to be practicing for the events we're going to have, because, yeah, we're going to be going to the festivals. Yeah, if you ever played track and field, it's going to look very familiar. We're going to train for the 100-meter dash. All right. Run low rain, wait till the pole. All right, on your mark. Get set. Oh, I fouled. Yeah, and don't do that, by the way, when you're actually doing the race. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Yeah, there you go. Okay, and if you time it right, you can run off and use D-pad for that because you go faster. If you win this, you get a gem. And that's the end of the level. Before we do that, we want to show off where the gem is, and it's over here. Yeah, practice your skip rope, but that's not an event in this. We'll see in a little bit. All right, here's skipping rope. Join them. So if you remember hot rope jump in Mario Party before that was around, you had this. Basically, just jump here, and okay, there we go. All right, so you have to wait till the rope is fully intact if you hit part of it. Basically, jump for red gems. You keep doing this, jumping along with them. I think it's about 30 you have to do. It'll run Mario Party 2 logic where it collapses. Okay, no, Mario Party 1 logic. It collapses and everybody gets an award. In that case, you get the gold gem. We are going to the festival. I do love the festival. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. Is a part when I got here. It really disarmed me. In the sense of, or it's almost like the Dice Palace, or not, yeah, the Dice Palace in Gunstar Heroes, the thought that you're playing through this game, you think that, okay, just when you think you have this game pegged, you know exactly what to expect out of it. It pulls something else on you thinking like, wait, I didn't expect to see this as far as a variety case, but then also the fact that it's really fascinating, and I guess it might be an echo back to the history of Konami with the people who made this, or people Treasure. As I mentioned when we played Gunstar Heroes, just to reiterate again, the people who worked there were ex-members of Konami, formed this company, and yeah, there you go. So, this is the world's greatest athletic festival of the year, but so they have multiple, I guess, but this is the one we have now. And this is Tack Clancy, by the way. He is the host of the ceremony. And over on the pedestal there is our prize, Professor Theo. And we've got two teams of red and white. And if you win, we get him. He does have many uses. He can be a punching bag, a doorstop, a paperweight, and an answering machine, and feasibly a bunch of other things that maybe are indicated in the Japanese version. But yeah, we just came from the mountains, so yeah, what's happening? And she's trying to use a little bit of reverse psychology, saying, people aren't going to like this prize. Why would they want a human being as a prize here? Well, we also have the hospital director. He knows what's going on. But we have some bad news. Remember how earlier we had Geald getting smacked in the face by the Spur Clancers? Apparently that killed him. So yeah, he died, unfortunately. Unless you go back to the level where he's on, where he's alive again. But yeah, unfortunately, he passed away. So, and that's one of the interesting thing about this game now, thinking about it, which is that how is this game telling story across level? And the thought that, alright, go back to earlier levels, it seems like it's kind of tying it in. Even if there's questions on whether they translated this 100% for the Japanese version, it is unique to see that they did it that way. And it does give it a cohesiveness that I think is very appealing. Alright, so he said, so I guess in his memory we're going to be here, and if we're going to the fest, yeah, because they abbreviate basically everything. Yeah, but the white team is weak this year, so yeah, we could help. Or we could use your help. But Marina's smart and says, like, fine, I'll help you, but if we win, I want to take the prize home. Me and the hospital director saying, like, you want that? Like, I didn't think anyone wanted them, but alright, deal. But she also picked up on the other thing, which is that the letter, or everything she was hearing about the festival, saying that they're hell-bent on getting a prize here. But I guess the hospital doesn't care, saying, like, nobody wants it. We like the festivals, but they're weird folks who like prizes. Yeah, case in point, over here. Yeah, he wants him. He's on the red team. Yeah, he's getting hot and bothered, clearly, with this. I'm like, yeah, no, Yeah, that element's supposed to work in reverse when it comes to Theo and Marina, so it's like, yeah, we gotta beat them. And we will beat them as we go to the day of the festival. As I said, if you've ever played track and field from Konami, this is gonna look familiar. Yeah, you have 7 events. You're playing each of these. There's the 100-meter dash, the 200-meter dash, the 400-meter dash, the long jump, the ball capture, the 110-meter hurdles, and math. So, yeah, remember we said we played Parasite Eve a couple of weeks ago, about a month now, I think, or close to. We said there's gonna be a test. I probably should mention there's gonna be a test in this one, so, yeah, hope you know your math skills, although, in all honesty, it's basic grade school math, or it's kind of like, I'll tell you what it is, it's a better take on, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, I mentioned this game once before, Donkey Kong Jr. math for the NES, which is insanely rare now, but yeah, you do math problems. But we're gonna start down the list unless, chat, you have a suggestion, something you want to see for this, as you're seeing the great clouds in the background of what this is. And as we go through each of these events, you get points if you win, and if you have the most points at the end for your team, you win. If you don't, you get a game over. But you will be able to try again because we have enough stuff for that. In fact, if I hit start, yeah, I have 391 red gems, so we're not gonna have a problem with this. As far as the yellow gem here, I don't know if I'm going to be able to guarantee that we get this, because you have to beat the 100-meter dash in 11 seconds, and you have to do it perfectly. You know, let's start there to show this. And also, by the way, if you don't do this your first play, every time you come back to this level after you beat it, you could play each of the events again to get a higher score on it, and then that's going to be... That'll count for your time, so you actually get an S ranking on this one. I never cared for the stage. I guess what? Because of change of genre? Which is a fair idea, or maybe the idea that, hey, it's going to be a little more unforgiving to some way. I mean, I guess that, as I said, that's what it tends to be with a lot of stuff with Treasure. I mean, Dynamite Heady did something similar in the sense that you have a genre change going on in the 6th world. Gunstar Heroes had the Dice Palace, which wasn't really a genre thing. But then again, I hated track and field. Okay. As far as, like, I guess, what? The Olympic game concept, because we have not touched Olympic games on the show, and I want to go back to something. I know last year I said I was going to do, or last year I said this year we're going to do Nagano Winter Olympics 98, which was by Konami, by the way, for the system. I didn't do it because actually we got other requests of things we want. In fact, I know you want to see Star Fox, so I was like, let's do Star Fox first. At some point we can do other Olympic games, but as I said, it's sometimes an acquired taste in the question of, do you go for games like this? Actually, with track and field, I do like the arcade version. Feel free to indicate which version of track and field it is that you don't like, and why, and get into it. Maybe because it can get pretty hard, or you have to hit the buttons rapidly. You're going to be hearing that a little differently with this one, or I probably should show up track and field at some point, because I do have the arcade version on Switch to run that, to show it. Just the idea, like, yeah, it's going to be hell on your fingers, feasibly. It's not the concept, personally, it's having to mash buttons, but still failing. Yeah, and see, it's interesting that, because, I mean, we can go on this before we get into the run on this, which is... And this has been a fascinating thing for me growing up when it's come to playing, like, Olympic sports games, whether it's track and field, whether it's a lot of the ones of Konami's, like the International Track and Field that came out, or whether the ones Sega did. Actually, I'd like to show this one off, and I'll import this for it, because it's cheaper to play that way. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's called Decathlete. It's on the Sega Saturn. And there's also a sequel to that on the Dreamcast called Virtua Athlete 2000. They actually don't necessarily just do the thing with the buttons. They basically kind of vary it up a little in the sense that, yeah, you mash buttons to a certain extent, but then you can also lock in what it is and then change your perspective of certain things. Or actually, I'll tell you, an Olympic game in a place you might not expect it. I don't know if you've ever played this. Tiny Toon Adventure's Wacky Sports Challenge, which is on Super Nintendo. It's a mix, basically, track and field and Mario Party. And it has 4-player support, by the way. It's one of the few Super Nintendo games I have that has it. Actually, the way we stream it, I don't know if I can show 4-player for that, because when you're running either composite or S-Video on Super Nintendo, it is going into the port of the multiplayer adapter, or the multi-tab. Although you can get a splitter for that. But in that case, they kind of changed it up as far as the way the mechanics are working. But you're right, that frustration of, I'm hitting buttons, I'm not getting anywhere. And I know I had that case when I played Sydney 2000, which is on the PlayStation and the Dreamcast. I played the demo of that, but that's another one that seems like, yeah, you're hitting them really fast and it's not doing anything. And actually, I also bought one off of the Wii Virtual Console, or the Wii U's Virtual Console, which was World Sports Championship. It's on the TurboGrafx 16, which is a very rare game, from what I've understood. And it's not in the TurboGrafx 16 mini console, which we have to come up with a reason to show that. I have to show that unit off. I've had that for so long. That and the Astro City Mini to kind of go into some of those things, because, like, yeah, we've got to show those. We'll figure something for that for sure. But, all right, for the dash, as you're mentioning, the idea of hitting buttons, this one's a little different, because instead of hitting A and B, you're hitting D-pad, and you basically have to hit D-pad. You can use C right, but you're going to go too slow. And to get to the end of the goal, wait for the word go and don't fly, which, by the way, is crossing the line ahead of time. You do that 3 times, you're disqualified, so don't do that. And then no jumping, so hit D-pad repeatedly. And yeah, you have to beat the record of 11 seconds. This game is hard because you basically have to dash right when the gun goes off. If you're even a second late, you are not getting the gem. As I said, you can keep coming back to it to try. Yeah, in that case, this would be a tough one. Let's see how this goes. It gets really tiring when we get to 400 meters. That's for sure. I know the presentation of this is the... Alright, so let's get going. Alright, ready, set. Yeah, you have to time it. In that case, I usually don't time it right. I've done it, but in this case, just keep hitting right on the D-pad rapidly to get to the end. And you'll break the record, but yeah, I'm not... Yeah, you have to get under 11 seconds. It is really hard to do that. I've done it, but yeah, it took me quite a bit of time. It's one of those cases also, I sometimes mention the thought of, can you maybe be better at some games when you grow up than you were as a kid, or vice versa? It was a vice versa case in this one. Like, I'm realizing, how the hell did I get some of these S ranks and gold gems? Especially this one, and it just crossed off the list for the way. You know what, fine, let's get these running out of the way then. So yeah, we're gonna get our running case. And same case with 200 meter dash, it's just longer, and you don't get a bonus for getting to the end of it. And the instructions are the same. Yeah, so do your best. But it is, yeah, it can be tiring, so I get that idea. And I'm glad we're able to show this perspective off for it, because as I said, we haven't really touched Olympic gaming yet. At some point, we'll touch it, and feel free... Okay, fine, it does show 3 chances. I'm glad I got to show the flying at least once. At some point, we'll definitely show off. I mean, feel free to indicate if there's other games you'd like to see, just... Even if it's just in a sense, like, I want to get a Catharsis out because I can't stand this. Which is fine. I mean, even with, Sydney 2000, I'd be curious to show that just for the very reason of that. Or, because I haven't played Virtua Athlete, and I'd love to show the Cathlete. And also Winter Heat, which is on Sega Saturn as well. Actually, you know, honestly, I'll tell you, if it wasn't Konami who you kind of associate with that, Sega tended to do the stuff with Olympic games usually pretty well. And they've done them a lot recently, or even over the past 10 or so years. Like, they usually do, well, actually, the Mario and Sonic of the Olympics games, honestly, they do this constantly. Every 2 years they have one of those, usually, although... Actually, yeah, I'm trying to remember, did they even have one this year? Because the Winter Olympics were this year, in February, but I don't think they had one. Okay, to be fair, that's a game where it's not necessarily just hitting buttons exactly, but even the first one, when it came on the Wii, it was a question of, okay, fine, is replacing that with waggling the Wii remote and the nunchuck, so sometimes it feels really weird that way. And the question of, you know, getting the timing down. Although I guess when you really think about it, that was kind of fascinating just from the perspective of saying, like, okay, fine, Mario and Sonic in this game, and then, of course, you know, destroy the canon of Sonic the Hedgehog by saying let Mario beat Sonic in the 100-meter dash, which is hilarious. I mean, maybe that's the joke for it, but, yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, if I want to do one of those things, I probably will want to have people with it for certain things. And as I said, I would love to show the Cathlete off, because we gotta do more stuff with Saturn, and we will as we go along. And Tetris Plus, by the way, is the next game for Saturn we're gonna do in December for that. But alright, let's get running. This one takes a lot, I will say that, because it's 400 meters. So yeah, it's one of those things that maybe as a kid I used to be better at this in the sense of I wouldn't necessarily get tired. Oh shit, I jumped. Yeah, it's like, that was a split second before that. And by the way, if you do get a failure, it'll do the it almost sounds like the Bankrupt when you hit that in Wheel of Fortune. Because it's fitting to me, because I got that as far as another gift for my birthday that year, along with the Christmas gifts of this and Mischief Makers, or this and Diddy Kong Racing. But yeah, in that case, I think I'll probably put an edit of what that sounds like about here. Yeah, but thank God I didn't do that. So yeah, just keep hitting, but yeah, you do have the distance, but yeah, I kind of was slowing down. I was like, yeah, hitting right, it is hard to do that. Oh, I mean, I guess it could be worse. It could be, you ever played winter games on NES, specifically on NES, where You have to do the speed skating. You have to do left and right on D-pad. And when we do Double Dare on NES at some point, it runs the same control scheme of that. Like, Rare was not being nice when it came to that. I mean, doing the Double Dare obstacle course in that game, it's about as hard as Battletoads, which is shocking. Hey, fitting by the people who made Battletoads. So, there you go. Yeah, in fact, it was the specific Rare team that did work on Battletoads who made that as well. So even for the Nickelodeon Game Showcase, yeah, good luck getting through that at the end. In fact, I don't know if I've ever done it. So we play that game, that's going to be an interesting one to do. Alright, so we got the running out of the way. Also, by the way, when you hit on something that's crossed, it goes beep beep. So yeah, we can't do it anymore. But alright, we got some bear stuff. I guess when you think about the Olympic Games stuff, or like the track and field-like game, even something like track and field itself, it does kind of change the mechanics up, usually with the events. Because usually the thought was like, yeah, just tap the buttons repeatedly, but with some of the other ones, it just change it, and it gets, because in this game it's running off the platforming game concept, you can kind of adjust it that way, and also basically cheat when you really think about it, because, yeah, we were totally gonna, you know, destroy the red team, but, like, we have an unfair advantage because, well, first they say use your slider jump, but also, like, yeah, I'm a robot, I'm Marina Lightyears, it has the robot jet, so I could just use that to get through the entire level. Also, don't cross the line or don't go over the line to default. Just, yeah, do that. Just keep hitting C right and just dash across. Yeah, the other Clancers are never going to beat you. So it's insanely easy. For that very reason, if you get the timing down, but I've gotten cases where, you know, you get the timing down badly. Yeah, so they're never going to pass 352. They will never jump that far. It's like, yeah, but as I said, this is not really a fair fight. And we'll take your best jump of the two jumps. And in that case, my first was my best, so it's 626. In this case, it's 317, but yeah, we win. You get the world record, so it does hold the world record the same way that something like track and field would. And you get gems and recovery hearts, or recovery health for that, and then points, and you get the party ball come out. So it's like, did for something like Mega Man 8, or if you ever played the Smash Bros. Game D, did. And then something comes out, like, or when the bob-ombs come out, I was like, oh, Jesus, no. Alright, well, let's play with ball. Okay, collecting balls, or ball in quotation marks, and then the S is on the outside. I like that, that's cool. Each team must throw balls in the clan pot. This is also one that feasibly you can destroy easily or get screwed over, because it's dependent upon your other team members and the other characters. Hooray. Hooray of what? The fact, I guess, we're over with that, or just not doing running. Alright, fine. We're on the white team. We have to carry the pot. But here's the thing. We're carrying the pot for everybody. So the other people on the red team can toss the ball in and get points. And I had it when I was doing test play on this, where I got an inordinate number of red balls coming out, and I was trying to avoid them. Yeah, they'll throw over in the background. Also the bombs. They'll land on the ground. They'll blow up. If they hit on your clan pot, they'll also blow up, and that's a bad sign. Yeah, they're only throwing bombs so far. Alright, here we go. Yeah, here, talk about being unfair. Just basically avoid when they throw the red balls in there. It's like, yeah, this is not fair. Yeah, clearing the jump. Well, it definitely looks nice. I mean, as far as that, as I said, though, it's not a fair fight, but like, what? Fine. It doesn't matter. Actually, the next level we're going to go to, it also goes in something where the game actually comments on that. I will show that shit. Although, okay, fine. This is the opposite, where just tons of bombs coming out. Actually, it is random, I believe, when they come out. As long as you don't let... Okay, fine, now it's the red balls. They will eventually go away, I think. Oh, shit. Also, that's the other thing, because you hit by the bombs... Okay, and they will disappear. If you get hit by the bombs, you drop the clan pot, and if a red ball pops over it, yeah, you're going to be in trouble, because it could just go in, and you have no way to control that. Yeah, in that case, fine. Throw it up there, we're not getting it. Alright, okay, that was good, yeah. It didn't count, it didn't go in the pot before the time went 0. Alright, so 2-0. So yeah, I didn't get a whole lot of white balls coming up, but I still won. Whereas on the test play, it was basically nothing but red balls that came out. I think there was less of them, and I missed enough of them that I couldn't win. Which is fine. If you don't win one event, you don't have to sweat it. Usually if you're running on points, doing everything else, you're gonna be fine. Alright, let's do the hurdles, and then we'll do the math at the end of it. Alright, so the hurdles are different, because again, this is also like the long jump, it is not running on the controls of the dashes. You do have the case of, you know, no going over the line, but you basically are running the platform case. So here's another question, I guess, to go to this select first, which is that if you're thinking as far, because we'll ask the important questions on the show as far as gaming or anything really, which is, I've said this also to a medic. He's like, hey, I have issues with 3D Sonic games. So my first question was like, how do you fix it? So, what would you say would be the answer? So, all right, here's the question here. To fix the track and field-like game, is the answer perhaps running on like a platform control like this, where just playing the normal way, and in that case you're not just busting your hands off feasibly doing the taps. In this case you're tapping differently because you have to pretty much time it to do the slide thing and then the jump at the end to keep your momentum going. But it's not the same specifically. Also, because it technically is a platform challenge, you could do that, or you can also just use the dash still in the air, even though you're not going to go super fast from it. Yeah, in this case, it's also not just one hurdle. It's just the idea that, and eventually there's just nothing there. So just keep slide dashing, and you got it. Yahoo! And you get that Yahoo! So like, yeah, she is getting excited being able to handle the jumping. All right, so there we go. We are going well so far with this. Yeah, tearing out the red team. And they do get points. You get 20 points for winning the event. You get 10 for not winning. Yeah, just playing like normal. So that would be the answer. And in that case, we can definitely get into that with, I do want to get to Cathlete. That's definitely one I want to show, just because, as I mentioned, more Saturn stuff, and also because I hear it's supposed to be awesome. I guess getting a sense of what other track and field games would have a different mechanic, because like I said, you're right. The stereotype for those games is usually you're hitting buttons like crazy, basically knocking your hands off. Actually, I'll tell you. So my coworkers, they saw me playing track and field. They're like, I'm just hitting on it, like, Jesus. They were looking at us like, Jesus, how are you going about that? Or if you ever see me play the arcade version, hitting on those buttons, it's like, yeah, I'm just kind of going through, and then you hear the idea of like her saying like, the distance 3.2 meters, and then you're getting the world record. So yeah, in that case, I got used to it. But I was like, yeah, it is a workout, no question. Or actually, here's another thing. I mentioned International Track and Field, the later versions of it from Konami. They made versions of that on the PlayStation 2. It's the ESPN International Track and Field games, I believe 2002, I believe it was. They had a gymnastics event in that one, and it actually uses the dance mat for Dance Dance Revolution for the routine, which is fitting because it's the floor exercise. So that's an interesting thing. Actually, I think there's sort of some of that with the Sonic and All-Stars, or not the Sonic and All-Stars, the Mario and Sonic the Olympics games. All right, let's get our math test going. Yeah, math fun. So yeah, going into the history of math games, as I mentioned, for video games like Basic Math in the Atari 2600, Donkey Kong Jr. Math on the NES, Math Blaster, which I'd love to show Math Blaster, either when I get the PC situation set up, or I can get it on the Super Nintendo or the Sega Genesis. Actually, if we do the console one, I'll pick the Genesis version up because it's most like the PC version, and it has more voice acting, weirdly enough. You'd think it would be the opposite, it would be the Super Nintendo, but that's the idea. Or, as mentioned, when we talk about the Console Wars program, I'd love to see them do a Console Wars on Math Blaster. Hopefully they're hearing this maybe, and they'll take that advice. But alright, let's get our math going on. So yeah, we're going to solve a math problem. So it's a test, and they won't accept wrong answers. It actually kind of plays like Donkey Kong Jr. Math a little bit, as you'll see. Basically, we use the calculator to grab the balls to get the idea of what's going on. And actually, I'm trying to remember. I think there's... I'm trying to remember. Didn't Metal Gear Solid 2 have something as far as a math problem? Maybe I'm thinking something else. Where you go through it and you actually have to complete something. I don't think it's that. Maybe something else. Or maybe something else from the franchise. Feel free to go in that chat if you know. Or if I'm totally wrong. I might be. Alright, let's get going. So you just grab where the orbs are to get the problem set. And you also take advantage of the fact that they won't answer right away. Alright, so 8 plus 7 plus 14 is 19. So grab one, just jump and grab, and get it. Boom. And you get points for getting the answer. There's a Genesis version of Math Blaster? Yes, there is. It was part of the Sega Club, interestingly enough, and which I think I mentioned that before when it came to stuff like Wacky World's Creativity Studio. 9 plus 8, by the way, is 17. Oh shit, not 18. If you make a mistake, hit back. Yeah, but they will eventually get it, so alright, fine, I got it wrong. Yeah, there is a Genesis version, so actually, I guess, and that's, okay, wait, that's not the right answer. It's, 23. Crap, you got it. Yeah, there's, I think, 10 questions. 9 times 3 is 27. There's that point, yeah. I hope you remember your flashcards from grade school, specifically. 21 divided by 7 is 3. Oh shit, not 8. 3. Yeah, if you can be quick enough so that... it's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. I remember when I found that, because I love Math Blaster on the PC, and I have, shit, okay, I got that wrong. Yeah, I grabbed too early. I have Math Blaster Episode 2, Search for the Lost City. Okay, I think I just won. Okay, I got 4 answers right. And we cleared. Okay, we got it. Yeah, I'd love to show that. And I said it goes into stuff of, like, early edutainment stuff. A lot of it was on the PC, but some of it made translation over to the consoles. In fact, I think we sort of mentioned that a little bit when we played Luigi's Mansion, because Mario is missing. That is an edutainment game. Mario's Time Machine, that's an edutainment game. Also, the Mario's early years, the Fun with Numbers and Fun with Letters, which are on Super Nintendo as well. They're doing that. And with Math Blaster, it is on... Because, look, I played it on the PC initially. That's how I know it. But then it was also on console. I like the idea that it was on console, and they had a lot of voice acting for it. I'll put a link in the link list as far as, like, a look of how that translates. Actually, it translates pretty well. Not to mention, it actually gives you a little more of shooting action in the 3rd level. And I think even the PC version has. Yeah, we can definitely show either one of those off that way. I mean, with 2 was only on the PC. But 1, we could definitely show that Genesis version off. I've been wanting to get a sense of, you know, showing that. And hey, Nikki said that specifically because she's going to be playing the first Freddy Fish game, which is kind of, it is an entertainment game, sort of, but it's also like a point-and-click game. It's, as I mentioned, it's Ron Gilbert, who made Secret Monkey Island and Full Throttle and Sam & Max. After he left LucasArts, he formed his own company, Humongous Entertainment, and made that game. And she played that game like crazy. There's, I think, 5 of those Freddy Fish games. There's 1 on the Switch, the 3rd one, I believe. So yeah, she'll show that off. At some point when we get that stuff PC situated, the world will be our oyster. Because I have a virtual machine of old Windows 3.1, so we can run stuff like that. And I've been wanting to do that, but I just need another laptop for the purpose of that, or another PC that I can connect an HDMI cable into it. So basically, like connecting into a console, pretty much. Yeah, beep beep. Area of a circle is pi r squared. There you go. That is a reference to something, though. I'm thinking. Am I right? I'm probably missing what it is. But there you go, that's a good case of that, so yeah, remember that. Or I'm thinking, I was thinking of, Animaniacs, of, when they help Albert Einstein understand, it's like, yeah, it looks like an R, it was like, let's switch it to a 2. No, it was a 2, it was like, let's switch that to an R. It's like, no, that's it, oh my god. No, that's E equals MC squared, so it's like, yeah, that was what it was, they flipped it over, and then they found it. Okay, so we won the festival. And the winning team is us, so yeah, we got it. And red team, yeah, they are upset about that. And yeah, there's the pervert over there who's saying, like, yeah, I wish I had Festio. But yeah, we got Festio, so yeah, let's get him. Yeah, where is he? Come on down, you're the next contestant, the price is right. Except, no, we have this cat here. This is Cat Clancer. While we were doing our math tests, where I was getting wrong answers on that, somebody stole Festio. Lunar did. So, Cat Cleanser came here and saying, like, alright, fine, she's gonna destroy us, but yeah, look at her. Oh, from Math Blaster, ages 6 to 9. Yeah, I think I remember that version. Actually, I guess, because we talked, actually, I think we've talked, Davidson Interactive on the show. Actually, when we played Mad Meister, we talked about that. The stuff they did, because they were a huge company back then. In fact, it was Monty UK, was in the channel on that one, went into the deep history on that, along with the stuff of the Learning Company. I remember there were a bunch of those takes on Math Blaster, different cases on it, including, I remember I played Word Blaster specifically, as well as the 2 Math Blasters games, and another one, and here's a playthrough of that. Awesome, okay, great, thank you for providing that. That will go in the link list. As I said, we'll definitely do stuff with Math Blaster. As I said, there's a lot of history stuff to it. We'll get going. Honestly, I think Nikki's gonna be the trailblazer on that one. We'll figure out as far as that next year for that, and as I mentioned also, I think I mentioned this, Edwack wants to do Banjo-Kazooie, and so at some point we'll make that happen. So actually, we were gonna do Mickey Mouse Capade to start. He said, like, can we do Banjo-Kazooie instead? I was like, it's one of his favorite games of all time. So I was like, okay, fine. You want to show that? Go ahead. Or go through it, no problem. And we'll definitely get stuff with that. We'll figure that, because, yeah, this is Super Old Game Saturday, or almost Saturday as it is now. But as I said, even something that's education, you can kind of get that perspective of what it was. You saying, like, hey, here's something I remember from, you know, Math Blaster ages 6 to 9, and getting a sense of, would people remember that, A, and B, the thought, like, hey, it's learning, is that boring? Or for that matter, of, you know, it holding on. We mentioned actually when we played Parasite Eve a couple weeks ago, saying that, you said this, you said that, you know, this game makes biology interesting, but it's also something that because of the way it has a lot of information for it, for some reason, it makes you kind of remember it well. And there's something to be said about the idea that really good games, you know, going into teaching of something like that, or edutainment as it is, and really attaching on something. I mean, there's cases where it's not done well, for sure, but those are other cases where you realize that, and they stick with you. And I mean, that's the idea of the show. It's a game that you stick with you or me. It's like, look, it doesn't matter even if I haven't played it. If you played it, that's good enough, and we will give it the love. Alright, but yeah, Cat Collector's too weak to do anything, so we're gonna play dodgeball. Yeah, I mentioned, if you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball. But yeah, everybody else get out of here. It's Marina and I only. Alright, but if I win, take me to him. Alright, so in that case, yeah, Cat Cleanser will be the judge. He'll tell us the rules, which are hit the opponent, left side is your side, and Cat Cleanser on the right. Stay on your side, and, you know, fight fair. And if you do it without getting hit, you get the gold gem. I'll just say that right now. I'll see about doing that, and then I'll also come back here. I'll show what happens when you cheat. It's not too hard to do that. Basically, just kind of stay on the side. And yeah, because she also throw the flowers. As long as you time it specifically, you just toss everything at it. Something to wait. And one thing, here's the thing. You can't cross... Okay, you can cross the line. We're going to show crossing the line in a second. You can reach across the line, and it won't give you a problem with that. It's like, hey, if the ball is right there on the line, it's right over. As long as you're still on your side, it's fine. So you will not be in a case. And the ball usually won't hit you as long as you stand on the ground. If you're far enough away, like, yeah, there you go, just wait. And yeah, at that point, when there's nothing there, she's just gonna sit there, she's just sitting duck, so boom. Just smack her in the face, and yeah, she's got the tears. Okay, boom, got her. And I didn't get hit, so you're set. Okay. Just as I thought you knew you'd be good, let's go see Lunar and Theo. Be careful with missiles and laser beam, because he always scolds me for riding them, saying they're not toys, but they're fun to play with. And by doing that, she will give you the gem. Alright, thank you. But we're coming back into this, because I want to show off what happens when you cheat. And if you're going for the S rank, I think you have to do this. Alright, there's Cerberus Alpha, that's the boss here, we'll get to that in a second, but... I hit Z button, skip this. Alright, fine, we're fighting. He said stay on me outside. I'm like, no, fuck that, we're coming over here. We're gonna just pick her up and throw her into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you only won because you cheated, you're not wrong. So there you go. Okay, that is the S rank run, although I don't know if that's fast. I think you have to do it in 12 seconds. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's shorter than that. Fine. 11 seconds and 90 milliseconds. That's an 8 weeks. I'll put down here at the bottom of the screen when I edit this. What's the S time? Yeah, you basically have to be perfect, and I guess you have to do it that way in order to get it. But yeah, she's like, she'll call you out if you cheat, but and also if you do cheat, you do not get the gold gem. You actually have to play fair and not get hit. With that, we're set. Let's go fight Cerberus Alpha. I love this boss. It really creates the tension going on. Also, even the way they kind of have the black background, the colors kind of limited that way, as he has Cerberus Alpha as you're going along. And even the fact that when you're going in distance like that, the perspective is changing, or the aspect ratio is changing, so it's kind of going to letterbox perspective. The guy has a sense of, like, look at the scope of this. You're picking up the missiles, shaking them, and throwing them. And like a lot of the end level stuff, you grab that, and it will not hurt him, I don't think. And you can catch that for items and stuff. But yeah, if you get through this without getting hit, you get the gold gem. And you catch it right away, boom, you got it. Oh yeah, if you time it right, you can grab that. I love that aspect of this game. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa! I have to wait for him to toss the missiles again. Or actually, in that case, you know what? Fine, get down there, shoot that. He'll shoot that, and he'll shoot the missiles out again. Or shoot the orbs. Boom, boom, boom. Grab that. Yeah, because the missiles will be the only thing that hurts him. And when you hit him enough, shit, I got hit. Alright, so I lost the gold gem. You don't hit it, you get the gold gem. But same deal with the missiles. But in this case, you also have to kind of angle it that way. And also, when you hit B, you just drop the missile. And just go straight. So use that to your advantage. Oh, he shoots a lot of them at once. I don't know if I've ever seen that. He goes like to him on the end, and there's that beast change! Alright, so yeah, we're talking about stuff with Robotech or Voltron or maybe Power Rangers, like the Zords consoles. Yeah, a little later. Yeah, he's off. So this is where it gets a little weird, and I'm riding on Cat Clancher, by the way. You have to time it so he does that flip, and then when you get into it, grab him, and you have to throw him very specifically. Sometimes he'll jump back and forth between the backgrounds and kick you in the face. Yeah, you have to, it's kind of weird how you have to kind of get the time down. Basically, also get a sense of, hope he doesn't do that. You're going for your perfect no damage run on this for the gold gem. That could screw you up or hitting the stuff with fire. So you basically have to read him, which I guess is fair, because actually a lot of treasure games tend to do that. Boom. And you do this, I believe, 3 times. Whoa. I also love just the intensity of it, and as I mentioned, the boss battle music, the final area of the area boss music, it's amazing. And now you have the gun. So you can shoot him with that. You do have to shoot him with that to kill him. But the other thing you do, and I hope I can show this, the gun sort of has auto aim, but if you do shake on it and do the shake right, hit him with that, yeah, he gets knocked off. Ow, shit. Or I get rammed. Here's the thing, when you do the shake, it does also go where the gun is currently pointing, because the gun was pointed at him. Yeah, if you hit right at the top, you knock him off. We got him. But we didn't get the gold gem, but either way, he was dying in an orgy of explosions. With his, how could I lose to you? Yeah, I had explosives on my side, my friend. And a cat who was willing to, you know, take me there, because, like, yeah, I slammed her on the pavement before. But, alright, we got Theo again. Yeah, he is. So, like, yeah, but in that case, like, yeah, no. Yeah, it's like, I said no, my friend. You're going back home. Alright, it does feel very satisfying to get through that. They keep saying that the plan has been destroyed, but fine. I guess Lunar's plan was, and we saved Theo again. But we got something else going on which we're unaware of, and we'll see that especially now. Yeah. The Beast Tech Tour. Stay tuned, so the Batman take of same Nintendo 64 time, same Nintendo 64 channel. Alright, and tips. Yeah, and basically what we said there, if you do no damage on any of the end-level bosses, or end-world bosses, you get a gold gem. Some of those are tough, though, so yeah, you gotta be ready. And you have your knife kick, the knife kick to punish you. So yeah, she will right wrongs and triumph over evil, and that means you. As I said, I guess the Sailor Moon thing is well for her at good and not that great, but it's fine, whatever. We got him. Alright, fine. He's in the healing tank from The Empire Strikes Back, I guess, but meanwhile, in the caves, Taurus is doing mining. Tears like this, the fleet will be soon ready to go. But he's like, yeah, what the hell happened to Lunar here? Okay, fine. He asked who it is. It was like, yeah, it's Marina. Who works the evil Theo. So yeah, he's still in the same idea. Yeah, she's stronger than we thought. No kidding. So yeah, it's up to you to get her back alive. But he also isn't listening to that, saying, no, it's revenge. Underestimating the power of the Beast Tech door. But that's not what I meant, my friends. Well, fine. No, don't kill her. Get the professor back. Alright, so we're charging, but he's like, yeah, your lives are mine, so... Yes, there's the Donkey Kong thing, as he's doing... Actually, it is like Donkey Kong, really. Well, yeah, he's, they're literally bowing at his feet and worshiping the ground he walks on. And actually, that's a detail that will make sense a little later. Yeah, but I told him to kidnap the professor, not kill, Marina. Yeah, remember Kalina? She's back. I'll do it. Alright, so yeah, that's the case. Alright, so this time... This is one thing I do love, and you do see this actually after every world, the idea that we had certain things coming on, but each time they come with a different plan. It's like, okay, fine, she didn't get home in time to save, Theo from getting kidnapped again. This time she did. I guess she beelined it immediately, and she said, fine, here's missiles. Like, if they come through the door, kill them. Yeah, we'll fight back if they come through. Yeah, but the phone is ringing. And the phone, by the way, will keep ringing until I hit that L or R button. So they're very persistent. So yeah, I mean, she does the maid duty, saying like, fine, let's answer the phone, what's going on? But Professor... Yeah, so, yeah, she pulls out the Marina, you know, impersonation act, saying like, yeah, didn't you go in the other room? No, I'm not, I'm right here. Yeah, let's play hide and seek. So at this point, I don't know, maybe he's thinking that, okay, fine, he's, you know, she's reacting to my advances, sort of. But even then, he's also saying, like, wait, no, hold on a second, why are you being so childish? Because at the end, he's gonna throw, something in the face of that, feasibly. We'll say, alright, fine, we'll play. Here I come. Alright, so yeah, he's running around to grab her. But yeah, there you go, yeah, but he doesn't know it's Kalina, which is fair, because he never saw her. Because he was kidnapped before she came in the picture. But he's, yeah, fine, running out the door. But, yeah, it was a telemarketer or something. They had the wrong number. But he's like, yeah, where'd you go? So I guess he knows that it's not her now? Or fine, I guess because I yelled, it's like, oh yeah, that's the case, let's get going. And that pickaxe, I guess, was not a random detail, because we are going into the caves of Asher's Lair, starting with Rolling Rock. For all you fans of the beer, or, I think there's something in Colorado, usually there's a music festival. Yeah, usually for this one, roll down the hill. If you get hit by the boulder, like that, you get tossed back to the beginning. You don't get hurt by doing it, but you have to start it over again. If you're going for S rank, it's not happening. And also in this case, yeah, just dash, really. Unless you are going for the gem, in which case you have to be kind of on your game running the gem, because also the boulder will still keep going even when you're making the transport over here. Whoa! Just grab the blocks and toss them. Yeah, in that case, yeah, you can get yourself crushed, but if you're going for the gem, it's over here, unless I passed it already. Whoa. Yeah, it's right over there. So what you do is you gotta... Oh, wait, you have to go in there. But actually, this does mean that you can't... Actually... Okay, fine, I fell, whatever. Probably better anyway. Sonic 06. Oh, getting rolled by the bolt. Oh, shit. Oh, man, he's worse... Oh, I see. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that part of it. The man, Theo getting kidnapped is worse than Elise was in Sonic 06. Yeah, we did mention that last week from Majora's Mask, because it's like, hey, what's that about? Or we were playing something with that. And then we got in that epic discussion about Mean Girls. But yeah, in terms of getting kidnapped, that's true, I mean... Yeah, I mean... That's true, I mean, actually, I guess... I'll have to do a count. Maybe I'll put an edit in here. It's like, what's the count of Elise getting kidnapped for Sonic 06 compared to Theo getting kidnapped? And yeah, I'm not getting to the end, because actually what happens is the boulder will... Shit. Okay, fine. The boulder will... Okay, fine. I'll just do the dash across. Because, yeah, with the roll, you do kind of get stuck on the ground here. So in that case, basically just do the dash. I was going to say I'll put an element as far as, like, how many times does Elise get kidnapped? So thank you for that observation. Good observation to make. How many times does she get kidnapped or eventually willingly let herself be caught? Compared to Theo. I mean, fine. I know the number as far as Theo because of how long this game is. But yeah, I'd be interested to get a perspective of that. I mean, I guess it makes a little more sense in his case as far as saying, like, hey, wait a second, this is Marina. Also, by the way, the bomb is over on the left. Okay, yeah, I might just make this, because if you don't get down there by the time the boulder's there, it goes right there, and you have to basically die. But we got it. Okay, finally. Yeah, totally raw now. I mean, speaking of other weird stuff, yeah, we got Froggy. Oh. Yeah, grab... Okay, here's how you handle him. Grab his tongue and throw it right back in his mouth, but actually there's a better thing to do on this. Yeah, shake him into the ground. I love doing that. Bump, 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 bump. Yeah, I believe that is also how you get the gold gem, I think. Well, at least I think it is. And yeah, the element of royalty is not necessarily a lost concept as far as this game. Okay, yeah, also when he gets down enough... Yeah, the lightning will come. Yeah, what kind of frog is this? Like, yeah. Okay, fine. Oh, right, I forgot, right. You get that, and you get the cloud going down, and when you do that, throw at enemies dead. Oh, right, you get the gem for doing that. Okay. So basically you do enough damage to him so you get that cloud coming and toss the electric bolt back at him. And you get it. Yeah, but sometimes you do have to play around to get into where is the gold gem and how do you get it. But yeah, you're right with Theo that way. For that, as far as how it is. And also, maybe it makes less sense in his case, because he's also an older guy. He's supposed to be a really smart scientist, but he's not aware of, you know, some of this. I mean, look, the first time wasn't his fault. The second time, I guess it wasn't his fault, but then this time, it was like, alright, fine. He didn't realize what Marina looked like. I mean, he must know, feasibly, says fair enough point. Alright, so, going back to the beginning of the game, we saw the 3 Clancer kids. Now we have 7. Yeah, I need to find them again, right? Except, no, they had more children, so they have 7. I've added a few. And I guess, I don't know if this is a translation thing or not, but I guess the thought is that, apparently they were out of their marriage, I think, as far as their children. I wonder if that's what they're saying here. With the fact, like, why are they looking at that? Or maybe the thought of, you know, why is the wife being so sexually open, as far as describing the fact that, hey, we added a few children, go in the sense of, what is that, how does that operate, really? Okay, but anyway, they haven't come home, I'm worried, let's go find them. Yeah, we have everything to me. So, alright, so now we're in the cave. And, yeah, I think I also have the look of this down, because I'll mention this as long as I'm in the caves. This is where the look of this game is getting a little darker. And when I mentioned, when it comes to Nintendo 64, usually output's dark, so I have to pump up the brightness a little bit for it, unless I'm running it like an emulated version or something. But for this, like, I don't want to make sure that it's looking right, and you can kind of see it's not too dark, which I don't think it is. Alright, so, how the Clancer kids work this time is, instead of finding them and having to catch them that way, you fight a mini-boss. There are, I think, 3 forms of this. The first one here is the clan pot that tosses out these orbs, or the fireballs. You basically grab the fireballs to get the rocks to come out of, like, the Clancer heads and bash them in. And then talk to them. Alright, never forgot you. This time I'll go quietly. I'm no longer a child. The King Aster's missing in the cave. Taking Miss Ondine. I won't let the Empire rule us any longer. Okay, and so it's going into a little bit of the backstory of that specifically. I guess sort of tying into something I didn't actually intend when I was gonna do this game, which was the passing of Queen Elizabeth II yesterday, as far as that. As far as the idea of, like, the royal lineage element. Alright, the next perspective is, yeah, this. You have bombs that come out of them. You basically just grab at it and toss back at them. And miss, in my case. But here's the deal. If you miss or hit him, yeah, that'll come back, and then you hit him again. But each time you hit him, a spike ball comes out. You can basically still grab pretty much willy-nilly unless you're really unlucky or keep missing. And when you hit that, if you hit the spike ball, you get hurt. But if you don't, you grab the bomb and you can hit him. Except, yeah. Actually, honestly, that jump toss, I jump and hit the B button to do that toss-up. Honestly, that seems to be a little quicker, and usually at that point, you basically wait for the rotation so you don't grab into the spike balls like I am. But a lot of times you could sort of just blind grab, and if you're going for the S rank, you have to do that. So I hope you understand the way the pattern of that is. Alright, here we go, there's the next one. Let's go, Stace Marina, what happened to my brother? Alright, I'll have to go home, and they will go home on their own, so you don't have to bring them back. Also, you do have a transport star here, which I believe that takes you back to the beginning. Or it takes you to another area. Also, you do have the clan ball elevators here. If you're at one end of them, they will come up or down to where you are, so you'll never get stuck. Alright, so here's the next thing with the pot. As I said, we'll show off all of them because you have to, for the purpose of what this is. But also with the pot, some of them will have items in them. So you actually get a lot of health running this. Oh, also, the other thing, actually, I'm glad I showed this. Let me show this again. Yeah, when you're doing the throw, that does count as an invincibility frame. You're not going to get in a lot of cases where you're going to be able to use it. It's not like Asteroid Mega Factor where the game is designed around you being able to use that and using that dodge attacks. But in certain cases, you can get into a situation being able to manage that and not get hit. But it is very specific, and you gotta be quick with it. And it'll keep getting red until he gets destroyed. And the fireballs come up faster. I got him. The traps. You reckon here in Heron Marina. This is Sarie. I guess, yes, Sarie? I guess Japanese pronunciation maybe are sorry. Okay, well, yeah. Taryn's always talking about you. I don't think you're as cute smart as he says you are. Yeah, there's a detail that's going to go on later. They will get into that. Yeah, that's one of the... I think that's one of the new children. Well, I think it is. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit here saying no, she was in the first level of the Clancer kids. We'll say, okay. Yeah, the pot... They do... Yeah, some of them are repeated, but there are a couple that are going to be different. Oh, yeah, there is another one. I know what the other one is. And I don't think they're random. I think they are specific to each of the Clancer kids, I think. Come on. Also, yeah, you can also grab on the bottom of it, but aside from just looking cool, there's not really much reason to do it. It doesn't actually change it. I mean, oh, let me try something. Yeah, you can. I can't pull it down or throw it specifically into the ground to just smash it. Or to go into the Legend of the Hidden Temple perspective, I can't smash the clay pots to find the key to enter the Jester's Courts. In that case, I'll just break out the children. What we got? Yeah, Cella's told me all about you. Okay, so she's close to Cella's. You know where she went? I heard she came back to Kalina. Okay, so yeah, that's not good. We'll have to handle that. Basically what you're doing, you're basically just going the alcoves, because that's where the children are. When we get the last one, you'll go back to the start. Alright, this is the other boss variants here. Yeah, you have this clan ball thing where it basically tosses orbs from the ground. You want to stand in the front of it. Because, yeah, then they'll come up and you basically just toss them right there. But also you have to stand very close in the middle. If you don't, you'll get hurt by that, and I believe it is half your health off, so be careful. Oh, shit. But you do have a little bit of a warning before that. I think when you get his health down, yeah, right there. Yeah, because you also get stuck in it, so I'm glad I showed that off to show how that operates. Yeah, in that case, I'll tell you, I don't mind necessarily showing that, like, it's not an element of skill, because it shows that, okay, that I'm not lying when I say that what I'm doing. Alright, a real-life Marina even has moves on her own. Alright, so she likes the idea, or he or she, I'm trying to remember what the gender of that child is. I mean, it's kind of tough to tell in some cases. Alright, there's 2 more. Yeah, I have to go this way. Okay, I know him. He's the one who ran fast, so he was in the first level. And he's the spike ball again. Whoa. Okay, that was weird. It looked like it dashed right into the spike there, or the spike ball. Actually, I just like that effect, even just the way it looks visually speaking. The idea that, yeah, there's the purple of the spike ball there, and then contrasting that with the bomb. Ooh. So it makes it easy to identify that way, which is a good case of the way the mechanics of this game operate. Whoa, shit. Ah, too early. And okay, at that point I did also lose one of my stock, because yeah, it ran out, and so it just goes away. Alright, hi. Remember me, the kid with fast moves? That's me. Yes, it is, and you have to go through the dialogue. I'll help my brothers, I'll tell you a little still later, so give us a hand. Alright, yeah, there's only one more to get, so we'll do that. Alright, so we went this way, I believe. Okay, that's there. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a maze, but it is laid out mostly symmetrically, so as long as you just keep going to the left and right, you'll find it. And if you go into a room where there already was one and there's nothing there, there's just nothing there. Alright. Okay, here it is, alright. And we get him, we'll go back to the beginning of the level. Okay, yeah, it's ending off on this. I do love the music down in the cave and just the look of it. It does look like it's very lived in. Yeah, as I mentioned, people said Donkey Kong Country this game. In that way, I would agree with that for sure. And to think that for this one, it was coming off right of Donkey Kong Country 3 by about a little under a year. Okay, so thank you. That was close. A lady named Kalina, with the weird spacing there, used her magic on us. Thanks for your help. See you later. Alright, we're going back with you as well. Alright, there you go. So for that, we got another tip. But yeah, what happened, where is Kalina, why'd she kidnap your children, and why did Sellers get kidnapped? Well, it's a bit of a story. There's a great king named King Aster, and this is Aster's Cavern, by the way. The king was destroyed by the Empire, but he escaped here. The king's one and only daughter, Ondine, went missing. Looking for the king and queen... Well, fine, she'll be the queen. King and Ondine. Ondine would be the queen now, because I guess the actual queen is no longer around. I don't think this game goes into who Ondine's mother is. I don't think so. That the Empire isn't happy about this. If the king returns, the troops will follow him instead of the Empire. So I guess that's how the Clancers were able to be swayed or convinced to follow the Empire. Because, like, yeah, Aster's not around. Thought, A, he's gone. But yeah, he's planning an underground resistance move, feasibly. We have to destroy Kalina, because, yeah, she's around. Yeah, she's looking for Terran and Sellers, and she caused trouble earlier, so... If his power's not very strong, we could use the help of Terran, but Terran is strong. We showed that in the beginning of the game. Yeah, he's a strong inner power, but he also is a... Yeah, he's a strong inner power that becomes an outer power, as you saw with Black Man. Alright, so there's Kalini with Sellers and Terran's. Like, yeah, she's holding her... yeah, your buddies await you in heaven or in hell, feasibly. At feeding you, King has to be next. She said, like, you don't even know he's alive still. But, I guess Terran's one who knows when he's beaten. My power's not strong enough, even though he cares for his sister very much. But, Marina's gonna give him in here and give him some tough words, which kind of comes out of nowhere, honestly. Talking about the translation question, which is, I hate it when people sell them so short. Don't you dare start talking like that. Both of you are getting on my last nerve. I was like, wait a second, why is she mad at Terran, aside from the fact that saying, like, I'm selling much so short. But, I mean, I'll say this. I do think maybe some of the character motivations aren't as clear here as they could be, and maybe the Japanese version did that better. But yeah, Kalina, I get that. So yeah, smack her in the face. But yeah, she's saying, like, yeah, you have to be strong and no longer be a baby, although Celes is pretty young, from what I understand. I don't know if there's an actual age to her. I mean, I do have the instruction manual here, and she is in it, but I don't think they explicitly go into how old she is. Yeah, they don't. Terran's little sister Celes, who went alone to tend to the flowers, attacked by the worm clans we saw in World 1. So yeah, I will also put a scan in of what that part of the manual looks like, because yeah, I do have it right here next to me. But we such a grown-up, says this guy. Alright, so who is this? Actually, I don't know if he tells us yet. And he might not tell us till the end of the game, so I might hold that. Yeah, it seems the existence of you and your friends is a threat to the Empire, so he's with them. Time to pay the piper, Miss Light-Years, and that price is your life. Alright, so he has his energy bulb. And unfortunately, it's a direct hit. Yeah, so will Marina survive? Who is that weird man? And will Terran be able to man up as well as Celes? Let's find out. She got destroyed, feasibly. Yeah, we're in a rescue case, but let's see why. Yeah, she did get out there to save Celes, but yeah, in this case, it's a fair case to cry, because, like, yeah, she's not breathing, apparently. Sorry. No time to cry, though. We have to revive her. So, I guess we saw with Lunar. Lunar's put in the medical machine. Actually, fine, he knows. He went in the Imperial Lab, which is called Mr. Health. That's what that's called. Or called the Mr. Health. If we use it, she might recover, so I'm gonna go after it. I'm coming with you. Yeah, because that is Sarie, as mentioned. So yeah, she mentioned, like, hey, she kind of has a thing for Terran, as we're seeing here. Yeah, don't do that. I'm going in alone. Please take care of Celes while I'm out. Don't die on me. I don't know what you'd do if you were to die. But I won't. Yeah, he's the only one who can do it. We are playing, by the way, as Terran for this part of the game. There are 2 levels you're running with him. So yeah, Marina's dead on the field, feasibly. Oh, they can punch my sister. That was an accident, I swear to God. Now, also say goodbye to everyone. He plays totally different. So you're basically doing the dash on him. Do left and right, and it basically holds as a full run. You also have punch, that's on B button. You also have jump, which is on A, but like Marina, you have a triple jump, and they give the number. I do love that. I find it's a quadruple jump, really. You jump 1, 2, 3, 4. You also down D-pad to do the block, up on D-pad and B button do a final blow, and do slide, which is not very useful. That's down, and the A button. Though your power's weakened, you can't throw enemies, so you have to be using triple punch. So yeah, we can't block man it up in here, unfortunately. She's not the kind of girl who normally cries. She must be special. Yeah, she's my sister, so there you go. Or to go... Yeah, in that case, I'm thinking of the Stone Roses for Love Spreads. Here's a tip. When you're gagged by an enemy, hit down on D-pad to guard. And you use the slide, which is down on the A button. Can attack while jumping. But there's... Okay, this is sort of attacking while jumping, but you have to be on the ground to use it, which is the final blow. Hit up on D-pad and hit B button, and yeah, turn it into fire. Mirror told me his special moves like triple jump. And then Cell is giving me the last element. I worry about you because I think you're invincible. But go get him. Also, you can't grab onto the stars, but you just jump into them and you go on. Yeah, it is different, the idea that... Talking about this with this game, we're talking about change of style. I mean, this took me by surprise. The thought of, like, okay, Marina's gone, and then I'm playing as a totally different character. Which is unique, but it definitely is weird. Because there are only 2 levels to play as him on, although one of them is also the easiest level in the game, or at least one of them, to get the S on. I'll try and see if I can get it, just because I can do that one. Oh, right, I forgot. I gotta go in there in order to get the gold gem, and... Actually, I can come get it again, so I'll show how that's operating. Actually, no, that's not for the gold gem. That's just for, red gems. Yeah, basically you gotta wait till they throw out the bombs and just let them go into the walls. In that case, you're kind of running. I do like this element of variety change, but I guess it was also a question of, you know, it's so much fun to play as Marina that it kind of is a bit of a... don't know if I'd say this necessarily as a pace breaker. It's like, yeah, I'm still can move really, really fast, like the run. In fact, in some ways, it's more consistent run with him than it was with Marina. But also the thought of like, hey, it's something totally different, and also that whether you have like, I mean, here'd be the other thought of this, which would be that, you know, if you have like an extra mode where you play the entire game with him, but last you do not. Also, in this case, you have to pay attention to when the light is up there, because you only go on the star once, and it goes to where it is. Particularly here. You have to go one at the top in order to get where the gem is. Yeah, in that case, you have to time it because it's going faster and then going there. And I think... Oh, wait, it's spelling something out. Let me see what that is. Oh, shit. It's... Marina. Actually, I never noticed that before. Okay, so yeah, in that case, you have to pretty much time it so you get that star right when it's on the gem. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got it. Oh, yeah, you have to time that perfectly in order to get it. Also, we have another one of those puzzle things. In this case, we're going to use the tricycle again, but he's using it a little differently, so I gotta go find where it is. Actually, I think it's over here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, he's small enough, so you actually just use it the way you're supposed to. So he is using the pedals and the handlebars. And you can jump on the bike, by the way, so just keep doing that. And then jump off hitting the B button, and you get to the end. Alright, got it. So that's the end of that. And then next, we are going to see what's going on with the last level of him. Yeah, here's Kalina. We gotta get her revenge. Where'd this bug come from? Never give you to Marina and Cella's. Alright, she wants to play the game with this, so we're gonna play a game, and as we mentioned, the Sailor Moon thing, they had to be going for this. I'm pretty sure. My strength, my courage, my ambition. Yeah, so... Moon, Prison Power, Make Up. Well, I guess it's the Moon, I guess, what's the staff she uses in S and Super S? Miracle Outer Galactic Android Z. So I guess also the Triangle Z perspective. But yeah, there you go. There's your magical girl transformation. Except, yeah, in this case, she's the villain. So it's like, yeah, we gotta kill her. Yeah, she becomes the Kalina change into Marina. And she has a crowd there, but like, yeah, she's not living very long. She'll throw bombs out. Jesus just use the final blow on her. Just keep doing that. And you gotta do it quick enough so that you can win, but I think because I showed the cutscene, yeah, she's dead already, but I don't think that is gonna be enough. You do it in 30 seconds, you get the S rank. I will show that off. So I probably will come back in here and do it. But that is how you do it. Honestly, most of the battle is going to be just you waiting for it to explode. But we got it. And with that, we did find the machine here. So there's Mr. Health, and we're going to toss Marina in it, and she will be right as rain. Alright, so... That's very good, and it's because of the cutscene. So the cutscene does count as your time. So before we take care of Taurus, let's do this. So just keep hitting Z button, just skip it, then go in front of her and just use the final blow. Just keep using it. Because as soon as you land, you can use it again. And then it's basically angry yourself, I got it. There's nothing I can do now, because at this point... she's gone. This should be the S. I can at least show this one. I do know that's 30 seconds for the S time. But also a case of you have to be perfect in order to get it, so good luck. I remember Nintendo Power had a challenge saying, hey, get all S ranks on this. I don't know how anybody did that, but apparently they did. Alright, got it. So let's see. Oh, that still wasn't good enough. Excellent. Okay, fine. I'll try one more time, and then we'll go on. I have not also put in... Stop. Alright, so that should be it. I got her out. Actually, no, I think I'll also hit Z, because I think you can use it on outro stages. Also, don't hit start. The timer, I believe, still goes when you do that. Basically, you keep hitting that Z button at the end of this, just to see if that does it. Well, actually, fine. Hit start when the, there you go. When that goes. I think it does count for that, so let's see. Oh, Jesus, just missed it. Yes, you saw that, right? Jesus, that was right on the line. Fine, we'll try one more time, and then we'll go on to Taurus. Okay, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. That was too, slow. Basically, I'm gonna have to time it specifically, hit that Z button as soon as the battle starts, and get going. I got this, but you do have to be perfect, as I mentioned. Alright, got it. So don't hit start until after the cutscene, or after the escape from trouble. If I get another 30 seconds, it does count, but as I said, you have to sit here and wait for her to die. So that's how they get you. Yeah, Treasure was definitely very sneaky when it came to this. Alright, keep hitting that Z button, keep hitting start, start, get it. Come on. Do we get it? Please, let me get it. I want to show off one of these. Perfect! There we go. 2930. That is how you're getting your S rank, and that is how insanely hard it can be to get any of these. The fact I got one of these for that is it. So there you go. There's your S rank for this level. Good luck doing it on the rest of the levels. You could probably be playing this game the rest of your life. Maybe not get them all. Alright, fine. We did that, and to celebrate. And, as far as the gem here, I believe you have to break the blocks. I think. But we're not doing that. We're gonna play Taurus. And yeah, he's down in the mines, you know, saying about how tough it is to be a man, or maybe I'm thinking of Tarda here for Pimp from Hustle and Flow, if you've seen that movie. Yeah, he wants to cry. Yeah, but he's doing his digging out here, because I mentioned he is an excavator. Yeah, all I've been waiting for this. Yeah, gorilla. So yeah, we got our gorilla, you know, in the caves. Give me back the professor. But yeah, stop calling me the gorilla. He's Sasquatch beta, but Sasquatch is a gorilla, so I guess that's kind of the joke. Because I think it is. Yeah, but he doesn't care about kidnapping, which is true. It's like, but now they're also getting mad at it because it's the question of, you know, am I the stage boss I'm going to defeat easily next? But he gets mad about the fact that you said it's, you know, easy. So, you're dead meat, pal. Alright, so here's how you do the element of that. Yeah, he'll do the jump like that. If he grabs you, it's going to be trouble, but he'll do the throw. You have to kind of get behind him and throw him. Or you do this, you wait till he hits the ground and he will have a shockwave that will hurt you if that happens. Big drops to hit him, but also if you do grab him, he'll knock you off. But if you wait him to do, when you do that, throw him in the wall, you get it. We did that, throw him in the wall specifically. You have to roll underneath him and then get him. Also honestly, yeah, he'll also do that grab down. He can grab you. In fact, you know what? I'll show him grab you. Or also I'll punch him in the face. Honestly, when I grew up playing this, usually I just said, fine, just throw the rocks out. Oh, fine, I'll show this idea. You might be able to get out of it, but sometimes it depends. Like, sometimes your controls lock, and sometimes they don't. So that's usually how you want to handle that. Try to avoid it, or hope that you don't get grabbed. Oh, fine, okay, I rocked him in the face. Alright, he's gone. Can't believe it. Do whatever you want to. You're the winner. But he's like, no, I'm not gonna kill anyone. That's not my style. Yeah, so Marina might be a lot of things, but yeah, she's no killer. Alright, we'll meet again someday. So they're actually kind of cordial when you really think about it, which is interesting as far as, I guess, the villains this way. It's like, yeah, they kind of have some kind of grudging respect a little bit, especially Taurus. Yeah, name, time, place, but get stronger. Yeah, it'll be at the end of the level. We'll see him. He says Sasquatch beta. We'll get to that. Okay, so there's Taurus, and now we're doing ghost catching. So yeah, we're getting close to the Halloween season, so there we go. Here's King Esther, by the way. He's the leader of the underground resistance movement. So yeah, he is still alive. Timing is impeccable, and there's ghosts around, so we gotta take care of stuff. Yeah, we have to use the ghost pot, by the way. That's this blue thing. So we have to go around and find the ghost. They're like that. Just walk the pot into them to get them. If you're going for A rank, what you gotta do is pretty much plan it out specifically, and also grab the bombs in order to bust the effigies. In that case, you're thinking like, why am I not doing that one? We'll do that in a second. Oh shit. Oh yeah, okay, you do that for that, but also the other thing is you have to make sure that you can actually jump up high enough. Use your high jump. Or use your high jump and then do the dash at the top, and then dash to the right. And put the pot in the cloud, because it will follow you. And then what you need to do is go over here, hit the effigy on the right, but if you time it, you can just bust both of them. You hear that, and then take the pot over there and drop them in. Or just basically time it or line it up so he goes into it. And also, sometimes under the flowers, because it gets the idea like it's a graveyard, so that's you just pick the flowers up and toss them. Sometimes they'll be underneath that. It's terrific music. It really gets you in the element of, yeah, we're going spelunking in the cave, and even the vignette effect in the center of the screen. And there's always the bomb there, so you can keep using that. Also, the ghost in here. It's pretty much just kind of going around getting the ghosts to come out of the ones that are not, you know, in line. Also, there's not necessarily always a reason to bust the effigies, but I may as well show a couple of them going. I believe I do need to bring one bomb up for this, though. Just put the pot there, and you can also jump on the side, and it'll come up. Alright, so yeah, with this one, yeah, there's 2 of those, but you have to destroy the effigy in that case to bust it. But sometimes there might be more than one ghost in the area, so in that case, just bust it with the pot. Yeah, in that case, yeah, there's one in the wooden one, and then one in the stone we gotta blow up. And once you get all of them, the level ends, so you don't have to worry about that. But also, we do have this, where it's a little bit of a puzzle. Remember the boomerang? You have to toss it, and you have to get rid of the spike clancers, and make sure they don't come back on the screen. When you get all of them off at once, you get the ghosts. And he's also telling me about the roll, because there is one part that you basically need to use the roll in order to get through, and it's down on the left. Also, that ghost up there, basically just throw the pot up. You hear that pop, he's like, that means you're good. Also, I want to see something. I don't think... Yeah, okay, because I'm standing on top of it. It's not like the clan pot, you can't take the ghosts out. Also, those ghosts attack, so, there you go. Yeah, and that's also, if you're gonna be going in there, you have to do the roll at the bottom, but yeah, just throw the pot in and you got them. Alright, great job. So there go the ghosts. So yeah, we were doing the ghost hunting for sure, or the ghost potting, I guess as it is. Or ghost gardening, maybe, as it is. Alright, so we got that, and Aster's good, so we gotta get him out of here. We gotta get his trike out, which spell with a Y, I guess, or I guess it's a play on words that way. But alright, it's Aster's trike. Where are we? Did you find my favorite tricycle? This is a scrolling level where, yeah, you have the water coming here, you get on the tricycle and take it all the way to the end. You have to take it to the end, otherwise they'll say, like, hey, great job, but you didn't get my bike. Or if you ever played Bible Adventures on NES, they'll always like, yeah, good job, but you forgot Baby Moses. It's like that, pretty much. Use the C buttons, pretty much, for this, unless you're going for S time, which I think you probably need to use D-pad. Also make sure you're going up fast enough off of a cliff like that, otherwise you fall in the water. That is not pleasant. Yeah, sometimes you have just enough reach. And you will also go over platforms that way, so just keep dashing, but also in some cases just make sure you go left, right. And this is where, as I said, using the C buttons can help. You also make it the jump there. Yeah, there it is, but there is the gold gems, don't forget it. Well done, we got it. Alright, so we're helping him out, but he has a tricycle to ride on the way out. Alright, excellent. Alright, moly cow, let's talk about this one. This is another mini-boss. It's actually kind of like one of the bosses we saw in Rice Star. Actually, the guy in, the planet, the fire planet in that game. Alright, here's what he is. He'll do the dig, I'll show this. When he does that, he throws the rocks out. You can grab the rocks and toss it back at him, or you grab him by the hand and... Fine, he grabs me, he slams you in the ground. You grab him, he will, flip. If you're going for the S time... The game doesn't tell you this. Fine, let me see if I can't do the grab. Okay, fine, I grabbed his, rock. I gotta go, do the trip off. Yeah, the gold gem, by the way, is in his chest. So you have to knock him to the ground. You throw him up, he will always land on his back. So basically do the dash down on his back to get him. But as I said, the one thing this game does not tell you is that if you throw him in the air, that counts as hurting him. So even if you don't do that, you throw him in the air or hit him 16 times, he'll go into a rage. So I'm causing damage to him even though he's not touching the ground. I guess he's getting dizzy or something. And as I said, if you're going for the S10, you basically have to do this. Pretty much get it to diagonal throwing him so he will not land and you can throw him instantly. Yeah, when he goes crazy, he'll do that, which takes off 3/4 of your life bar, by the way, and he's dead. So yeah, I did not know, actually, that that's how that worked. Until just yesterday, actually, because as I said, I wanted to get all the S ranks, or all the A ranks. Not the S ranks. God, no, I can't get all the S ranks. All the A ranks, at least on the main file I ran, or have. And in that case, I said, what's the method to this? I had B only. Like, I'm doing something wrong. I looked up and they said, like, yeah, you have to do this. I was like, wait, what? You have to throw them into the air and it counts. So I was like, okay. So it is all these weird things that the game is not open with you on. So yeah, a lot of secrets, I guess, when you think about it, to kind of figure out. Although, I don't know how anybody would have found that out without looking at a guide or anything. But even at the time, like when Nintendo Power was covering this game when it released, they never had any occasion that deep saying, oh, by the way, do this for the S rank. Yeah, 25 years out, there are people who do love this game, and I'm definitely one of them, and I guess know some of its elements. Alright, so this is the maze. It's your red warp to get to Sasquatch Beta. He's underneath the cave. And don't forget to talk to your friend, basically meaning that when you have someone around, talk to them, they'll give you a hint. It's basically a maze. Yeah, warp zones are 1 through 8. They each have a red and green exit, and you have to understand what the pattern is. But the game will sort of tell you what it is, so go into that one. And there's some where it's like, hey, you can go into that star again. It'll either take you back where you went, but sometimes it won't. And I'll show you how this is going to operate. In some cases, like, yeah, you can't break the effigy, so if you take the star from over there, you're stuck in here, and if it's the wrong way, well, yeah, you want to go back to the beginning. Alright, there's 4. Red 4, because there's red and green indications. He'll say this. When you warp to a warp gate, it might take you to the wrong place. But, and I don't know if he says this, if you go into red warp gate 4, it'll take you to warp gate 6 of green. And she'll tell us how to fight the boss. Yeah, use confusion on the tank after the beast change and smash into the ground. Alright, just, yeah, fine. If you don't understand it, too bad. You gotta figure it. Yeah, right there. They'll tell you. If you see the red 1, the red 4, or the green 8, and there's a warp gate right next, and there's the warp gate next to it, go back in, basically, if you see that. That's basically what they're telling you. And as you go down enough in the cave, you'll get more clear hints. So even if you just totally go around saying, like, I don't know where to go, it might not matter, because at that point, they'll tell you eventually, oh, by the way, it says talk to the friend around, talk to Clancer, they'll tell you where to go. Alright, yeah, in that case, yeah, it took me back to 2, so it's like, alright, fine. So sometimes you can go in a circle. In that case, you go to red 4 again. You don't go back into red 6, but then what you do is you actually go right in here. And there is green 5. Red 1. They said go back into red 1, I think. In fact, he'll maybe tell me. Where the gate you exit might take you somewhere new. In fact, I believe that's right. I believe it's, it might be red 1 or it might not be. We'll see. Yeah, red 6, and then that takes you to, in his case, it'll tell you explicitly, yeah, don't go this way. Yeah, that's red 6. It goes to, red 7. There's green 8. You have to go into that. He said, like, go back in green 8. In fact, he'll tell you right here. It says, no, not that way. Go back. The goal's over there. So they'll progressively tell you where you are. So there you go. That's the maze. Well done. Get to the right, and we go to the boss.
Yahoo!
Alright, so yeah, there it is. And, yeah, we're pulling the Sonic 2 out of this, or Sonic 2 for the, HD version. Falling down the pit. It seems like it's going nowhere, but, yeah, it is going somewhere now. We're going to the boss. Alright, Sasquatch Beta. Let's do this. Alright, so Taurus is back. He said, like, hey, we want to have a fight. So here's Sasquatch Beta. Yeah, it is a tank. Here's the thing. He'll shoot something out of that, and it will create one of those. Be careful not to hit it. Oh, I just avoided getting hit. Grab the rocks and throw it at him. Although I don't think the tire treads will hurt you. Well, when it's doing the charge up, grab it and hit C up to pull up, or hit up on D-pad. Yeah, do that and it'll hurt him. Actually, this is one of the easier ones as far as trying to get the gem out of. I might be able to pull it. We'll see. And we'll throw those rocks into patterns as long as you just wait till he, after he throws. Oh, shit. We see that, just keep hitting C up. It will go in the direction it goes. Oh, shit. Okay, so I didn't get it up enough, or pull it up enough, I should say. Because then it would have hit into him. Alright. Yeah. Let's stop. Alright, and you knock him off. That is the end of the first form. And now the next part. There's a beast change. Yeah, it's turning into this. Turns his knight. Here's the foot. Grab the foot. Then pull C left, and then hit C up and C down. You have to crush it on him. You have to kind of get a sense of how to do that. And you can use D-pad for that if you want, as far as it. He said, hey! He's like, yeah, just keep doing it. Do it a couple times, we'll win. In fact, I think I'll get the gold gem on this, unless I really screw up. It's all about the timing. I think I had to do this 4 or 5 times. And he's dead. Okay, so there is your no damage run on Sasquatch Beta. Actually, that's probably the easiest of the end-world bosses, or end-world bosses. So yeah, we're definitely his match. And he's done. And yeah, when you do that at the end, you get the gem at the end of the level. So I'm glad at least I could show one of those off, as far as that happening. But as you're mentioning, yeah, Theo gets kidnapped more than Princess Elise, so we're gonna assume that's gonna happen. Fine, okay. Like, first, I know you said you played this game. I don't know if you've ever gotten this far, or if this is looking familiar to you. But for the purpose of that, like, yeah, how is he gonna get kidnapped next time? Let's see. Space is huge and beautiful, but someone's always trying to destroy it, or the Empire is. Love is sad and beautiful, and someone's always destroyed that too. So, alright, the Evil Empire, we're taking care of them. That is in the next world, which is the last one. And here is a useful tip. I love this. This is where this game is kind of, you know, getting rising. It's like, if you get tired of pressing the buttons, try using the control stick. In fact, I will emphasize this way. I am flipping to page 12 of the instruction manual. Let's look at controller functions here. I'll have a picture of this when I upload to see. It says use the control stick. Control stick, not used. What'd you think? Not much to it, right? Yeah, don't get mad. It's like, yeah, I was like, yeah, you just, I don't know. I guess we're getting mad that the game is a smartass, saying, like, use the control stick in a game that doesn't use it. But, yeah, because it's D-pad only on this baby. But, alright, let's do it. Grabbing is where we must begin. Shooting for treasure within. Throwing far is how to win. And so far, we are winning nicely, I think. Here's Ultra Intergalactic Cybot G Marina. Her throw will conquer you. That is true, absolutely. In fact, the knife kick and the iron fist. So, as I said, hidden character Tekken. I mean, who knows? Maybe they put her in a Tekken game. Who knows? At some point. But either way, it's like that one makes the most sense of the ones we've had. As does, I guess, the next one we're going to see. Alright. So we're done with that, and that is World 5. Alright, so. Glad you came back. Trying to get kidnapped again, and I'll protect you. Not again. So it's like, yeah, she's responding to that, saying, like, yeah, boom, I'm gonna take care of that. But even he's saying, like, okay, fine. Alright, so let's go to the Elise kidnapping thing. Actually, I guess it is like Elise really now, so thank you for that insight, like, first, because, yeah, eventually, without going too much spoiling on that game until we play, because we're gonna play it, and I'll have to figure out how I'm gonna handle that, and also if I can get a medics in, because, like, I want him to rage on one of those 3D Sonic games, and why not that one? I'll pay, as I said, I'll pay him in food and booze, feasibly, or something. But anyway, he's got a bad feeling about this. And in that game, she said, like, fine, I'll eventually go with Robotnik. Eventually, for the good of everybody. But Margin64 lived, apparently, when we destroyed him, so... Professor... But, okay, you're right, it is like Sonic 6, you're right. You know, like first, you're right. You know how they say your first instinct's usually the right one? You're absolutely right. So fine, at this point, he's doing the Elise thing, saying, like, fine, I'm gonna, you know, accept that this is my fate and, you know, go... now, specifically, but, do what you must. He just puts his head down. I mean, he's not even putting up a fight, so alright, fine. In that case, that's how it's working, and yeah, the Clancers work very hard, or very quickly as far as time up again, so, yeah, we have to save him once again, and I'll do the count, as I mentioned, of how many times is it with Elise for Sonic 06, because I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, but even she's saying, like, yeah, not again. Meanwhile, though, yeah, with Taurus and Lunar out, yeah, we have not Epsilon Eagle here, Mirko, getting ready to go. Alright, one thing still bothers me, even though we're close to conquering the universe, and that is Marina, right? He's like, no, the Professor, what's going on with him? Can't believe she defeated both Lunar and Taurus. But strength is no match for me, but it's Golden Spear, I will defeat her. I guess I'm also getting maybe a little bit of a Storm Eagle case from Mega Man X. And not you two, you guys never listen to me. I want you to kidnap him, although, I guess here's the thing, I guess this is the other element of this, which is that, hey, the Empire is saying, kidnap Professor Theo. The Clancers are always the one who kidnap him. The Justice Warriors never do it. He has the thirst for justice that blinds him like this, which makes it complicated. So, like, yeah, fine. The Justice Warriors, I guess, who are good guys, going with the bad guys, or bad guy. Yeah, but Kalina lived, apparently. And yeah, she sent him out feasibly saying that they kidnapped him. And they're on the way back. Alright, today will be his final day, unless we do something. So, alright, last world of the game. This is the Imperial Headquarters, starting another Clans War. And if you remember the part of Gunstar Heroes that I kept dying to, the fifth world we had to rescue Green. No, Green. No, Yellow. Yellow's the girl robot in that, or girl character in that. Yeah, at this point, yeah, we're on the battlefield again. It actually looks a lot like that part of Gunstar Heroes, which is fitting. The guys who made Gunstar Heroes, guys and gals who made that, made this game too. And does share the same musician, or the same musician of that game. And actually, like with Gunstar Heroes, there's not a whole lot of people on the project for this one. I believe it was only about 12 or 15 people who developed this game. So, in that case, yeah, you're right. The idea of a small development team, and Fair Treasure's always been small. I mean, they're still in business, even though they haven't made anything in about 8 years. They've still been around. They've survived. And as I mentioned also, at some point, they've been porting their old stuff. And they've said specifically, they said back, actually, when the Switch Online expansion pack came out, they came out and said, hey, by the way, we'd like to re-release a bunch of stuff, of which they have, because they did release Gunstar Heroes through that, they released Dynamite Heady through that, they released White Crusader and Alien Soldier, as well as Sin and Punishment. And I think that's everything of theirs. And people were saying, like, hey, are they going to get to this one? I hope so, but I don't know if I don't know who owns the rights, number one, if they still have it, and number two, would they necessarily want to, based on something that's going to come at the end of the game, or if they can, you know, I guess, socially rationalize it. I hate to put it that way, but I don't know if maybe there's going to be a question on that with this one in ways that there might not be with everything else of theirs. Okay, fine. We'll also show that with Dynamite Heady, actually, because in some ways, actually, with Dynamite Heady, the Japanese version, I'm showing the politically incorrect version of that by playing that one because of how the trip head works. They toned down some of the imagery of that for the US release for reasons that you'll understand when we play that. Oh, it looks like I kind of hovered over that for some reason. Alright, just give me that and, yeah, just shoot the, Seeking missiles. I'd also be impressed that the game is holding its frame rate as well as it is with all the stuff on screen. But technically they re-released that because I do have that Japanese version within, okay, within the, Genesis Mini 1 unit, and then also the Switch Online expansion pack for Japan has the Japanese version of Dynamite Heady in it, which is actually insanely expensive. I did not know that. Compared to the US, it is a very rare game for Japan. But this one, I don't know if this is rare for Japan. I don't think it is. But if it is, I'll put a correction down here saying, no, it costs like $8,000 or something, which I don't think it does. I don't think there's any game on this system that goes for that much. Even Stunt Racer 64 and even Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, none of those even go for that much. Alright, counterattack time. Alright, yeah, we have the Foul Clancer. It's the ostrich. So yeah, Espresso from Donkey Kong Country. By the way, how it works is that you're running on that, you do jump, but also if you hold A button, yeah, you're flying and you fly forever. And also you can grab the bolt, but I didn't do a good job of that. But yeah, because this is the final hurrah of Mars in 64. So yeah, grab the beam. Which I believe is your way to get the gold gem. Alright, come on, I just have to wait for him to do it. Yeah, got it. I guess that feasibly hurt him. I don't know if it doesn't hurt him the way that some other enemies were like. Okay, I guess it does, because yeah, he's gone. So, alright, we're gonna have our flutter. Also, I just love the way that the Foul Clancer is so smooth, how it's animated. Although this is the only level you see it, unfortunately. Alright, B's the one. So yeah, Flumby. Saw him before. Yeah, he's helping us out, apparently. I guess he realized the error of his ways. So yeah, we're flying around. So yeah, you got the B running around. Move D-pad all around to get through it. And it is an auto-scroller, so yeah, good luck getting an S on this. And also, you can pick up the missiles, but you can't shake them like with, Super Salfa. Make them bigger. Just toss them. Also, you're getting Fog Case, so, yeah, the Donkey Kong Country thing, the fact that a lot of games were doing this. Yeah, Bishop Baker's another one, you're going in the sky, but it is a nice effect. It goes very well to the idea of the finality of this. Yeah, we're going into the spaceship, or the, I guess, the air base specifically, or the headquarters. Kind of like Gunstar Heroes did, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Alright, woo. As far as where the gem is, yeah, I don't know where it is in this level, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but that's what the editing process is for. Yeah, the controls are very smooth here. I mean, it's just basically the movement. At that point, in this case, getting to the end, actually, one interesting detail, when you grab this, yeah, you can still move the bee, even though Marina's gone, so that's an interesting thing to show. Alright, so excellent. Alright, yeah, we're seeing Mirko a little earlier, because actually, there are only about 8 levels in this world. But they're a bit longer and harder. Alright, so here's Mirko. As I mentioned, yeah, he does look a lot like Epsilon Eagle, but unlike Epsilon Eagle, who's running guns and other, you know, shooting weapons, yeah, he's got the sword and the shield, and he also has a little bit of a poetic streak. Your beauty is that of a beautiful devil or maybe a cruel angel. Yeah, but as, like first you were saying as well, like, can we agree that she's cute? Yeah, she knows it. Or that she's adorable, yeah. In this game, I'm sure the cutest character, but who are you? I'm Mirko, but the ladies call me Dr. Smooth-Love, which I guess, I don't know if that's supposed to be... Oh, yeah, no, I'm thinking, the Kiss song, Call Me Dr. Love. But, either way. Yeah, you don't say, you're the boss here, right? Not exactly. I'm much more than a simple stage boss, so yeah, the game is definitely having a lot of fun with itself, which goes to a lot of what, Treasure tends to do with this. But yeah, we'll pay with our life. Shows respect. I don't fight girls normally, but yeah, no choice. Okay, now here how he works is that you have to take off parts of him to pick up. You also have to take off his sword. And you have to, when he does that hook thing, you have to grab off on where that is. You just toss the shield at him and go that, ah! But when he gets that, basically grab it and pull backwards. And when you throw, actually no, I think you throw it at him when you shake it. Alright. And he will pick it up if he goes over it, so. Yeah, the shield is the easiest thing to get away, but yeah. Those are two, or Dr. Strangelove. Oh, yeah, you're right, I should have noticed that, you're right. Dr. Strangelove, or how I learned to stop wearing Love the Bomb. So there's a Kubrick reference in this game. Who knew? I didn't realize. Okay, yeah, shake it. Shit. Yeah, you can. Wait, did I get it? Okay, I did get it, I think. Because I'm glad that happened because, well, I'll go back to the Doctor Strangelove thing because I did have another point to make on that. And feel free, chat, to go into your memories of that movie if you've seen it from 1960, which is amazing. Or 1963, I think. But anyway, on the test play, you shake that out of him. If it bounces too much, or the gold gem bounces too much, you don't get it. So you actually have to go through the boss again in order to get it. So, yeah, you gotta be quick. I think it's one of the only cases where I can think of where the gem disappears. Also, the sword will do more damage, but it will eventually come back to normally. As we have the shifting of the base here. There's like the Storm Eagle thing while he's doing that stab thing in the air. Boom. Yeah, that because, yeah, hit him in the back, so that's the idea of, you know, that element. I was gonna say with the Doctor Strangelove thing, to think this is not the only game on this system that is referencing that movie. Yeah, we get to Conker's Bad Fur Day. I mean, that game is... Pretty much every part of that is an homage to Stanley Kubrick's movies, that one included. In fact, the Weasel Scientist, specifically, is supposed to be a takeoff on Doctor Strangelove from that movie, and I'll put a picture... Probably both of them as far as a reference before we get to that game, and we will eventually get to that. Actually, I think I mentioned that last week. We'll do it eventually playing through the Nintendo 64 version, and then at the end of it, we'll also show off its multiplayer, and then we'll also show off the Xbox version, because there's extra story content for its multiplayer side, which I will have. And we'll take a look at that, but that'll come down the road. But anyway, yeah, I can only be myself for a moment. Destiny has destroyed the Emperor's plan, and the Clancers are controlled by him. Gave weapons to them, and now it's trying to invade Earth. But he's also trying to accomplish his true objective, but she's saying, like, wait a minute, why are you so yeah, going to other movie cases of The Dark Knight, why so serious? I thought we were just horsing around. I guess so, but like, yeah, in that case, yeah, we'll see you later, my friend. You could catch on the Doctor Strangelove, I forgot about that entirely. I should have realized, like, it was right there, like, I'm the Kubrick person, I can be a Kubrick person, specifically. Alright, trapped. Question mark. Alright, so here's what this is. This is going to be a little bit of a maze, and also we're getting this element of, yeah, get through the warship, use the statue technique, and when you see a clan box, you might not want to break it. Alright, we'll see what that means. I'm seeing you again. Actually, I guess it's like Gunstar Heroes again because of the fact that, yeah, we're busting our way into a base. Okay, so she said the, trick of dropping bomb. Or statue trick. Yeah, we drop that, it drops that, but the problem is that you don't want to destroy that. At least not this way, you know. So you want to go this way and reset it, or actually want to go in this and reset it. Alright, so yeah, you gotta basically understand what the order is. And shake everything that's not that one over there in order to get this, because I believe the gold gem is over here. You're shaking more than one to get that set, and then going in here. So this is a little bit of a maze, a little bit of a puzzle. You get this one, you get the statue trick, you get a statue out here, and when I shook the clan bulb there, the orange one, the bomb came out, and it dropped, but if you have the statue set here right away, it'll basically be placed on it. So then you can just put out basically as many as you want. At that point, just pretty much go through the gates until you go back to the beginning. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little too happy with the B button. So at that point right there, I shook it, and yeah, the bomb's there, and I can go do with it whatever I like. And you keep doing this to unlock each area. In that case, it also makes it a little easier just to go back to the start. Just say, like, okay, I bust the wall there, go there, shake this, and go over there. I said, this is what I really like about this game. The fact that we've been playing this game for about a couple hours now, 3.5 hours now. But the fact that no matter what it seems it's been doing, also actually at this point, I can destroy that. I just have to get that so I can get through. So at that point I can do it, but as we've seen, it keeps coming up with clever ways to utilize its gameplay mechanics. Which sometimes that's a hard thing. You don't always get the case of a game where it has an interesting gameplay mechanic and holds it that way. That's kind of my little bit of a question with Beautiful Joe. I think Beautiful Joe is a good game, for sure, but it's also one of those games where I think that it doesn't totally hold on its, you know, concepts enough throughout the entire thing, and there's the gem, by the way. Whereas Okami, which was also by the same people, that one, it does manage it better for it. So the fact that this game keeps being fresh and keeps throwing these interesting wrinkles on what you want to do with it, as you go, I mean, it's not a long game, it's only about 4 hours as it is. But it keeps throwing some interesting stuff at you as you have the Clancer Captain here. What you do is you basically wait for him to do the grappling hook. You grab on when he's doing that, and you hit double down twice or C down to slam into the ground. You have to time it so when his back is there, so he gets hit there. Basically, aim for his back, or aim for him to get slammed in the back. And also, those will bounce, but as you get closer, that'll be how it works. If you're really close, then he will just toss that, or keep going. As long as you time that, you should be fine. Yeah, he's dead. Alright, so off we go. And here's Mrs. Hit again, let's talk to her. I believe this is the last indication of her. Okay, yo, this is the last indication of her in the game. Every remaining level is a boss. Phoenix Gamma. Yeah, if you're not prepared, go to the earlier stages to collect, gems. And be careful about, Mirko, because take off his shield and spear, which you did before. Those will be different. Yeah, we'll need them. Grab, snap, shake, throw. Remember these moves properly and we'll be fine. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hint. Thank you for all your support this game. I have mostly full health, so I think we should reset for this. At least for this next part. Okay, so next is Phoenix Gamma. And the perspective of this one is interesting because basically it's a take on Tate mode. I don't know if I've mentioned that at any point. If you're playing Ikaruga has that where it splits. It's a fight shooter. We showed Ikaruga on the show briefly for one of the showcases, and basically what you do is grab him, you pull off everything for him. You basically wait to pull off every part of him, including the sword or the spear. You have to struggle enough to get that out of the way, and then just keep hitting at him, and he'll hit that side. But yeah, going back to the Tate mode thing, the idea is that they give you more real estate by just splitting the screen, I guess, vertically. So at this point, and it also is dynamic in terms of how it's doing. You're kind of going downwards that way. Do that. And basically, you gotta wait till he does that and then hit him, but also be careful of his, I guess, his Eagle Machine. Oh, shit. And time it so, yeah, because when he does that, he's invincible. So basically wait to do that and don't get hit by the drill. Be able to toss him out of the way if nothing else. People keep saying, lame. Keep doing that, so. Alright, here's the beast change. Yeah, this looks actually a lot like the 7-4 subpart. Yeah, you have the pecking bird. You grab the head, but what you gotta do is you basically wait till it stops and then pull down and smack him in the face. Then it also has the wing laser. You just go out of the way and go downwards and upwards. And also, yeah, when it goes fully like that, that means that the head will be exposed and hit it. So also be careful of the wave that shoots out. Yeah, if you're gonna also try this for the gold gem, which is also again a no damage run, use the boost around, or basically up and down to boost out of the way. And yeah, look at this. Yeah, he is coming into the camera. And this is where things get a little different because you have to hit the B button on the missile, grab one and toss it back to him. We got him. So yeah, talk about playing perspective. And you'll keep going through that cycle, so eventually you'll get a sense of like, wait a minute, I guess I have to do something, but it's not necessarily obvious. You have to pick the missile up and hit him. Alright, we got him. But unlike before, there's no Professor Theo here. Alright, the Beast Sectors, I guess it's feasibly those 3 Justice Warriors, I think. Alright, so the Imperial Headquarters, the final part of it, just said we have to rescue him for sure this time, and we're gonna. But here's a useful tip for end of game. Yeah, the ranking. It's ranked from A to D. If you get A rank for record, something will happen. They're talking about the fact that if you get an overall rank of A, I don't know if you have to have it on every level. I have it for the other file we'll show the full ending for. It will change part of that ending, and I will give an indication when we get there. Alright, so one last part of grabbing is where you must begin. Shaking for treasure within. Throwing far with a massive space in the middle of it is how to win. Alternative Galactic Cybot Marina, there's no time for snacks, unless you are in the audience out there, in which case there's always time for snacks. In my case, there's time for water when I have enough of it, of which I do. Alright, so there's Phoenix Gamma down. Let me dropping the cap of that, but alright, we are going to get a sense of, like, who was that guy who hit us with the laser earlier on? Where am I? Yeah, we were kidnapped, or he went willingly. Yeah, but the Emperor's here is like, yeah, so he's asking an important question, which is, who are you, where am I, and what are you going to do with me? Well, Professor Theo to my Imperial Forces headquarters. He's the head of it. Who do you think you are, and why are you getting the Clances to do your dirty work? Yeah, I'm a fool. They're a fool to do your dirty work. Yeah, you don't recognize me. Alright, so this is the guy we saw earlier who almost killed Marina. And yeah, this is definitely a reveal this way, so I kind of kept my mouth shut on it. This is Leo. That is Theo's brother. So yeah, we have an evil twin case, or an evil brother. Yeah, space is big enough for the two of us, but yeah, that's what happened. So Leo, Theo's brother, decided, hey, I'm gonna cause trouble this way and get involved. So like, yeah, it's personal this way. Yeah, but how many times to tell you? Enough's enough. Crime doesn't pay. He was like, yeah. You think like, yeah, talk about someone not changing. All right, you're okay. They're not twins. Leo's the small brother and Theo's the big brother. So yeah, we were talking about brother case early on. So I guess it was fitting. I forgot that that was exactly how it went. Could probably also be this upset over how bad I am, or are you? Yeah, I want power, and whether I can control this chaotic and cruel world. He said, like, yeah, it's only gonna cause more battles, which it has. Yeah, times, bro, power's needed for a bigger purpose, and enough talk, have at you. Or, no, I gotta do that right. But enough talk, have at you! That'll be when we do Symphony of the Night. At some point, we gotta do that. And do more stuff as far as Castlevania. Alright, take care, I'm a man on the mission, so, bye-bye. Yeah, he's tied up, so he can't really go after him and, you know, beat him down. So yeah, that's who's been involved the whole time. And maybe there's more in the Japanese version kind of going to that, but yeah, we got the inner struggle, and this is actually our boss with, yeah, this thing. All you had to do is bring the professor to me, but they didn't listen. And they're alive because of Mr. Help, but yeah, we're finally awake, we're no longer taking orders. We received the SOS from the Clancers, which is what happened. That's how the beginning of this game started. The fact that the Clancers sent out an SOS and Marina and Theo responded to it. But it was just a trap. And that may also explain the idea of the Justice Warriors saying they're coming for one thing and then we're told by them, no, this is what the justice really is. You're underestimating the power of the true justice. Yeah, but out of the way, this is my fight. Yeah, sorry to break up the discussion. Right, let's see who brings the true justice. I don't like those who think they are it. Alright, so this is one of the bosses. This is a unique boss, actually, because, yeah, get your word case going on and know what antonyms are. You pick up the word balloons. They cause energy to shoot out. If you shake them, you change the bad word to a good word. So yeah, instead of death, you shake it and you go to life. Some of these don't make sense, though, and I want to ask chat to this how you think this operates. Yeah, because blood and cures, like, I don't know if you say like, blood is, you know, how that's, you know... Ow. I'm gonna pick up specific ones of these just to show this. Basically shake it to a good word and toss it right back at him. Definitely a unique boss. I've never played any bosses like this. So Peach... Yeah, the Peach that... Yeah, hurt... Okay, actually, I want to get the hurt one. It's enemy, friend, blood, and... Okay, hurt and... Okay, evil and good. Blood, evil, anger... And they'll all do the same case. So death is life. Fine, we'll throw that. Also, I believe the gem is if you reflect on each of these. Blood, death. There's one I want to grab, which is... Oh, fine. I got paid. Rage is peace. Or maybe peace and war. So, like, rage or calm, maybe. Death, enemy, rage. I want to get pain. Yeah, I'll let myself get... Okay, hurt. Crap. Just because I want to ask chat about this, because I don't know. Fine. Enemy, ally, rage, anger, death, life, evil, enemy, pain. Here we go. Oh, shit. Yeah, it is random which ones are coming up, but I am insistent because I do want to... Okay, there's pain. Shit, I keep dropping it. Yeah, if you do get hit by them, you do get that. Blood, rage, pain. Okay. Okay, sad goes to happy, death goes to life, anger goes to joy. That makes sense. Hurt, anger, blood, death. Oh, here we go, pain. Okay, pain goes to glee. Okay, no, I think it's, Oh, yeah, hurt. Hurt is stop. I was like, I don't know, Chad, do you have any element of that? I never understood that. Like, why is hurt stop? Maybe it's the element of translation, but yeah, we were telling him to stop with that. So, like, that just seemed a weird one. Maybe the translation again. I don't know if this was something where the translation was, you know, I guess messed up necessarily. I don't even know if it's necessarily messed up exactly. I'm just not aware of what that is. But that seemed like a weird case, like, I guess hurt and stop, or I guess hurt, I guess, not hurt, which would be like, ease? I don't know, but alright, fine, he lost. That doesn't like justice because it kicks his ass. I did love my brother, thought our goal was the same. I don't know how he didn't think that, although maybe it's the idea of like... Because I actually, the Crusader 64 and Sir Andre Antonio, when they came in the door last week from Majora's Mask, I showed them that I was doing practice on this. And they said, this looks like it's Mega Man. I was like, yeah, I guess. I mean, Gunstar Heroes also was like Mega Man in that way. But, yeah, he wanted... My dream was to be destroyed by my brother. Okay, so, fine, if anyone was gonna take him down, it should have been my brother. But was like, yeah, me? No way. But, to go back to Star Fox 64, if I go down, I'm taking you with me! Alright, so yeah, he's gonna do that. Yeah, but this time, Theo said, fine, I'm gonna start doing something, I'm gonna jump in the way. So there he goes. And, that apparently is a mortal blow. I'm dying. You're defeated and our adventure's over. I think he's you as a daughter, which goes to the, we mentioned earlier, but still the idea of, you know, the bond of what Theo and Marina is. That, hey, they do have that connection, understandably so, but he's gonna, well, fine, to go to the Ren and Stimpy perspective, he's, taking the big sleep.
Goodbye.
And I guess the idea is that she feels emotions that way, so it is an advanced AI, I guess he designed for her, to be able to be robots that can cry, but it was an act, so it was like, yeah, you know, that's the idea, forgive me. But she's saying, like, ugh. But she also knew, I was pretending to cry too, I knew you were acting and doing a bad job. So fine, you know what? Enough's enough. You're going home. And since everybody is set, we took care of Leo. We took care of the Empire. He'll be safe going back home, I think. So yeah, if that's the case, what do we got left? Just this, the final battle. So yeah, we took care of all of them, but remember, we got the Justice Warriors back, and they wanted their revenge on us. Alright, showtime. Put them up, time to fight. But at this point now, they're kind of liking the idea of being able to fight her, so at that point, they're like, yeah, fuck Justice, we're gonna just beat her up. If by chance I lose, I'll forgive you for being one of my fans. I don't know if anybody ever said that, but whatever. Yeah, but don't listen to me, I'm the greatest warrior of all, so I guess they're kind of trying to... I guess they have the hots for her in the sense that they're saying, like, hey, go with me. You join my fan club, stop wasting your time with him. Yeah, but both of you are acting like children. You have to show your pride as warriors. Yeah, but you want me. I'm good looking, aren't I? Stop looking at that, you only end up being unhappy. Alright, so... At that point, they're gonna come for me. So, going to the Power Rangers thing, fitting that was the last Friday show we had going on. Yeah, their forces are gonna combine to make basically their take on Megazord. So there we go, there's the Beast change, and yeah, we do have the mech robots, so yeah, we have to fight the Megazord equivalent of this game. In fact, it does look like that. They probably had that in our minds. I would think they must have. Or Super Sentai, because it was on since the 70s, but alright. So here's a walk into the center of it, and this is the final boss. This is actually very interesting as far as what's doing perspective. And here's how this works. They'll drop the foot down. You grab it and you throw them. You have to throw them upwards so that they just land on their head and boom, get knocked. But this is also another boss where you have to be very specific on what you're doing in order to destroy them. You also be right underneath the foot. If you're going for A or S time, man, this is a tough one. And you have to be dead on for any of this. When you do it 3 times, well, okay, 4 times in this case, they'll change his pattern up. I'll show each of the patterns. In order to win, you have to do this. You have to grab onto the arm, and just a preview to Donkey Kong Country 3 with Crackshot Croc. You have that element. You have a first-person perspective of having to shoot the block into him. You hit him, and you do damage. If you miss, she gets frustrated. I'll probably show her missing just because. And also, I'll go to the left because his pattern will, or their pattern will change depending on what direction you're from. Also, go down in the background. And they have that. If you were doing that, roll out of the way. It won't hit you. It won't hit you. Yeah, in that case, eat lead. Yeah, and they'll toss those and you hit them for energy. And also, as I said before, yeah, I also do the leg throw, which hurts a lot. Actually, I might potentially get a game over here, but I'll try not to. I'm very low on health, and they do a lot of damage. Yeah, it does have a lot of interesting attacks, but as I was mentioning also, like all the other bosses, okay, I missed. And she gets frustrated, like, yeah, no, I wish I didn't miss. They'll do the grab thing. You can sort of grab them out of that, but it's not easy. Just roll out of the way. I don't think you can get hit doing that, so yeah, just do that. And make sure you're on the right of them, or them, I guess, to get that set, and I'll try and hit them. I think you have to hit them about 4 times with this. And it is this, shit, they dive out of the way. So just play with perspective uniquely as well. As I said, it is you have to go through this without taking damage if you're going for a gold gem. Sometimes you have to hit them when they're moving. Yeah, I got lucky hitting them there.
That's better.
Oh shit! Yeah, if you're seeing like that, I am near death, so I gotta be careful. Also, they will move in the background if you're not lined up, so make sure you get in the way for that. Okay, this is gonna be amazing if I can pull this out with last bit of health. Oh, okay, I thought I missed him, but no, I got him. I think I need to do it one more time. Okay, no, I don't. Wow, okay, that was clutch. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, that got him. Alright, so yeah, we did do it. I did do it without dying. I was just dying off anyway, just because.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Marie.
Yeah, I guess he got back here somehow, so I was like, yeah, you're going home. So now we took care of everything. As I said, as far as the rest of this is going to be, it's going to be showing the ending off of what we got, then showing the full ending, and also showing game over, just because I think it's worth showing that. Yeah, we, Jonas' triumph by erasing the evil forces. Till they rise again, which hasn't happened with this franchise, or fine, game, yet. Push out your normal powers, return to normal life. Now we have to go to the final, mission, sort of. We're going to Clancer, where everyone's waiting. Alright, so that is the game, but we have a little more to go. Yeah, that's good. So, for doing that, you unlock the ending. Now, let me show this. Yeah, just scroll through that. So, for the gold gems, depending on which ones you get, or how many of them you get more or less of this ending. I don't have them all in this file, but I have one on the other one. So, we're going to play the ending. Okay, we got 38 out of the 53. Alright, so this is going to give some details to the ending, and then we'll go the full way. But yeah, alright, so there is, Sellers and Terran. And yeah, King Aster, he's back, and we're all safe, as far as him. Yeah, so bow before your king, friends, and legendary Blockman, thank you for your service. He will great for you protecting Ondine. Oh, okay, so Celis is Ondine. So, Celis is the daughter of King Aster. Well, yeah, thank you for your words, or your kind words. Alright, so yeah, you've grown up so much. So yeah, I guess she knew this, and I do wonder, as I said, if how this is different for the Japanese version, but in this case, remember, they did say they were looking for Ondine, and I guess it goes maybe the perspective of the, never unnecessary character, as far as Celis, although Celis has been part of this plot, so I'm not thinking like, hey, he's pulling from nothing. Yeah, forgive me, but you no longer need to worry. So he went off, basically, to keep her safe. And we won't be separated again. At least that's the idea. And you're seeing also the gold gems I have are going down with each element of story. If you run out of them, the story just stops. And we'll show that for sure, but, well, differently. Alright, right, brother? We'll be together forever. Yeah, we will. Alright, so let's have our coronation ceremony and get stuff going. And remember, Ondine, you are the, queen now. Or she will be the queen. She's gonna, yes, take off as far as that element as we're having our nice fireworks show. And this is also where the game is kind of chugging to me, only because there's a lot of stuff on screen. Yeah, they're definitely pulling out the stops for this. I guess Clancy used to just jump into that without having to grab them. Yeah, there goes, Celis and King Aster. Alright, so yeah, we got all that taken care of, but... Yeah, Terran was saying, like, yeah, we'll be together for sure, but he's like, yeah, he's walking away. He doesn't want to be part of the ceremonies, apparently. Yeah, wait, brother. Yeah, Celis, you're coming... Or, yeah, Terran, you're coming back, right? But, here's the thing. That's not his actual brother. He's Blockman. Who has faced danger, and as they're gonna say right now, yeah, he was hired by King Aster as a bodyguard for her, so he's not actually related. But I'm from a different world, and I can't be with you. So he's running away, and if you get an overall A rank, you get an indication here. Which I think you do. Or maybe we'll see if it happens anyway. Yeah, Marina, please let me through, otherwise I'll have to fight you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Marina. Yeah, if you don't have enough gems, you don't have an overall A rank, you get punched out. And he runs away. The way we're gonna see this, he doesn't run away. And now he's sobbing uncontrollably. Yes, this is changes if you have an overall A rank, which I do, but Saria is here to give him some kind words. Yeah, alright, but she's there for support. Or she's saying like, yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot if you think that, so yeah, you're going off. As Blockman, after all, you have tons of enemies, and you don't want to endanger her, for sure, right? I know what you're thinking, but she does need your help. When the enemies do come, you have to destroy them. After you are the mighty warrior, and that is true. Please stay with her. Basically, yeah, she knows the moves as well. She's like, yeah, how silly. Send him back. Like I said, if we didn't have a whole lot of gems, this basically would end pretty much with him running away. But yeah, she got brought back. And actually, it is a little different how it's going to happen later. Alright, whatever happens, I want you to be my bodyguard. As the Blockman, as my brother, and as Terran. And everybody's willing to celebrate that. Alright, so with that, yeah, we got everything set. So, yeah, Marina and, Theo are going off on, I was gonna say their next adventure, but I was like, yeah, we're not gonna see what the next adventure is unless Treasure says they want to bring this game back, which, I don't know, I'd like to see it come back. Because I guess I'll sort of preface my final thoughts a little bit of this, because we're gonna run through credits, or just stop in the middle of the credits, actually, the way we're running this. And that is that, yeah, this game really grabbed me when I played it. I guess pun intended that way. But I really liked just what this game was doing, how unique it felt, and how much it stood out from other games on the Nintendo 64 at the time, and other 2D games I mentioned. There's the perspective, I said this at the beginning of the show. Nintendo, and especially Sony, had this very strong anti-2D game policy. Sony especially. Sony in the US. There's a lot of good things you say about Sony, no question. But for Sony of America, and with all due respect to the late Bernie Stoller, the perspective is, hey, we're pushing the 3D perspective thing, or the 3D polygons, the 3D games, to the point where there are a lot of games that were 2D nature on PlayStation 1 that they did not allow to come out in the US. Games like Mortal Kombat 2, Mickey Mania, Earthworm Jim 2, Mega Man X3, and initially Mega Man X4 and Mega Man 8. Sony did not want them to come out on this system because, like, hey, the 2D thing. Even Konami with Castlevania Symphony of the Night, they had to fight to get that game on the PlayStation. And people realized, no, that game is awesome. And as I said, at the time this game came out, I remember surrounded by people saying, we don't care about 2D games anymore. How could you possibly go for this? But I said, this game is insanely fun. This game is unique. It looks and sounds terrific, utilizing the Nintendo 64's power in a very unique way that no other game was really doing on that console. I think it was the first fully 2D game like this, not counting Killer Instinct Gold and Mortal Kombat Trilogy. It's the first original 2D game on this console, and I was totally taken by saying, like, this game is just fun. It goes to the idea of, just the fun of a game like that, and that's really what matters. Also, we're getting a hitting ending that's going to be locked away. So there is Geold. We'll see what he means, but it's going to cut itself short there. So Lunar is going to be returned to human form. We'll see this fully happening in a second, or later afterwards. But all right, we'll come back to this in a sec. Yeah, I forgot I was human. So, I hit Z. All right, so we're skipping it, which is fine because I have the full show of that later. And you get the credits. So one thing I'm also going to do is actually, I'll show the game over now. Let's go somewhere where I know I can get myself killed quick. Yeah, so just saw Lunar there up by the mountain. Let's do revisionist take and say, yeah, he's gonna kill me. Oh, I'm at one hit anyway, so yeah. Yeah, shoot me. Alright, so Serena was shot. Sorry, that's Sailor Moon. Marina was shot dead. Alright, so here's the continue works. It runs on your gems. When you get 10 of them, you can buy a normal continue, which fills your life bar up once. Life up continue is 30, that gives you 1 extra stock, and max power continue means that you have full stock of both of them. So as you keep going on, you also get these continue now, and you have a timer. I love this, where it gives you different messages as you go along, as well as different voices of Theo saying, like, please continue. Yeah, do it over. So it's like, yeah, he keeps saying, like, no, come on, don't let me die, please.
Goodbye.
You're getting close, so yeah, I'm gonna let the time run out.
Game.
Alright, so that's
over.
game over. But here's the thing, you do have save after every level, so it's not going to make that much of a difference. As that if you keep collecting red gems, you're not going to be running into trouble when it comes to saving. Okay, so I did do it on purpose because I'm going to go into the other file I have, because I have all 53 gems. I'm 12 years old, which is going to come into play in the ending. So what I'm going to do is, and I do have overall A on everything. There you go, you look at your record. It shows overall A on everything. In fact, you know what, I will also show this. Levels I have S's in, specifically, which are Crisis Neptune, so that's that one we're throwing out the, we're destroying the Spur Clancers. I did that in... Actually, you know what, let's look at the times I have on these, just to get a sense of that. So at least for the S stuff, and then we'll go in the ending. And I'll do, one other thing before we shut the show down for the night, or for the week. Okay, so it was, a little under 43 seconds for, the S on 1.8. 2.5 was 11.93, so it's under 12. 3.2 is under 30. It's a little under 111. It's under 111 for 3.5, and I'll go into that. If it saves after a level, then the ARN continues kind of pointless. Yeah, to a certain extent. Although I guess the main reason it might not be is because when you come back for a save, you only have one stock. But then again, you also go back to 1.9, the Western world specifically, just recover your health that way. So fair point. As far as it, and I guess weird as far as, you know, buying the continue that way for it. So yeah, not an unfair point. Okay, so 3.11, that was for the, actually that was a Cat Clancer for the dodgeball thing. I did it in 11 seconds somehow, and got that one, so that's the S rank there. That was, Rescue Part 2, which we did, which is under 30. There's, 5.2, which I believe is the one with the Foul Clancer, I think. And that was under 28. In fact, actually, I'll show that. So it's Crisis Neptune, Siren Swing, Clans War, Go Mars in 64, Catastrophe, Rescue Act 2, which did show that happening here, so I'm glad to show at least one of those happening, and then Counterattack. Yeah, that is the one with Foul Clancer. Yeah, it's a fair point as far as the thing with the continuous, and we can keep going on that while we watch the ending again, although in this case, okay, I don't want to put the controller down yet, because actually I gotta have it up for part of this, because we'll see the full ending. It's gonna be the same up to a point. So same deals before, so yeah, we can go into that thing with continuous. Actually, we mentioned that, we can go into this, when we played Pilot Wings, and played other games, we said the idea of, you know, how do you manage challenging game, number one. Number two, is there a thing is too easy when it comes to it? And also the idea of, you know, an unlimited continues or an unlimited lives thing. I think we're talking in the context of Sonic Colors Ultimate doing that. And I guess with this game, yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar in that, fine, the continues are kind of pointless, I guess, unless you just keep getting yourself hurt. And to be fair, the final boss is hard. I was taking a lot of damage from that. But in that case, you could still keep trying. And as I mentioned, I guess the challenge of this one, because I said this is probably, as far as just getting through the game, this is probably one of the easiest games that Treasure's made that I can think of. But then again, all the other things that kind of make it more difficult, getting all the gems, that is not easy. Getting S-Tames and everything is almost impossible. Even getting A ranks on a bunch of these things is insanely hard, too. So I guess with this game, you're right, it is a question of what's the continue thing. It is a weird system. It's a unique system. But it's not necessarily going to come into play. That is unless, and this would be an interesting thing, which is that for people, I like first I want to ask you this. When it comes to Stuff of Treasures, what's the first game of theirs you played? Was it this one, or was it Gunstar Heroes, or was something else? Because I'm wondering then, if it is regarding coming to this game first, and I guess also whether there's a proficiency or an experience with people when it comes to platform games. Like the Crochet Nerd 64, he's not a huge one into platformers. He didn't grow up on the way I did. For example, he grew up on RPGs. That was his bread and butter. Which makes sense that way, so he has that perspective as far as the skill. And he'll show that when we do Shadow Hearts in a month and a half. But since I've bred on games like this, and as far as me with Treasure, the first Treasure game I played was actually McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. That was the first one I played. And then Dynamite Headdy, and then this one. So, I guess, actually, when I first played this, I didn't know Treasure made it. Until I brought it up and I saw that Treasure logo. I was like, Treasure, and I thought about that. I was like, wait, these are the people who made Dynamite Headdy. And I thought later, I was like, I think I remember that in that McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure game. It's like, okay, it was that one. So in that case, I was sort of get it. This would be the first. Okay, great. Great for that, because I'm curious then, which is that you mentioned the idea of, difficulty of other platforming games. I mean, this is not a super hard one, and we are going to get a little bit of a difference with the element that's coming up. But I guess the thought of... You said you thought you beat this game, you might have, or wasn't sure to that. I guess where were necessarily the trouble spots? I guess, was it the day of, potentially? Would that be the one for it? And the question of where was the difficulty? I mean, I guess in my case, it probably was some of the bosses, I would think, for me. So, if you're not proficient with a game like this, I guess the difficulty would be, getting killed as far as things. But you're right. You'll keep collecting gems, and you'll usually be able to continue. I mean, if you don't have gems for some way, and you have to try to not have them, you will, you'll be able to, you won't get to continue. But, alright, we have to fight you. But since I have overall A, you get the element there, you pick them up. So yeah, instead of me getting punched out and, sorry doing this, Marina's taking care of this. Yeah, so I lied to her, how can I stand before her? Yeah, I was like, yeah, you can't blame yourself for what happened. He was given a job, he did it to the best of his ability, and now you'll be beside the person you most need, that she most needs, and that he most needs. And she's looking forward to this as well. Yeah, but I'm still throwing him off, but I guess it makes more sense to this way. So, I mean, I guess the question then, as far as where would you put this difficulty-wise when it comes to the stuff of treasures? As I said, as far as overall beating it, I'd say it's probably one of the easier ones, but then again, as I mentioned, there's some games of treasures that are insanely difficult. Stuff like Asteroid Mega Factor, that might be one of the hardest ones. Ikaruga, which is definitely one of the hard ones. Radiant Silvergun to its degree. As I mentioned with Dynamite Heady, the Japanese version is easier than the US version. The US version is quite hard. Especially if you're going for everything. And also, yeah, we do also get this dialogue here saying, like, yeah, you okay with what's going on, Sorry, eh? Yeah, thanks for asking, because, yeah, she's saying, yeah, she kind of has a thing for him, but it's like, yeah, she should be besides Cella's, it's the best, it's for the best. So yeah, you do get this if you have your overall A rank, and also with all the full gems, we'll go through that. So, I mean, I guess that might be the question. I mean, it's also something that kind of came up, I guess, with Nintendo 64, which is the thought that where are the really hard games? And by the way, by doing this, you have all the gems. She does give you the 53rd gold gem. I already have it, so it is hollowed out. I would say this is the easiest one, but it's still a fun game. I mean, and that's definitely what's the most important, for sure, for it. But, I mean, so, and that's where it places this as a unique one when it comes to treasure, because the thought is that, and people said this sometimes, the thought like everything from them is really hard, and at first I thought, well, okay, I played this didn't seem that difficult, even though it has parts that are nuts, no question. I showed that as far as the stuff with the S ranks, and some of those gems, find them. But I guess when it comes to some of that stuff, it's that idea of, alright, what is the element that gets you going for it? And I think coming to a game like this specifically, like, hey, if you've never played a platform game before, what's going to be that idea of why do you have a difficulty with this? And I said, when I had difficulty with this game growing up, even with all the platformers I played, it's basically, I think more than anything, kind of adjusting to the mechanics of this, because it's definitely a different way this game feels. It definitely controls well, and I love that about it, but definitely feels different from a lot of other platform games, which I think is why I attracted to it so much. Saying that this is not like the other platform games, even the 3D platforming games on this system, like Super Mario 64, or even on PlayStation, stuff like Crash Bandicoot or things like that. This just felt totally different, and I think in that way, it was something that, well, that got my attention, but also something that when it came to the difficulty of it, I thought, alright, fine, it's kind of just understanding how is this game kind of twisting a genre around, and also the harder parts, because of usually damage output. As I showed, there's some areas where enemies can take off 3/4 of your life bar. So, maybe that's going to be the idea, and maybe the idea of like, continuing things is not really the point, but I mean, we've sometimes seen this cases where, like, fine, you basically have unlimited continues in the game anyway, you just never continue, and you just basically start back where you were. Well, I guess the question of, is it going to be something that it would be punish you off, saying, like, almost like Gunstar Heroes was, in the sense that Gunstar Heroes has unlimited continues in and of itself, but when you quit and take game over, you just start the game over again if you're not using a cheat. So, I mean, I guess that goes into question, and worth going into that as far as, like, the continue element. As we're going to the full part of the surprise ending. So as I said before, I hit Z to skip this. I knew that was an accident. Alright, so we're going to return Lunar to his human form. And he forgot that he was human, so we're going to show this happening. So yeah, even in death, Geold has his powers. Alright, so yeah, he's kind of like a biker dude in this way. So actually looks like a character out of Final Fight, almost. A little bit. So yeah, he's back, but also Taurus. Actually, all of the Justice Warriors are going to have this going on. Yeah, he did say it was hard to be a man. It was like, he wasn't technically a man. I guess he's this creature to this. I don't know if they explain necessarily why that is, but yeah. Jill does have the power and the staff. So yeah, turned him into, I guess, a character out of Phoenix Wright. I was looking at this. We'd read in the original Beast Tech Door, but yeah, he looks like one of the other, you know, one of the other, I guess, lawyers you'd be facing in Phoenix Wright, and you'd be saying with him, like, saying, "Objection!" And at some point, that's a franchise I know that we want to touch. I know Edwack has asked me for a while to do that one, and he's going to be involved with that eventually. Basically, called dibs is the idea. At some point, we'll definitely do stuff with that. In this case, yeah, there you go. This is his true self, and yeah, he does like that. So yeah, that is an interesting case as far as this, but also, well then again, what else is there? As we're getting the Star Wars text crawl, last they became all human, once again be the original Beast Tech Door. Whatever villains appear, they'll be there until peace covers the planet, so fight on, mighty Beast Tech Door. But, since we have 7 gems left, let's show what happens with this. And as I said, this is also going into the reason why you do question if they can never re-release this game again. And it's also because of the way I have age set. So yeah, Marina's a robot. It's like, hey, do you want to be a human? Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so yeah, hit me with your good stuff, Geold. Alright, so we're turning into a panda, so I guess it's the take on, so narcissistic. Margot? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we turned into a panda, so it's like, turning red about 25 years before it happened, and not awful. I hate that movie, with all due respect. As I mentioned last week when we played, Majora's Mask. Alright, so he'll try again, so the panda thing didn't work. But in this case, yeah, let's put the energy out. This is dependent upon what age you set. I set to 12. So she's a child now. If you set between, I think it's 16 to 60, you're an adult. And this is why I don't think they can re-release this game again, right here. Because you're getting the hots for a child. I mean, I know the age of consent's really low in Japan at 12, oh no, I doubt, 14. As we mentioned, we played Sailor Moon of the Story. And the idea that incest is allowed in that country. But still, alright, I'm doing something else. I'm busting the myth. Which is, online I found this, and I was kind of fooled by this. The thought that if you hit the R button at the last screen, you get extra levels, but that's not true. So, yeah, there are no extra levels. These are all you get. So, one last thing I'm gonna do is... Alright, I want to get out of level. Actually, okay, show the thing with the mole. You know, fine, let's do this again, because I want to get an I'm done case, and they'll show one last thing off. Is that part, because the age of her will change. She'll be a child based on how I had it, because I hit it as 12 when I played this game. Only to other people as their age. Yeah, good point. And, because it's different, because if you're... Okay, fine, we'll skip this again. But yeah, if you're 16 to 60 when you set the game up, she'll appear as an adult. I'll put a picture of what that looks like, because honestly, I don't know what that looks like. As I said, I used my real age when the game came out. Just like I did tonight, actually, for that. Because I think it makes sense for the purpose of, hey, we're at the end of this. Yeah, so Kalina is gonna die. Also, don't fall in, or otherwise you're gonna get yourself hurt. Alright, yeah, she's gone. And also, if those bust that way, there you go. The only people as their age is when I heard it would be wrong. You mean talking about this game? Feel free to elaborate on that, because we have a little more time going into this. There's one last thing I do want to show off. Yeah, I think, there's one more thing. While we're showing this, I'm going to show the I'm done case. Because there is one code for this game, I want to show this off. See, I'm done takes you back to the Nintendo 64 screen. And here is the code. On the title screen, hold...
Mischief
L, A, C left, C right, and press start. You get sound tests. So you can listen to the music in this game if you like, and it is good stuff. As I mentioned, it was Norio Hanzawa who did it, and it is good stuff for sure. That being said, yeah, feel free to go into this. I think what I'll do... You can also hear all the voice acting. Fine, I guess in that case we can just go through all the stuff with the voices. But yeah, feel free to go into that more as we go along.
Game over. Let's go. That's better.
Let's continue.
Oh, so how the Justice Warriors become animals and why don't they remember being human? I don't know if the Japanese version goes into that, and also I don't know if there's any extended lore for this game. I mean, in that case, I'll say this. The question of, as I said, what happened at the end of that, is that something they can get away with re-releasing this game again? I mean, there was an implication of that when we played Majora's Mask last week when it came to Sakan, but he's a dirtbag anyway, as far as like the guy who steals the bomb bag from the woman at the bomb shop in that game. As far as this, I could get the sense of, them kind of going into that as far as a sequel to kind of add more stuff to that, especially nowadays, I think. But also the question is, who has the rights to this? Is there a case to that? Does Square have it feasibly because NX published it back in 1997? But I don't know if that's the case. Does Nintendo have connection, or is it just Treasure has it? Because that's been a question. And I'd love to kind of get a sense of it, or maybe there's some answer. If there's some answer, I'll put some kind of edit in to understand this. As I mentioned, I'll also put the I'll put the thing for that song, which actually. Well, actually, since I do have the sound test, maybe it's in the cartridge for this. I don't think I've actually ever gotten a sense of this. So I'll go into that specific, or I'll go into that more. I mean, in that case, that would be an interesting thing, and I guess it goes to one thing, which is... Okay, that's that one. Which is the idea of sequels that Treasure's made to their games, of which they've made sequels to Gunstar Heroes, which was Gunstar Superheroes on Game Boy Advance. I do have that. We can play that. They made a sequel to Guardian Heroes on Game Boy Advance. I heard it was not very good. I know the X-Play show despised it, saying, quote, "It's a game that's so devoid of anything good, people need to come up with new words to describe how crap it is." But, I'm trying to think of what else. Okay, so not Astro Boy, not this. Not the Tiny Toon Adventures game they made, which was on Advance. That was, Buster's Bad Dream. Okay, they sorted with Geist Crusher, but Geist Crusher never came here. Geist Crusher was on 3DS, and they made Geist Crusher Pro, which was 2014. That's the last game they made. They've not made a new game since then. And the thought is that at Tokyo Game Show, they're going to finally announce a new game, along with, I guess, bringing back Radiant Silvergun. So I guess, technically, they haven't made a whole lot of sequels. I mean, and Stretch Panic was a one-off on its own on PlayStation 2. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't have the theme song that's for Japan for this. But honestly, I think because of the way this game is operated and the way it goes into stuff with its story, you'd think that, there's maybe more to elaborate on and more to do with its gameplay, although, I mean, I don't know if I mentioned that with Blast Corps, but with Blast Corps, I know there was thought that, sometimes I know what you've asked, and it's a good question to ask a lot of times, why was there not a sequel? Sometimes it's an easy answer for something. I didn't know when they made a 3DS game. I didn't either until... actually a couple years ago, but we didn't get it, and I'm shocked we didn't get it, because most of Treasure's stuff eventually came out here, whether it was on Nintendo 64, because remember, everything they made on Nintendo 64 except for this one did not come out in the US until later, because there was Sin and Punishment, which came out on the Wii U, and Switch, and there's also one that came out here on the Dreamcast only, but it was a Nintendo 64 game initially, that was Bangayo. I don't know if you ever played that. I believe that's on DS as well. Or there's a version of it that's on DS. It was on Dreamcast here. It costs a lot of money on Dreamcast. And then there's a sort of... Okay, that has a sequel. So, Bangayo has a sequel. Blazing Spirits, I believe, which is on 360. And also Sin and Punishment. Sin and Punishment has a sequel, which is Sin and Punishment Star Successor for the Wii, which I have, and that's a great game. Definitely show that. Oh, in fact, the music in this game was by the person who did the music for Sin and Punishment 2. Specific. But I get the sense that with a lot... I mean, we've said this when we played Gunstar Heroes, and we had that with a lot of people who were involved with that game, as far as chat and all that, which was that there's something about the stuff Treasure makes, and you know what, I think we can yeah, hit start to this, we'll go to this. I'll let this go through the attract stuff to show it. We can get more into this. The thing with Treasure, and I think this is what I'll get into as far as really my final thoughts on this game. Whenever you play something like this, even if it's not necessarily a great game, to be fair, they've had a pretty good batting average, generally speaking. I can't really think of any games of them that are bad exactly that I've played. There's ones that are kind of weird, maybe abstract. I've heard Stretch Panic, that's the one that people say is kind of weird to some degree in a way they don't like. It feels like it's a tech demo to some degree. But also the thought that, you know, there's something about, like, the feel of that just kind of gets you excited, gets you a sense that, yeah, they're going to be stretching out what a genre, or what your thought of a genre or a style of game can be. And that was their idea with Nintendo 64, saying, like, hey, we had this stuff with pixel graphics we wanted to do, and we liked the fact that there was no loading on the system to run it. Also, Geode, even as a spirit, has some pretty powerful magic. Yeah, that he does, actually. I kind of forgot that was a factor. Because I played this game every so often over the past couple years, but honestly, getting ready for the show and also playing it now, this is the most I played this game in quite a while, but it brought me right back to 1997, brought me back to this idea that, I'll tell you, maybe that's the thing with a lot of Treasure stuff, which is that because a lot of it was pretty niche, and I guess of the stuff that really was popular of theirs, that really sold strongly, I guess sort of with Gunstar Heroes a little. As I mentioned, there was also the question that Sega did not market that massively, and it was because of the, I guess the culture clash or xenophobia, or maybe a mix of both as far as Sega, Japan, and America. We're going to get into that when we do Sonic Mania next week, for sure. That explains a lot of the elements of that game as far as how they are. But whatever it was, that game wasn't a huge seller, but it did get some attention. I guess as far as other stuff, this game, I couldn't find sales numbers for this. I was going against GoldenEye and some big stuff on the system, and on other systems at the time. But then again, they've also been re-releasing stuff constantly, like with Gunstar Heroes, and with Dynamite Headdy, and even Guardian Heroes, which was on Saturn. That's a game that cost a fortune, so I downloaded it on the 360. Actually, Chasm22, who was on the last part of Parasite Eve, as guest, walking in and out of that show we did. He has that on Saturn. So at some point I'm going to ask him, like, hey, he'd want to be involved in that one, because he loves that game, and it's terrific. So, I mean, the thought of, like, what's the really high-selling game of Treasures? But as I said, it also goes back to why did Treasure become a thing in the first place? We're saying, we want to make more original stuff. Konami was saying, no, we don't want you to. They went to Sega. Sega said, prove yourself with McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. They did. Absolutely. I'd say that's probably the easiest game of Treasures you can say difficulty-wise. And then they said, okay, fine, we're just going to go off on our own element. Even when they'll sequelize things of theirs, it does have this unique element about itself. And in a lot of ways, I said this with Gunstar Heroes, I said, a lot of the games they made on the Genesis pretty much are not much like each other. I mean, Gunstar Heroes, well, there's sort of some overlap. I mean, that and Alien Soldier. But even stuff like Dynamite Headdy, the Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game they made, and they always said, like, hey, we want to play around with genre, even not necessarily doing the same genre over and over again. So with that, it makes it a fascinating thing with, I guess, seeing what they're going to do. And I think it might be the case of, you know, that cult classic, you know, company that way. Or I've talked the coterie audience concept, the idea that, hey, it's something that people know, sort of, that never necessarily gets tons of... I mean, it's not selling massively like some of the biggest games out there, but something that people will remember. When you hear there's a game of Treasures, it's like in those cases where... Like with me, I'd say, like, yeah, I'd love to play that. I said Geist Crusher, I'd love to play that just because, like, hey, it's something they made. The Buster's Bad Dream game on Game Boy Advance, we didn't get that in the US for some reason, because I guess the weirdness with the licensing of Tiny Toon Adventures, and even the 3D one they're going to make on GameCube and PlayStation 2 that never came out. But in that case, it's always that thought of, like, hey, they're going to twist this around. It's going to be fascinating just to kind of look at. Even if the game has elements you can pick apart, and we're going into that with saying, like, hey, switch of genre, ways of things that are kind of difficult, or saying, like, what's the thing with the continues, but it's still something that sticks with you, and same also you're saying, surprising you. It's like, hey, Geold's a spirit, and he has powerful magic, which the game kind of doesn't play its hand on that one too early, to the point where it's like, that's kind of fascinating, and it makes it so that it said, for their first game for Nintendo, for something that people tended to bypass, is like, hey, technology is, you know, moving past this. Realizing, well, no, looking back at this, no, there was definitely a strong element of what it was doing on its tech, and it's just a fun time. That's the thing really about it. I guess this is going to go in my final thoughts on this game, which is that yeah, this is a fun game. It has some weird stuff as far as elements, potentially the translation, other elements of why they might not be able to re-release it, but I like to think that maybe people can see past that to some degree and understand that element, or maybe it is a translation thing, who knows? And I'd like to, because people said, hey, they want to see this back. I think it shows that there's a nerve this game hit, and a lot of Treasures games tend to do this. It just kind of isn't something you sometimes mention people, and it's like, yeah, let's play this game. Like, yeah, they just remember it. I mean, St. Aspartame, I mentioned him when we did Gunstar Heroes. He's the one who introduced me to it, or said, you got to play this. I said, he kept swearing by it, and then when I played it, it's like, yeah, I'm a believer. I see exactly why he adored this. And same with Guardian Heroes as far as Chasm 22. I believe he played it, oh yeah, he definitely played it before I did, because he has it on Saturn, which costs a lot of money. So at that point, we could feasibly show the Saturn version off if he wants to be involved in that. And yeah, there's an open invitation that way to him. So, as I think it goes well to that. And that way, I mean, I guess you could say, like, hey, are you bitter about the fact, me being bitter about the fact that people didn't play this game massively? Maybe, I guess, with the thought that, you know, the wrong-headed perspective, I think, is gone now. The thought that, you know, 2D games are worthless in the 3D age. People realizing, no, it's about gameplay, it's about what it's doing. And, oh, right, okay, that's something I didn't show. If you grab his hand when he goes crosses like that and toss him to the ground, you get health off of it. I guess it hurts him. So, yeah, I did not do that, actually, when I played. So, yeah, the demo is showing that, so I'm glad for the purpose of that. Yeah, this is definitely something unique for it, and it's good we're getting to this that way, just because, as I said, it's 25th anniversary. But also goes when we played Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. When you think about that, both those games that were games that, you know, put their flag down and said, you know what, we're going to be 2D. When you think that the perspective, like, every company is going to rush to run to something in 3D, and sometimes it screwed them over. I mentioned that people involved with this worked on Contra 3, and Contra went 3D, and it had big problems running 3D. Other games like Castlevania had that problem. Bubsy, I mean, fine, Bubsy was kind of before, but when 3D came, it was like, that was a disaster. And same with Kirby. It took Kirby until this year to get Kirby in the Forgotten Land going for that, and then they did it right, but I think it's just that idea of, like, the gameplay mattering and the idea of saying that what is going to fit for this. Because honestly, I'll say this, I don't know how this game would have worked necessarily in 3D, with maybe the exception thinking back to Stretch Panic, which kind of has a grab concept too, a little bit. It also kind of reminds me a little bit, and I don't know if Chad, if you're familiar with this. This is not from Treasure. It's Super Magnetic Neo, which is on the Dreamcast. It's by Genki, the people who made, actually they ported the USA to the Dreamcast as well as Virtua Fighter 3, amongst other games. Oh, and they made Jade Cocoon on the PlayStation. That was another one of theirs. But when I look at this game, I'm thinking, like, yeah, how would this have worked in 3D? So give Treasure credit for saying, yeah, we're going to stick to our guns going this way, saying we're going to play around with the system, saying we'll do a 2D thing, we'll understand the architecture of this console, and run it. I guess give Enix credit for saying in Japan, saying, yeah, let's bring this to market, and then Nintendo seeing this and saying, all right, let's bring this here, even thinking that, hey, this is going to be a niche thing. It kind of was ahead of its time in terms of the anime perspective, because anime's huge now. I mean, back then, we would never have thought that you'll get to a case where the Dragon Ball Z movie is going to come out and it'll be top in the box office in the United States. That was like, yeah, no way that was happening 25 years ago, but now it is. So, in that way, it's kind of fascinating. I think, even with what's going on with the end, I think there is going to be an interesting thing for people to come to this, because I'll say this, most people I've run into have not played this game. They've not heard it, even with other games of Treasures that they played. This one's kind of a blind spot, but it's always one that I always say to people, like Rishi mentioned this too, which is that when you're coming off with a system that has tons of games, tons of options to play, something that maybe they didn't hear of, something that deserves more attention, and something that is worth giving some love to and giving a chance to and giving some exposure, this is one of the ones I come to constantly for Nintendo 64. I come to this, I come to those Goemon games, the Mischief Makers and Goemon and the Goemon's Great Adventure, despite the fact they cost a lot of money. I guess you kind of come with Sin and Punishment, especially now that it's that much more easily available as far as that. And hopefully now we can figure something with this, because yeah, it is unique, and I do remember this game, and it has held up very, very well. So that's the other question of the aging of 2D and 3D games, which is not to say, I mean, we played GoldenEye a couple weeks ago. There's the perspective, the thought of, has that game necessarily aged well? And maybe that can be in the eye of the beholder, like, hey, if you played it 25 years ago, you may have adjusted to it, or not, or vice versa, somebody coming to it now, as far as a first-time case. You could say the same thing with Mischief Makers, as far as it, but I think this game is aged really well, for the most part, as far as how it plays. And I'll tell you this, the best compliment I think I can give this game as far as the Nintendo 64, and I guess maybe even this, there's nothing completely 100% like it. Even other games I could say, oh, okay, I see similarities like with Diamond Heady and with Rise Star. There's nothing else quite like this. In that case, I was a big advocate of this game feasibly back in 1997, and I'll continue to be that way probably till the day I die specifically. So, in that case, I was very happy to play it, and I was very happy to show off everything it had, and I love the discussions, of course, we always have on the show, and like, first, thank you for adding to that for sure, as with this game and with all the other shows you've been involved in. And everybody in the chat, everybody in the YouTube site, when I put the videos up there, for that, so definitely look forward to do that with this one later this week. As I said, we're Friday tonight, so yeah, there will not be show tomorrow night, but as I will get that working for into the week. And I do love doing that eventually. In fact, I had a great time doing the edit on Majora's Mask for part 4. A 6-hour and 20-minute behemoth of a part, of which almost 6 of that was on the show specifically. So that was definitely one that was worthwhile, and I just kept thinking, like, yeah, let me figure out stuff to edit in this, things that are just coming up, and a pretty massive link list, so I definitely had a good time for that. And it adds nicely to the show, is that we're seeing the show live, you're seeing it now, if you're watching it on Twitch right now, but then there's more value to it as you go along. Also, is that people are loving the fact that, hey, I can't see this right now when you're on, so archive it and give you something a little extra, and for sure, that's the way we run the show. That's the way we'll keep running the show. Of course, all of your requests and anything else you want to see as we go along, of which actually, looking at the schedule for the next couple weeks, yeah, there are going to be requests. Actually, the next 2 are going to be requests specifically. Next week was a game that Jellyfin requested back in December of last year. That was Sonic Mania. Protorova and Nocturne are going to be on with me for that one. She'll be playing with me. Her and I are going to cooperative play that, the way we did with Sonic Jam. We're going to use the Xbox One version, specifically the Plus version. We're going to play through the main mode of the game. We'll show off some of the extras. I do have everything unlocked, so we can show the extra bonus stage for it. The Mania mode will show. The Encore mode we'll save for another part. I don't think we're going to be able to show off the entirety in one, but we'll come back to that later. The same way that, as I said before a while ago, we'll come back to Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Heroes for the purpose of running their super hard modes. I think they're worth showing off in the case of both those, and same with Sonic Mania. And technically, Sonic Mania Plus is the sequel to Sonic Forces, as we'll go into next week for sure. That will be on Saturday, by the way, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as is usually the case. Week after that, Dolly Finn is going to be with me for Tetris Attack for the Super Nintendo. Her and I've been wanting to do this for a while. I knew that when I did this first, as one of the first shows I ever did before I had a plan of what I wanted to do with it, I knew I didn't have the recording. It was like, well, fine. Eventually found out I didn't have recording, so I said, well, we'll do it again. And we're going to do it right. We're going to play the Super Nintendo version primarily, but we'll also show up the Game Boy version as a little bit of bonus. The same we did with Warriors Woods. That'll be a Saturday case as well, and we are definitely looking forward to doing that one. And then in October, we are mostly set. I just have to talk to medics because we're going to come back to Parasite Eve. We'll finish the game, and then we'll go through the stuff with the Chrysler building. That, I believe, is going to be 2 parts. Sonic Mania and Tetris Attack, huh? Yeah, that's the next 2 weeks of the program. That will be Saturday, for sure. So we definitely go into stuff for that, because I know you've mentioned both of those games on this program, or elements. In fact, I know you mentioned Pokemon Puzzle League as far as Tetris Attack's case. At some point, we will play all of those Tetris Attack variants. I know the thought of, like, hey, we show them the same game off. But they're different enough. I think every single one of those will be different enough. And I think in some cases, that might be another one where I'll pull in other people who have experiences with the other ones. I mentioned Edwack and Nikki specifically. Edwack in particular has a connection with Pokemon Puzzle League. So at some point, we can definitely rationalize doing that, because I think, yeah, it's a great one for sure. And we're starting with how the US first got it, as Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo, and Dolly Finn is a big love of that game, and yeah, I was not going to do that show without her for the purpose of that. But yeah, in that case, that will be in 2 weeks, Sonic Mania next week. In October, we will have, I guess, the next 2 parts as far as that. I agree, they're definitely different. Okay, I mean, and you kind of brought that up in an interesting way, the question of, all right, how can we run games that are same version to some degree? And I mean, and that's also why, I guess, to go this far, the puzzle games at least, why they show off the NES version of Warriors Woods along with the Super Nintendo version. Well, my experience with that one more than on Super Nintendo, but also because they kind of give it a little bit of contrast and give it a little bit extra. And it sucks we didn't get the GameCube game, the Nintendo Puzzle Collection. Yeah, Nintendo, please release that, or I don't know, how's that going to work? Actually, it's interesting because I was also getting to that with my coworkers because we mentioned Yoshi's Cookie on the show last week, which we will do eventually. We'll do I think you have the Super Nintendo version of that. It was the Crusader 64. I said, hey, you know, I have the Game Boy version. It's nothing like other puzzle games you think. I gave him to play it. He was curious about it, and then Hasm22 actually kind of got hooked. He's like, I want my Game Boy Cookie. He's like, yeah, here you go, play this. And he kind of was getting into it. But I don't know if maybe there's a license case as far as Yoshi's Cookie for some reason. Maybe Bulletproof Software or something. I don't know, because that's not on Switch Online either. But I don't know, maybe they'll do the Kirby's Avalanche and the Kirby Super Star Stacker thing and get it on there. And maybe get Nintendo Puzzle Collection. That looked awesome. I want a 4-player local version of Tetris Attack of any kind, or Panel Palm in case of that one. And I guess we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Yoshi's Cookie is a good one. Yeah, and I did like it quite a bit, even just going back to that on Game Boy before. And I think in that case, what we'll do would... I don't know if we'll show Game Boy as well, but I mean, you ask Super Nintendo, we'll do that one. But as I said, that's also why I figured for the puzzle games, especially when there are multiple versions on the same system, or on different systems, to kind of blend them in. And I think that that's kind of was the way to run. And with Tetris Attack, because it does change up enough, I think there's a rationalization to kind of go into multiples of that one. And these will be other puzzle games too. You're right, I mean, if we got that Nintendo Puzzle Collection, or... Actually, Edwack, I know, does do import stuff on GameCube. I think we might be able to figure that. I'll see. I'm not going to necessarily promise that, but I will see what I can do. I mean, to figure that out. Because, yeah, I'd love to show that. I'd love to play that. Even with the way the GameCube controller works with this tiny D-pad, I'd still love to have that, for sure. Or maybe they'll bring it out. I mean, because remember, we mentioned Drill Land. That was GameCube in Japan, and then Switch got it eventually. So maybe, who knows? Might get it, but we'll see. As with the puzzle stuff, I think it makes sense about how to run, showing both versions, but going full on one specifically. I think with Tetris Attack, I think that's kind of the idea, because that's one where it's Super Nintendo and Game Boy, but we're gonna run Super Nintendo mostly because we know it. And also, I can easily change it, because I'm running the same cable for the system. I can just have the Super Game Boy. I have Tetris Attack and Game Boy sitting on the Super Game Boy right now, ready to go on that one. So at the end of the show, we go into that. And October, to go back to that, we have, I'll figure out how this is going to work with the medics, with the scheduling, and also if we're doing both parts of Parasite Eve in October, because based on Majora's Mask from last week, we might need only one more part. I have to figure what the test play of that's going to be looking like. I'll be doing that over the next couple of weeks. Getting a sense of, do we only need one more part? If we do need only one more part, we might potentially have Parasite Eve's finale in November. I'll talk to medics. I don't know. I know he's very busy this month, which is why this show, which is going to be on the anniversary of its release on October 1st, was pushed forward a couple weeks, which I'm fine too. So we'll figure that as far as that. And then in October also, we will do the House of the Dead remake. I do have the light gun shell thing. I did buy it off of Amazon a few days ago to play it. So we can show that off, get our light gun perspective, and go into House of the Dead. Because we've talked House of the Dead enough on this program. I think we need to start looking. We'll start there. And then at the end of October, we have the 5th part and maybe the finale of Majora's Mask. We'll see as we go along. And then the Crusader 64, he is starting Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. And he is psyched to be doing that. He's got it all set. It's going to be a 6-month play for that one. And he's also psyched waiting on Penny Blood, the spiritual successor to that, and Arm Fantasia, the spiritual successor to Wild Arms. So yeah, that's what we have going on. And then for November, it's mostly going to be, I guess if we need another Majora's Mask part, we'll do that. And then the next part is Shadow Hearts. Then the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. That's going to be November 20th. I know Chris, you want to see that. We'll be doing that then. And then the Dreamcast Racing Showcase at the end of the month after Thanksgiving. 20 Dreamcast Racing games for your driving pleasure. We'll definitely cover a bunch of those. And as I said, if we don't need another part of Majora's Mask, there is something I did want to do before when I thought, well, we'd only need 3 parts for Parasite Eve. I'm thinking, I mean, I'll see about that. Actually, just to give you an idea of what it is. It was going to be, and I do want to show this off eventually. I talked Castlevania. I want to show off Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth on the Wii. I do have it. Unfortunately, it is no longer available. You cannot legally buy that game anymore, unfortunately. So note to Konami, please re-release that. It is a remake of Castlevania Adventure from the Game Boy from 1989, which is a terrible game. M2 remade it, and it is awesome. It's actually the most recent traditional Castlevania game. It doesn't really play much like the Metroidvania styles. It's kind of more like Rondo of Blood, and has some, unique paths and things. And not much else, but kind of plays like really the old stuff, like Super Castlevania 4 or Castlevania Bloodlines, which I played before. And as I said, I have a reason to go back to that one eventually for playing as the other character. If I can squeeze that in at some point for that, when we need an extra show or have an extra show that way, I'll do it. Otherwise, it'll be on the master list as far as it, because I said I want to get to that. I want to show that one off. We'll definitely do more stuff with Castlevania. Anything else you want to see? And I guess then, now I'm thinking about this for December. I got to figure the scheduling out for some of this stuff. But I know we're doing Tetris Plus on Saturn for sure, because I know like Christian wanted to see that. We're gonna do Streets of Rage 2 because we're usually just gonna have that this month, but we're gonna be doing it this year, and then we'll do Final Fight 3 early next year. And next part, Shadow Hearts. And then I have to figure that out. I know Nocturne and I, we wanted to figure something. We actually want to do something that was in the works over a year ago, which was playing Super Mario Bros. 3. I think we might still be on for that one. We have to figure the scheduling out for that for December. But that being said, we do have a great rest of the year going on the show. And as I said, big stuff coming in next year. As I said, I think, I'll go on this. May as well get this to close to a 5-hour thing on this. I was thinking, like, what should be the initiative for next year? I said, fine, the Sonic stuff for last year, the Zelda 64 stuff this year, but I don't think I'm necessarily going to have anything specific so much as we'll do more, I guess, long-form games. I mentioned we talked stuff on the show that we'll be doing, like Donkey Kong Country 3 and Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance specific. I got that version. I have it in my hand right now. We'll definitely play that and go through it, and anything else that you want to see as far as some of that stuff, along with everything else that you've asked for. Actually, one of them, I'll go into this, like, verse. It was on last week's show, Bricks of Bree. She wanted to see Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube. We're going to play that. I want to do that in the summer at some point, so we will get to that eventually. And, yeah, a lot of other stuff, and, yeah, feel free to keep those suggestions, anything else you want to see oncoming. And I'm also looking into On the Ball for Super Nintendo and Camel Tree, because there is a collection, a title collection that has that. Those are good suggestions. I don't know them, so I'd love to show them. And like with Mischief Makers, games that, you know, you were attaching to when you're growing up and worth being seen or worth discovering. So it'll be a case of me discovering. It's going to be with Shadow Hearts, because I never played it, so it's going to be the Crusader 64 showing that off, and I cannot wait for that. You definitely can't either. Alright, so with that, I think I will bid you a good night for this Friday entry of Super Old Game Saturday with Mischief Makers, which is a terrific game. Looks, sounds, and plays great, and it is a very unique and indelible game that maybe you didn't play, and if you didn't play it, it is about $50 or so, I think, on eBay, usually where you can find this. Maybe they'll re-release it, we'll see what's going on. It's good stuff. You like your 2D platforming with some interesting stuff, getting your shaking going on, you're throwing. Yeah, this is definitely a good one for it. And if you love Treasure, yeah, it's a no-brainer. Absolutely, you gotta play it if you're a big one on Treasure. But even if you're not, yeah, definitely give it a shot. And I recommend it for sure. And I had a great time playing it and showing you how great it is and going into it with everybody in chat and anywhere else. So, thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday for Friday. We will be back on Saturday night next week with Nocturne and Protorova for Sonic Mania Plus for the Xbox not 360, Xbox One. So it is an Xbox console, but yeah, we'll be playing it that way. I'll see you next week. Thank you so much for tuning into the program. Thank you for everything you add to the show. Have a great night. Have a great rest of your week. A great weekend coming through, and a great week coming forward. And I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Sonic Mania Plus. Till then, thank you again for everything. Keep being awesome. Yeah, smack him in the face, Megan Jr. or Marina. Or, way to go, Marina! And, take care.